Preface to the Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Preface. In this book something is said about most, if not quite all, of the emergent figures in American literature. An attempt is made to survey the four corners of the National Library and to give an impression of its shape and size. It is hoped that the attempt may have resulted in a fairly adequate review or introduction for the student, and that it may not be uninteresting to those who, students or not, like to listen to talk about books. If its purpose is approximately realized, this volume will be found to be a little nearer to a collection of appreciative essays than to a formal history or bibliographic manual, and to be at the same time inclusive to a degree that the genuine essayist would instinctively avoid. The true essayist is a privileged person. He may write 50 pages about Hawthorne and not write about Longfellow at all. He willfully elects whom he will discuss. Such liberty is here subdued to the general consensus of opinion as to what men of letters are important. Some privilege, however, is assumed. Individual preference, rather than the impersonal judgment of critical authority, accounts for the fact that Bryant, Mrs. Stowe, and Bret Harte are not signalized by separate chapters, whereas there are chapters on William James and Mr. Henry James. If this be a disproportion, it may help to restore harmony in the universe by balancing a disproportion on the other side, which I find in some handbooks and histories. The historian is subservient to an ideal of encyclopedic completeness and to traditional values. He rules literature off in sections. Into each school and period he puts the great men, and then stuffs the chinks with such as N.P. Willis and Margaret Fuller, who may have been admirable persons, but omitted to make literature. Life is short, and art, even American art, is long and vital. It is perplexing to find in current manuals no mention of Father Tabb, but a full page about Anne Bradstreet, a chapter on Bryant, but only a page about Sidney Lanier, extended accounts of Charles Brockden Brown and William Gilmore Simms, but only half a page about Mark Twain. To be sure, the historian avowedly and properly puts emphasis on writers who are dead in the flesh, and finishes off his contemporaries briefly because they are not yet established and are too numerous to mention. But it seems well, in books about literature, not to discuss writers admittedly dead in the spirit, whose names persist by the inertia of reputation. No man's sense of what is important will agree exactly with his neighbor's judgment. Moreover, it is risky for one who is making a book to hint defects in other works on the same subject. All that I wish to plead is that a living lion is better than a dead mouse. If we should have another chapter about a poet, it should treat not Bayard Taylor nor Bryant, but James Whitcomb Riley or Father Tabb. That any one should quest on a chapter about William James in a book in which a chapter on that dreadful bore Jonathan Edwards would pass unchallenged seems to be a perversion of literary values. If we should have a chapter on Bret Harte, as well we might, then we should have chapters about two very much better storytellers, Sarah Orne Jewett and Mrs. Mary Wilkins Freeman. There is, I am confident, only one first-rate man of letters of the elder days who is not discussed in the following pages: Francis Parkman. The omission is due not to lack of admiration for his thrilling and finely written books, but to my inability to enter the field of purely historical work with any sureness or illusion of authority. If, as I believe, accepted handbooks and histories of American literature pay too much attention to doubly dead worthies, whose books are not interesting, and miss or but timidly acknowledge contemporary excellence, there is a way of accounting for it. Every generation, except the more independent spirits in it, looks with too Chinese reverence upon its ancestors. Moreover, the passing generation of American writers, critics and professors, the men who wrote the prevalent handbooks, are intellectually a poor generation as compared with their fathers. They have reason to lack confidence in their contemporaries. The other day they drew up a list of their living selves. The National Institute of Arts and Letters announced the 40 American immortals, the first roster of an absurd Yankee imitation of the French Academy. 28 men, chosen from among the greatest living American writers, that is, of course, men past middle age, were elected to immortality on the score of literary achievement. On the roll are exactly 3 men who have made literature: Mr. Henry James, Mr. Howells, and Mr. James Whitcomb Riley. The list is well chosen. There is no other genius that one would nominate for a place in it, except Mrs. Wharton and Mrs. Freeman, who cannot be admitted because they are women. The list, except for 2 or 3 distinguished men who are dead, represents American literature for the last 30 or 40 years. Moriturus salutamus. Wrentham, April 26, 1912. J. M. End of the preface. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 1 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malcolm Cameron. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. General characteristics. American literature is a branch of English literature, as truly as are English books written in Scotland or South Africa. Our literature lies almost entirely in the 19th century, where the ideas and books of the Western world were freely interchanged among the nations and became accessible to an increasing number of readers. In literature, nationality is determined by language rather than by blood or geography. M. Maeterlinck, born a subject of King Leopold, belongs to French literature. Mr. Joseph Conrad, born in Poland, is already an English classic. Geography, much less important in the 19th century than before, was never, among modern European nations, so important as we sometimes are asked to believe. Of the ancestors of English literature, Beowulf is scarcely more significant and rather less graceful than our tree-inhabiting forebears with prehensile toes. The true progenitors of English literature are Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Italian, and French. American literature and English literature of the 19th century are parallel derivatives from preceding centuries of English literature. Literature is a succession of books from books. Artistic expression springs from life ultimately, but not immediately. It may be likened to a river which is swollen throughout its course by new tributaries and by the seepages of its banks. It reflects the life through which it flows, taking color from the shores. The shores modify it, but its power and volume descend from distant headwaters and affluents far upstream. Or it may be likened to the race life which our food nourishes or impoverishes, which our individual circumstances foster or damage, but which flows on through us, strangely impersonal and beyond our power to kill or create. It is well for a writer to say, "Away with books! I will draw my inspiration from life." For we have too many books that are simply better books diluted by John Smith. At the same time, literature is not born spontaneously out of life. Every book has its literary parentage, and students find it so easy to trace genealogies that much criticism reads like an Old Testament chapter of begats. Every novel was suckled at the breast of older novels, and great mothers are often prolific of anemic offspring. The stock falls off, and revives, goes a-wandering and returns like a prodigal. The family records get blurred. But of the main fact of descent there is no doubt. American literature is English literature made in this country. Its 19th century characteristics are evident and can be analyzed and discussed with some degree of certainty. Its American characteristics, no critic that I know has ever given a good account of them. You can define certain peculiarities of American politics, American agriculture, American public schools, even American religion. But what is uniquely American in American literature? Poe is just as American as Mark Twain. Lanier is just as American as Whittier. The American spirit in literature is a myth, like American valor in war, which is precisely like the valor of Italians and Japanese. The American, deluded by a falsely idealized image which he calls America, can say that the purity of Longfellow represents the purity of American home life. An Irish Englishman, Mr. Bernard Shaw, with another falsely idealized image of America, surprised that a fact does not fit his image, can ask, "What is Poe doing in that galley?" There is no answer. You can never tell. Poe could not help it. He was born in Boston and lived in Richmond, New York, Baltimore, Philadelphia. Professor Van Dyke says that Poe was a maker of decidedly un-American cameos. But I do not understand what that means. Facts are uncomfortable consorts of prejudices and emotional generalities. They spoil domestic peace, and when there is a separation they sit solid at home while the other party goes. Irving, a shy, sensitive gentleman who wrote with fastidious care, said, "It has been a matter of marvel to European readers that a man from the wilds of America should express himself in tolerable English." It is a matter of marvel, just as it is a marvel that Blake and Keats flowered in the brutal city of London 100 years ago. The literary mind is strengthened and nurtured, it is influenced and mastered by the accumulated riches of literature. In the last century, the strongest thinkers in our language were Englishmen, and not only the traditional, but the contemporary influences of our thinkers and artists were British. This may account for one negative characteristic of American literature: its lack of American quality. True, our records must reflect our life. Our poets, enamored of nightingales and Persian gardens, have not altogether forgotten the mockingbird and the woods of Maine. Fiction, written by inhabitants of New York, Ohio, and Massachusetts, does tell us something of the ways of life in those mighty commonwealths, just as English fiction, written by Lancashire men about Lancashire people, is saturated with the dialect, the local habits, and scenery of that country. But wherever an English-speaking man of imagination may dwell, in Dorset or Calcutta or Indianapolis, he is subject to the strong arm of the empire of English literature. He cannot escape it. It tears him out of his obscure bed and makes a happy slave of him. He is assigned to the department of the service for which his gifts qualify him, and his special education is undertaken by drill masters and captains who hail from provinces far from his birthplace. Dickens, who writes of London, influences Bret Harte, who writes of California, and Bret Harte influences Kipling, who writes of India. Each is intensely local in subject matter. The affinity between them is a matter of temperament, manifested, for example, in the swagger and exaggerated characteristic of all three. California did not produce Bret Harte. The power of Dickens was greater than that of the Sierras and the Golden Gate. Bret Harte created a California that never existed. An Indian gentleman, Caucasian and Hindu, tells us that Kipling invented an army and an empire unknown to geographers and war offices. The ideas at work among these English men of letters are world-encircling and fly between book and brain. The dominant power is of the British Islands, and the prevailing stream of influence flows west across the Atlantic. Sometimes it turns and runs the other way, Poe influences Rossetti. Whitman influences Henley. For a century, Cooper had been in command of the British literary marine. Literature is reprehensibly unpatriotic. Even though its votaries are, as individual citizens, afflicted with local prides and hostilities, it takes only a dramatic interest in the guns of Yorktown. Its philosophy was notably uttered by Gatien Paris in the Collège de France in 1870, when the city was beleaguered by the German armies. Common studies, pursued in the same spirit in all civilized country from beyond the restrictions of diverse and often hostile nationalities, a great country which no war profanes, no conqueror menaces, where souls find that refuge and unity which in former times was offered them by the city of God. The Catholicity of English language and literature transcends the temporal boundaries of states. What then of the provincialism of the American province of the Empire of British literature? It is an observable general characteristic, and is it a virtue or a vice? There is a sense in which American literature is not provincial enough. The most provincial of all literature is the Greek. The Greeks knew nothing outside of Greece and needed to know nothing. The Old Testament is tribal in its provinciality. Its God is a local God, and its village police and sanitary regulations are erected into eternal laws. If this racial localism is not essential to the greatness of early literature, it is inseparable from them. We find it there. It is not possible in our cosmopolitan age, and there are few traces of it in American books. No American poet has sung of his neighborhood with naive passion, as if it were all the world to him. Whitman is pugnaciously American, but his sympathies are universal. His vision is cosmic. When he seems to be standing in a city street looking at life, he is in a trance, and his spirit is racing with the winds. The welcome that we give Whitman betrays the lack of an admirable kind of provincialism. It shows us defective in local security of judgment. Some of us have been so anxiously abashed by high standards of European culture that we could not see a poet in our own backyard until European poets and critics told us he was there. This is queerly contradictory to the disposition found in some Americans to disregard the world's standards and proclaim a third-rate poet as the Milton of Oshkosh or the Shelley of San Francisco. The passage in Lowell's Fable for Critics about the American Bulwers, Disraeli, and Scots is a spoonful of salt in the mouth of that sort of gaping village reverence. Of dignified and self-respecting provincialism, such as Professor Royce so eloquently advocates, there might well be more in American books. Our poets desert the domestic landscape to write pseudo-Elizabethan dramas and sonnets about Mont Blanc. They set up an artificial Tennyson Park on the banks of the Hudson. Beside the shores of Lake Michigan they croon the love affairs of an Arab in the desert and his noble steed. This is not a very grave offense, for poets live among the stars, and it makes no difference from what point of the earth's surface they set forth on their aerial adventures. A Wisconsin poet may write very beautifully about nightingales, and a New England Unitarian may write beautifully about cathedrals. If it is beautiful, it is poetry, and all is well. The novelists are the worst offenders. There have been few of them. They have not been adequate in numbers or in genius to the task of describing the sections of the country, the varied scenes and habits from New Orleans to the Portlands. And yet, small band as they are, with great domestic opportunities and responsibilities, they have devoted volumes to Paris, which has an able native corps of story-makers, and to Italy, where the home talent is first-rate. In this sense, American literature is too globe-trotting. It has too little savor of the soil. Of provincialism of the narrowest type, American writers, like other men of imagination, are not guilty to any reprehensible degree. It is a vice sometimes imputed to them by provincial critics who view literature from the office of a London weekly review or from the lecture rooms of American colleges. Some American writers are parochial. For example, Whittier. Others, like Mr. Henry James, are provincial in outlook, but cosmopolitan in experience, and reveal their provinciality by a self-conscious internationalism. Probably English and French writers may be similarly classified as provincial or not. Mr. James says that Poe's collection of critical sketches is probably the most complete and exquisite specimen of provincialism ever prepared for the edification of men. It is nothing like that. It is an example of what happens when a hack reviewer's work in local journals is collected into a volume because he turns out to be a genius. The list of Poe's victims is no more remarkable for the number of nonentities it includes than the Lives of the Poets by the great Dr. Johnson, who was hack for a bookseller and introduced all the poets that the taste of the time encouraged the bookseller to print. Poe was cosmopolitan in spirit. His prejudices were personal and highly original, usually against the prejudices of his moment and milieu. Hawthorne is less provincial, in the derogatory sense, than his charming biographer. Mr. James, as will become evident if one compares Hawthorne's American Notes on England, written in long-ago days of national rancour, with Mr. James's British Notes on America, the American Scene, written in our happy days of spacious vision. Emerson's ensphering universality overspreads Carlyle like the sky above a volcanic island. Indeed, Carlyle, who knew more about American life and about what other people ought to do than any other British writer earlier than Mr. Chesterton, justly complains that Emerson is not sufficiently local and concrete. Carlyle longs to see some event, man's life, American forest, or piece of creation which this Emerson loves and wonders at, well Emersonized. Longfellow would not stay at home and write more about the excellent village blacksmith. He made poetical tours of Europe and translated songs and legends from several languages for the delight of the villagers who remained behind. Lowell was so heartily cosmopolitan that American newspapers accused him of Anglomania, which proves their provincialism but acquits him. Mr. Howells had written a better book about Venice than about Ohio. Mark Twain lived in every part of America, from Connecticut to California. He wrote about every country under the sun, and about some countries beyond the sun. He is read by all sorts and conditions of men in the English-speaking world, and he is an adopted hero in Vienna. It is difficult to come to any conclusion about provincialism as a characteristic of American literature. American literature is, on the whole, idealistic, sweet, delicate, nicely finished. There is little of it which might not have appeared in Youth's Companion. The notable exceptions are our most stalwart men of genius, Thoreau, Whitman, and Mark Twain. Any child can read American literature, and if it does not make a man of him, it at least will not lead him into forbidden realms. Indeed, American books too seldom come to grips with the problems of life, especially the books cast in artistic forms. The essayists, expounders, and preachers attack life vigorously and wrestle with the meaning of it. The poets are thin, moonshiny, meticulous in technique. Novelists are few and feeble, and dramatists are non-existent. These generalities, subject to exceptions, are confirmed by a reading of the first 15 volumes of the Atlantic Monthly, which are a treasure house of the richest period of American literary expression. In those volumes, one finds a surprising number of vigorous, distinguished papers on politics, philosophy, science, even on literature and art. Many talented men and women whose names are not well remembered are clustered there about the half-dozen salient men of genius, and the collection gives one a sense that the New England mind, aided by the outlying contributors, was, in its one age of thought, an abundant and diversified power. But the poetry is not memorable, except for some verses by the few standard poets, and the fiction is naive. Edward Everett Hale's The Man Without a Country is almost the only story there that one comes on with a thrill either of recognition or of discovery. It is hard to explain why the American, except in his exhortatory and passionately argumentative moods, has not struck deep into American life, why his stories and verses are, for the most part, only pretty things, nicely unimportant. Anthony Trollope had a theory that the absence of international copyright threw our market open too unrestrictedly to the British product, that the American novel was an unprotected infant industry. We printed Dickens and the rest without paying royalty and starved the domestic manufacturer. This theory does not explain, for there were many American novelists, published, read, and probably paid for their work. The trouble is that they lacked genius. They dealt with trivial, slight aspects of life. They did not take the novel seriously in the right sense of the word, though no doubt they were in another sense serious enough about their poor productions. Uncle Tom's Cabin and Huckleberry Finn are colossal exceptions to the prevailing weakness and superficiality of American novels. Why do American writers turn their backs on life, miss its intensities, its significance? The American Civil War was the most tremendous upheaval in the world after the Napoleonic period. The imaginative reaction on it consists of some fine essays, Lincoln's addresses, Whitman's war poetry, Uncle Tom's Cabin, which came before the war but is part of it, one or two passionate hymns by Whittier, the second series of the Biglow Papers, Hale's The Man Without a Country, and what else? The novels laid in wartime are either sanguine melodrama or absurd idyls of maidens whose lovers are at the front, a tragic theme if tragically and not sentimentally conceived. Perhaps the bullet that killed Theodore Winthrop deprived us of our great novelist of the Civil War, for he was on the right road. In a general speculation, such a might have been is not altogether futile. If Milton had died of whooping cough, there would not have been any Paradise Lost. The reverse of this is that some geniuses whose work ought inevitably to have been produced by this or that national development may have died too soon. This suggestion, however, need not be gravely argued. The fact is that the American literary imagination after the Civil War was almost sterile. If no books had been written, the failure of that conflict to get itself entombed in some masterpieces would be less disconcerting. But thousands of books were written by people who knew the war at first hand and who had literary ambition and some skill, and from all these books, none rise to distinction. An example of what seems to be the American habit of writing about everything except American life is the work of General Lew Wallace. Wallace was one of the important secondary generals in the Civil War, distinguished at Fort Donelson and at Shiloh. After the war, he wrote Ben-Hur, a doubly abominable book because it is not badly written and it shows a lively imagination. There is nothing in it so valuable, so dramatically significant as a week in Wallace's war experiences. Ben-Hur fit work for a country clergyman with a pretty literary gift. It is a ridiculous inanity to come from a man who has seen the things that Wallace saw. It is understandable that the man of experience may not write at all, and, on the other hand, that a man of secluded life may have the imagination to make a military epic. But for a man crammed with experience of the most dramatic sort and discovering the ability and the ambition to write, for him to make spurious Oriental romances which achieve an enormous popularity, the case is too grotesque to be typical, yet it is exceptional in degree rather than in kind. The American literary artist has written about everything under the skies except what matters most in his own life. General Grant's plain autobiography, not art and of course not attempting to be, is better literature than most of our books in artistic forms because of its intellectual integrity and the profound importance of the subject matter. Our dreamers have dreamed about many wonderful things, but their faces have been averted from the mightier issues of life. They have been high-minded, fine-grained, eloquent in manner, in odd contrast to the real or reputed vigor and crudeness of the nation. In the 100 years from Irving's first romance to Mr. Howell's latest unromantic novel, most of our books are eminent for just those virtues which America is supposed to lack. Their physique is feminine. They are fanciful, dainty, reserved. They are literose, sophisticated in craftsmanship, but innocently unaware of the profound agitations of American life, of life everywhere. Those who strike the deeper notes of reality, Whitman, Thoreau, Mark Twain, Mrs. Stowe in her one great book, Whittier, Lowell, and Emerson at their best, are a powerful minority. The rest, beautiful and fine in spirit, too seldom show that they are conscious of contemporaneous realities, too seldom vibrate with the tremendous sense of life. The Jason of Western exploration writes as if he passed his life in a library. The Ulysses of great rivers and perilous seas is a connoisseur of Japanese prints. The warrior of 61 rivals Miss Marie Corelli. The mining engineer carves cherry stones. He who is figured as gaunt, hardy, and aggressive, conquering the desert with the steam locomotive, sings of a pretty little rose in a pretty little garden. The judge, haggard with experience, who presides over the most tragicomic divorce court ever devised by man, writes love stories that would have made Jane Austen smile. Mr. Arnold Bennett is reported to have said that if Balzac had seen Pittsburgh, he would have cried, "Give me a pen!" The truth is, the whole country is crying out for those who will record it, satirize it, chant it. As literary material, it is virgin land, ancient as life and fresh as a wilderness. American literature is one occupation which is not overcrowded, in which, indeed, there is all too little competition for the newcomer to meet. There are signs that some earnest young writers are discovering the fertility of a soil that has scarcely been scratched. American fiction shows all sorts of merit, but the merits are not assembled, concentrated. The fine is weak, and the strong is crude. The stories of Poe, Hawthorne, Howells, James, Aldrich, Bret Harte are admirable in manner, but they are thin in substance, not of large vitality. On the other hand, some of the stronger American fictions fail in workmanship. For example, Uncle Tom's Cabin, which is still vivid and moving long after its Tractarian interest have faded, the novels of Frank Norris, a man of great vision and high purpose, who attempted to put national economics into something like an epic of daily bread, and Herman Melville's Moby Dick, a madly eloquent romance of the sea. A few American novelists have felt the meaning of the life they knew and have tried sincerely to set it down, but have for various reasons failed to make first-rate novels. For example, Edward Eggleston, whose stories of early Indiana have the breath of actuality in them. Mr. E. W. Howe, author of The Story of a Country Town. Harold Frederick, a man of great ability whose work was growing deeper, more significant, when he died. George W. Cable, whose novels are unsteady and sentimental, but who gives a genuine impression of having portrayed a city and its people. And Stephen Crane, who, dead at 30, had given in The Red Badge of Courage and Maggie the promise of better work. Of good short stories, America has been prolific. Mrs. Wilkins Freeman, Mrs. Annie Trumbull Slauson, Sarah Orne Jewett, Roland Robinson, H.C. Bunner, Edward Everett Hale, Frank Stockton, Joel Chandler Harris, and O. Henry are some of those whose short stories are perfect in their several kinds. But the American novel, which multiplies past counting, remains an inferior production. On a private shelf of contemporary fiction and drama in the English language are the works of 10 British authors: Mr. Galsworthy, Mr. H.G. Wells, Mr. Arnold Bennett, Mr. Eden Phillpotts, Mr. George Moore, Mr. Leonard Merrick, Mr. J.C. Snaith, Miss May Sinclair, Mr. William de Morgan, Mr. Maurice Hewlett, Mr. Joseph Conrad, Mr. Bernard Shaw, yes, and Mr. Rudyard Kipling. Besides them, I find but 2 Americans, Mrs. Edith Wharton and Mr. Theodore Dreiser. There may be others, for one cannot pretend to know all the living novelists and dramatists. Yet for every American that should be added, I would agree to add 4 to the British list. However, a contemporary literature that includes Mrs. Wharton's Ethan Frome and Mr. Dreiser's Jenny Gerhardt, both published last year, is not to be despaired of. In the course of a century, a few Americans have said in memorable words what life meant to them. Their performance, put together, is considerable, if not imposing. Any sense of dissatisfaction that one feels in contemplating it is due to the disproportion between a limited expression and the multifarious immensity of the country. Our literature, judged by the great literatures contemporaneous with it, is insufficient to the opportunity and the need. The American spirit may be figured as petitioning the muses for 12 novelists, 10 poets, and 8 dramatists to be delivered at the earliest possible moment. End of Section 1. Read by Malcolm Cameron, Mystic, Connecticut. Section 2 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malcolm Cameron. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert Macy. Section 2. Irving. A free people, says Irving, are apt to be grave and thoughtful. They have high and important matters to occupy their minds. They feel that it is their right, their interest, and their duty to mingle in public concerns and to watch over the general welfare. The continual exercise of the mind on political topics gives intenser habits of thinking and a more serious and earnest demeanor. A nation becomes less gay, but more intellectually active and vigorous. It evinces less play of the fancy, but more power of the imagination, less taste and elegance, but more grandeur of mind, less animated vivacity, but deeper enthusiasm. It is when men are shut out of the regions of manly thought by a despotic government, where every grave and lofty theme is rendered perilous to discussion and almost to reflection. It is then that they turn to the safer occupations of taste and amusement. Trifles rise to importance and occupy the craving activity of intellect. No being is more void of care and reflection than the slave. None dances more gaily in his intervals of labor. But make him free. Give him rights and interests to guard, and he becomes thoughtful and laborious. Had the creator of Dietrich Knickerbocker, Ichabod Crane, and Rip Van Winkle habitually dwelt in this sober mood of the foregoing passage, he would have been an obscure case in support of his own queer theory. Whether or not merriment and sweet fancy were oppressed by the spirit of liberty which dominated America a century ago, the genius of Irving refused to succumb. The piper of the mystic song of liberty may have led the children under the mountain of civil rights. Irving is the boy who came back. A grown-up child, he calls himself, speaking in the person of Geoffrey Crayon. Through a long and peaceful life, he remained impenitently gay. While Governor Clinton, amid the acclamations of the multitude, symbolizes the completion of the Erie Canal by pouring 2 kegs of Lake Erie water into the Atlantic, Irving peoples the banks of the Hudson with elves and goblins. The railroad soon renders the Erie Canal as obsolete as any piece of Egyptian engineering, but Irving's creations are not displaced by successors. His fresh voice of laughter and romance still rings solitary along the Hudson Palisades. Irving was a child of fortune. His father was in comfortable circumstances, and the young man was able to indulge in 3 pleasures which cherished his talents: innocent idling among the people of New York, especially in the older parts of the town and along the waterfront, writing and publishing for the sport of it, and traveling in Europe. The delicate state of his health made it necessary, or advisable, that he should make sea voyages. Since his invalidity did not assume painful forms, nor fetter his work either as a man of letters or a man of affairs, it may be regarded as fortunate, for it won him dispensation which his father would not perhaps have accorded to a robust young man. Irving's genius was not so powerful that it would have hewn works of art out of strife and poverty. His gentle fancy was nourished by well-being, by leisure to indulge his amiable indolence, to sit on the bank and watch life stream by, to catch a glimpse of a comic old face in the crowd or the fluttering ribbon on a girl's bonnet. Yet he was not an irresponsible idler who filled his knapsack from other people's larders and paid his debt to the heirs of the almoners in priceless books. He was a good businessman and self-reliant. At the age of 26, he proved his literary gifts and won flattering applause by his Knickerbocker's History of New York. But he rejected the alluring career of letters, went into partnership with his brother, and for 10 years devoted himself to trade. It was only when the business failed that he published his second volume, The Sketchbook, which was so popular as to warrant, not only from an artistic but from a practical point of view, his committing himself to the literary career. He had justified his leisure, and he continued to earn a right to it. When he loafed, he invited his soul and not the censure of his family. His was a happy and normal life. He wandered through the woods, communing with pixies and the ghosts of mythical Dutchmen. His fancy kept company with tatterdemalions and taproom idlers. But he was a handsome, fashionable young bachelor, and he lived amid the conventional best society. If the death of his sweetheart threw a cloud of melancholy over his life, the shadow of the cloud is not upon his work. There is no trace in his writings of the tragedy of actual life. His portrait is a most satisfying presentment of the kind of man who ought to have written his books. It shows a broad brow, with a hair curled youthfully about the temples, a straight, sensible nose, a wide, humorous mouth twitching at the corners even in the repose of an engraving, eyes clear, observant, not piercing, the whole face placid and prosperous, the head held with dignity above a full chest. The picture of our first man of letters is also a portrait of a gentleman scholarly diplomat. Irving was minister to Spain and discharged his public duties in a creditable manner. He received whatever honor academic and political officialdom can bestow upon a literary man, and the pride and affection of his countrymen followed him for 40 years. He was welcomed in Europe, in Thackeray's happy phrase, as the first ambassador whom the new world of letters sent to the old. Perhaps the old world of letters was not in aching need of a messenger from our world of letters, but our world was starving for a voice of romance. Irving taught America that the star of romance shines above the forests of Astoria as truly as above Alhambra. Indeed, the spell that Irving cast over Astoria makes us forget that he was playing press agent for a land grubber and a swindler of Indians. Irving also taught us that the literary spirit is whimsical and expresses life by devious indirection, that it says what one would not expect it to say and blandly ignores momentous matters. Irving inaugurated American literature not with the trumpets of rebellion, not with an epic elevation befitting a people who had conquered a wilderness, but with quiet, old-fashioned humor, a cultivated, reserved accent, urbane manners, and a smiling indifference to certain local passions. Even at home, he is a sympathetic and observant tourist, intimately acquainted with what he sees, but not immersed in its currents of thought. He does not make us feel what most stirred the hearts and perplexed the mind of any considerable class of Americans in the year 1825. From the social contests, the clashing forces of mind and economic necessities, the industrial and spiritual developments by reason of which we are now alive and what we are, Irving is almost as aloof as Poe. It may be that the apparent contrast between Irving's interests and what we now imagine to have been the most intense interests of his contemporaries is due to his temperament and to that side of it which enabled him to seek the society of the immortals. Perhaps a man more soaked with reality could not have come forth from the life about him and risen above the threshold of expression. There was in his time but a small recognized leisure class, a thin, cultivated stratum of people upheld by church, university, family tradition, and well-founded prosperity. The best brains of the people were busy with the problem of getting a livelihood. A man had to be doing something obviously worthwhile or lose self-respect and the respect of his neighbors. A long-established culture that lives at the expense of the multitude, such is the dependence of culture in all capitalistic societies, may be unjustified from the point of view of social equity, but at least such a culture has leisure and training to express itself in art. In a young country, for the settlement of which the only motive is to find a living for oneself by labor or exploitation, and that is the motive for the colonizing of America despite the stories of the quest for religious liberty and other superstitions of history, every able man works. The drone is either the unfit, incapable of producing literature or anything else, or the exploiter on the alert for commercial advantage. The worthy individual who wins exemption from the workaday struggle wins it after a youth of toil or business responsibility, and he is then not habituated to aesthetic interests and the pursuit of art. Before Irving, most American books that remain important were written by men of affairs, politicians and clergymen, such as Cotton Mather, Jonathan Edwards, Franklin, and the orators and pamphleteers of the Revolution. After Irving had become famous, there grew up in America academic societies which favored the muse of the New England group and constituted a circle encouraging readers. There also arose the commercial institution of professional journalism, which gave a career to a few whose pens, competent to earn some sort of living, were also competent to do work for the ages. The first flower of this institution was Poe. In America there was no such thing as pensioned authors. Idle clergymen living on church incomes and devoting their time to literature, holders of easy places under the government and enabled to spend their afternoons in writing. In Irving's youth, the temptation to write for a livelihood was slight. The economic conditions put no premium on labors of the fancy. To be a literary man in the society that surrounded Irving was to be a dreamer and a wanderer. A man with a vital sense of reality would have been in the thick of the practical struggle. In a society which has no literary tradition, which is not accustomed to having a poet or two in the neighborhood, the first man to lift himself to the privileged class of authors is the man of light and untroubled fancy. Irving's circumstances relieved him from the harshest necessity of earning his daily bread. Life did not bear hard on him, and he did not look hard at life. Fortune and his lightness of spirit agreed to let him play with literature until he and the world found it a good business for him. Irving initiated our imaginative literature in a holiday mood. He and his brother William, with J.K. Paulding, a writer of some experience, founded in 1807 a bi-weekly periodical called Salmagundi. It was a pastime entered into with the enthusiasm which many a young man had thrown into a journalistic venture and has maintained until unpaid printers' bills have stifled jubilant enterprise. Had Irving and his brother been poor, as they were manly and honest, they must have gone immediately and with their whole energy into gainful occupations. Irving would have had no apprenticeship in which to try his pen. In the words of the valedictory of Salmagundi, he would have let immortality slip through his fingers. As things were, he could practice writing while to senior eyes he was respectably studying law, and he could get his first work published without waiting upon the rigors of the market. Before business responsibilities fell on him, he had commenced author in a small way and discovered his talents. In the slight papers of Salmagundi, modeled upon the English periodical essayists, he had sharpened his style for Knickerbocker's History of New York. The History of New York is a merry piece of fooling. It's a parody of the pretentious historical style and a satire on the spurious heroic in colonial legend. It is full of burlesque yarns, extravagant adventures, and jolly caricatures of the Dutch burghers. The literary skill of the book lies in its sustained narrative swing, the grave rhythm of the periods which carry nonsensical matter. The mere joker cannot achieve this. It is true comic art. Soon after Irving had tried his wings in the History of New York, he was obliged to fold them and content himself with the solid earth. He engaged in business, and 5 years later went on a commercial errand to England. He remained in Europe 17 years. In 1820, he published the Sketch Book, a collection of miscellaneous pieces that had appeared in American periodicals. Among them were Rip Van Winkle and The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Rip took his place at once among the favorite heroes of the fantastic story, and later he became doubly endeared to the American people by his incarnation in the genial person of Joseph Jefferson. Irving's tale is so simple, so familiar, that in rereading it one may easily take it for granted and not be struck by its genius. To be convinced that it is a masterpiece, one needs to but reflect how infrequently such a tender weanling is adopted as the child of time. A little thing that happens seldom is important. The story of Rip is based on a German legend, and the origin accounts in some measure for the elementary directness of the tale, a virtue that sophisticated art cannot easily counterfeit, but can easily destroy. Irving has preserved the quality of a folk tale, and at the same time he permits himself the privilege of winking at the reader over the head of Knickerbocker. Rip Van Winkle is not an accidental, solitary success. All the stories in the sketchbook, notably The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and other yarns, comic and creepy, in Bracebridge Hall and Tales of a Traveler, are well told with sprightly verve and grace. There are no afterthoughts or underpurposes. The attitude is that of a familiar raconteur who has no object in the world but to entertain his company, to puff his pipe in fireside ease, and give the tale as 'twas given him. This style of narrative never hints that it is difficult to do and deceives one into overlooking its remarkable rare excellence. Irving's avowed debt to Goldsmith and his fondness for tales of British squiredom warrant to some extent the view that he is an imitator of the English essayists and character sketches of the 18th century. He has been called a belated American Goldsmith. There has arisen, in one quarter, the curious notion, a theory running wild with a little fact in its mouth, that American literature is habitually a generation behind English literature. Even Holmes, a very modern man, is accounted for in the term of the 18th century spirit. The truth seems to be that 19th century thought everywhere is eclectic, and of its many voices, each is germane to the times. Any man, anywhere, writing at the opening of the last century is inevitably dependent on the 18th century. In England, a small group of men, Lamb, Hazlitt, Coleridge, Keats, Shelley, were in revolt against the 18th century. They withdrew from the dominion of Dr. Johnson and made splendid new alliances with Milton and Thomas Browne. As time goes by, this group of revolters grows greater and greater in our admiration, until to our eyes they stand for their times, and we see them like a range of hills beyond which lies the 18th century plateau. But this is an illusion of perspective. A survey of the country shows that Keats and Lamb and Coleridge did not dominate their own age. Their contemporaries, Southey, Scott, even Byron, were not so clearly emancipated from the preceding age. In literature, the transition from period to period is gradual, like the passing from adolescence to manhood. The 18th century never ended, and the 19th century did not at any definite moment begin. Literature is a continuous processus. One writer looks a little ahead, another harks back to an immediately or distant earlier time. Irving is no more filled with the 18th century spirit than are many of his British contemporaries. Byron and Scott are his heroes no less than Goldsmith, and he makes pilgrimages to Newstead Abbey and Abbotsford. His attitude towards Johnson is that of the 19th century romantic making a case for the gentle poetic Goldsmith against the kindly tyranny of the critical prosaic bear. Irving is not, of course, akin to the spirit of revolt that now seems the most significant fact of the age of Wordsworth. He is a conventional man, with no very profound convictions, no intense theory of life. His philosophy is that of the amiable, gifted man of the world of all times and places. I have always had an opinion that much good might be done by keeping mankind in good humor with one another. Such a philosophy does not proceed from a nature that is torn by everlasting problems, but it is not referable to any special period of literary thought. It is as near to Scott as to Addison. It is as remote from Swift as from Shelley. Irving's nature combines good portions of sentiment and manly common sense. In no one book of his are these elements more harmoniously blended than in his Life of Goldsmith. Here he is not in whimsical masquerade as Knickerbocker or Crayon, and he is not laboring over a complex subject as in his biographies of Columbus and Washington. The man Irving talks with an old-fashioned, dignified informality about the man Goldsmith. The book is one of the masterpieces of literary biography, attracting the reader to author and to subject, like Watson's Lives of Donne and Herbert. He understands Goldsmith and his friends and is at home in their society. He is quite free from the later fallacy of biographical essayists that criticism is a science. He has the acumen of humorous good sense and the gift of appreciating the charm of others in the act of being charming himself. He pays his respects to Boswell with good-natured sharpness. Boswell, he says, was a Unitarian in his literary devotion and disposed to worship none but Johnson. Never since the days of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza has there been presented to the world a more whimsically contrasted pair of associates than Johnson and Boswell. At about the time that Irving was penning these words, a heavier humor was being brandished over Boswell's head by Thomas Carlyle. The careers of Goldsmith and Johnson were being subjected to philosophic inquiry, or unphilosophic assertion, more profound and more puzzle-headed than a simple man like Irving was capable of. Irving's unlabored appreciation seems more appropriate to his subject than the more complex disputes of Victorian criticism. His talents conform naturally to a subject that he chose in obedience to temperamental kinship. The few desultory remarks at the close of his book are none the less wise for their smiling graciousness. Goldsmith, he says, carries through his career the wayward elfin spirit. The same spirit accompanied his American biographer. The limitations of the talent that makes the life of Goldsmith so entirely satisfying are revealed in the voluminous biography of Washington. That is a patient, laborious book upon which Irving spent years of study. When he undertook it, he had become a responsible ambassador with a sense of formal obligations to patriotism and scholarship. The work forced his genius out of its natural course. I do not know how historians regard his Life of Washington, whether it is to them more or less sound than the investigations of other historians in those days when chroniclers were men of letters unharassed by scientific conscience. To a casual reader, the book sounds tired, and that is a defect permitted to accurate historians, but not to myth-makers and essayists who in other works have won us with unveracious stories. The study of Washington was carried out in the closing years of Irving's life and was interrupted by illness, which may explain its lack of vivacity. Except for this lack, the tone of the book is admirable. Irving's candor and reserve deliver him from the temptations of hero worship. We have avoided, he says, rhetorical amplifications and embellishments and all gratuitous assumptions, and have sought by simple and truthful details to give his character an opportunity of developing itself. During Irving's life there grew up and solidified an inflexible image which pious oratory and uncritical patriotism hallowed as the father of our country. That dehumanized myth ought to have been replaced by Irving's manly portrait. Perhaps the length of his work diminished its effect, for although the 4 substantial volumes were well received, and an audience was ensured by the popularity of author and subject, the public naturally contents itself with short accounts of our first president, and does not make household companions of Irving's long book, nor of Sparks' compendious documents. The restoration of Washington to human proportions was a task left to our contemporary, Mr. Owen Wister. Irving's genius is not that of a great historian, but rather that of a picturesque chronicler who selects the adventurous and the vivid. He is therefore more successful with Spanish history and biography than with the annals of America. His Life of Columbus is an absorbing book. We may credit his statement that it is faithfully digested from a great variety of authentic sources, and we may justly remain indifferent to the degree of error which it may betray in the light of subsequent studies. From the most reprehensible errors it is splendidly free, from the errors of stupidity, from the errors that attend a lack of imagination. Is it too much to say that Irving's style, resonant and full of color, set a standard for American historians, to which is owing in some measure the rich readability of Prescott and Parkman? And is it presumptuous to suggest that there has departed a glory from historical writing which in these alert and many-talented days might advantageously be recovered by those historiographers who discourse of affairs orderly as they were done? Of the arid and cautiously accurate there is no lack, and there is plenty, too, of the over-rhetorical, which results from the efforts of mediocrity to sound the pipes of eloquence. Professional historians, who would be neither dry nor sentimental, might profitably go to school to Irving and learn that verity is not incompatible with the stately charm of his style. The mind is stimulated, certainly. It is not distracted from the true order of events by such a sentence as this from the life of Columbus. What consoled the Spaniards for the asperity of the soil was to observe among the sands of those crystal streams glittering particles of gold, which, though scanty in quantity, were regarded as an earnest of the wealth locked up within the mountains. It may be that the pleasant appeal of that sentence to an American ear is due to the subject, wealth, in which only America among the nations of the earth has evinced any considerable interest, a bit of irony not out of place in a chapter on Irving, for it was he who invented the phrase, almighty dollar. The flower of Irving's residence in Spain and his study of Spanish chronicles is the Alhambra. This book is a sketchy and informal, and in the exigencies of history do not compel Irving's genius beyond its delicate powers. His style is fit for this enchanted place. The fragmentary traditions furnish him with the sort of fanciful short story which he knew how to touch with pretty skill. In these inconsequential tales, spun with fine zest and pretending to no virtuous purpose but the giving of pleasure, Irving meets the genius of the Arabian Nights and is not dwarfed by it. Certain American books have sufficient depth and breadth to be called masterpieces. They stand, self-contained and all but assured of immortality. Such books are The Scarlet Letter, The House of the Seven Gables, Uncle Tom's Cabin, The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, Huckleberry Finn. Other books, like Emerson's essays and Whitman's poems, contain matter of loftiest quality, yet in such brief form that the author's title to mastery lies in the collected work, rather than in any single unit of art. In neither of these ultimate classes can Irving be included, though one would not wish to quarrel with whoever should call Rip Van Winkle a self-secure masterpiece. Nevertheless, Irving is, for all his bulky histories, essentially a sketcher, a miscellanist. His place is on one of the gentler lower slopes of literature, in the company suggested by the subtitle of Bracebridge Hall, The Humorist, a Medley. Biographical note. Irving was born in New York City, April 3, 1783. He died at Sunnyside, near Tarrytown, New York, November 28, 1859. He traveled in Europe from 1804 to 1806. He studied law and was admitted to the bar, but did not practice. He went to England on business in 1815. The business failed the next year, but he remained in England until 1820. The next 9 years he spent on the continent of Europe. In 1826 he was attaché of the United States legation in Spain, and in 1829 he was appointed Secretary of Legation at London. From 1832 to 1842 he lived at Sunnyside on the Hudson. He was minister to Spain from 1842 to 1846. The rest of his life was spent in New York and at Sunnyside. His works are Salmagundi, 1807 to 1808, Knickerbocker's History of New York, 1809, Sketchbook, 1819 to 1820, Bracebridge Hall, 1822, Tales of a Traveler, 1824, Life and Voyages of Columbus, 1828, The Conquest of Granada, 1829, The Companions of Columbus, 1831, The Alhambra, 1832, Crayon Miscellanies, 1835, Astoria, 1836, Adventures of Captain Bonneville, 1837, Oliver Goldsmith, 1849, Mahomet and His Successors, 1849. Wolfert's Roost, 1855. Life of Washington, 1855 to 1859. Spanish Papers, 1866. It is worth noting, as a matter of literary history and as an example of Irving's magnanimity, that he had planned to write the Chronicles of the Conquest of Mexico, but when he heard that Prescott had the same plan, he yielded the subject to his junior. Irving was not married. His nephew Pierre Irving edited his Life and Letters. The best biography of Irving is that by Charles Dudley Warner in American Men of Letters. End of section 2. Narrated by Malcolm Cameron, Mystic, Connecticut.
Section 3 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jozef Nagy. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 3. In 1820, when Cooper was 30 years old, he read a feeble, conventional English novel. Irritated by its futility, he announced to his wife that he could write a better one, and the result was his first book, Precaution. It is a poor book, because it is not grounded on the author's experience, and because Cooper had not the kind of imagination that can give reality to human characters in ordinary social surroundings. But he learned his lesson and turned immediately to outdoor scenes with which he was familiar, and to adventures which he had witnessed or which were appropriate to the ground he knew. The Spy, a tale of the Revolution, was successful, and he followed it industriously with The Pioneers, The Pilot, and The Last of the Mohicans. Those who insist that a young country ought to produce a young literature will find Cooper a rather valid subsumption under a theory that is not quite valid but is largely a matter of verbal analogy. What does young mean? Our literature is a pleasant-voiced, fine-mannered gentleman, while past middle age. There is all too little of the untamed boy about it. But Cooper is in many senses young, though he was a dignified and self-consciously important personage, without a touch of the boyishness that bubbles out of Irving, Mark Twain, and Stevenson. Yet his art never grows up. It is always immature, awkward, 1,000 years younger than the craftsmanship that Kipling had learned at 21. That the young of all ages all over the world welcomed Cooper is an obvious fact. Such undeniable youth is a warrant of immortality which adult criticism cannot gain, say, and would not if it could. How many of us at the age of 15 have gone to the public library, taken out a story by Cooper, returned it 2 days later, and taken another, then another, allowing no rival author to intrude in the breathless succession? That in the years when we inhabited Cooper's world for 2 months at a stretch, we were capable of giving other months of equally unbroken attention to the interminable. Henty and Oliver Optic somewhat tarnishes the luster of our admiration. It enables our elders to discredit Cooper by pointing to the company of uninspired storytellers, with whom in our innocence we indiscriminately grouped him. And the wise ones can also indulge in dark and slurring hints at another kind of literature which we read, likewise in our innocence, yet with a thrilling sense of guilt. We are rather stumped for an answer to the argument that boys who like Henty and certain unnameable authors just as heartily as they like Cooper and Scott and Tom Brown are not trustworthy judges. On our side, however, is an international league of youth. Boys of alien speech are reading Les Tours des Dames and Les Lettres des Mohicans. Cooper's books were published, as they came out, in 30 different European cities. He was almost as famous on the continent as Scott and Byron. The consensus of the races and the generations has stamped him with approval which some of our other favorites have not received. Our cultivated sires must, then, lay aside Meredith and Anatole France long enough to tell us why Uncas is as familiar to the schoolboys of Berlin as to those of New York, and why in nearly 100 years Cooper's popularity has not abated. pretty work the elders make of explaining it. They talk about style, character drawing, the epic of pioneer life, and they attribute this, the most popular yarn spinner literary virtues, no more appropriate to him than to the graven images of Chingachgook that used to stand before the tobacco shops. Style? His style is one of the obstacles that his story plows through, like Bumpo shouldering through underbrush. Listen to this. Chafed by the silent imputation and inwardly troubled by so unaccountable a circumstance, the chief advanced to the side of the bed and, stooping, cast an incredulous look at the features, as if distrusting their reality. His daughter was dead. The unerring feeling of nature for a moment prevailed, and the old warrior hid his eyes in sorrow. How can a boy like such writing as that? Pompous, inhuman, erring against every feeling of nature. The boy does not like it. He disregards it. He understands that the daughter is dead, a fact plainly stated amid the majestic polysyllables, and that the chief is sorry. The boy goes on with the story and leaves it to the critics to worry about the style. Cora and Alice are racing with death. It is an exciting race which any full-bodied person will follow, must follow, fascinated to the end. The sophisticated reader condescends to watch it, is ensnared in the interest of it all, and then suddenly Cooper calls his heroines distressed females. That is almost fatal. Illusion wavers. But the sensitive spectator grits his teeth, recovers, and continues to watch. Cooper gets him and holds him in spite of everything. Meanwhile, distressed females has not distracted the attention of the boy. Cooper may call the ladies anything he likes, so long as he does not leave a doubt as to who they are and what is happening to him, and he never leaves any such doubt. Some books have cast over the young of all generations a spell which no mature audience dissolves. For example, Robinson Crusoe, 2 Years Before the Mast, and Treasure Island. The grown man who has read widely knows that Treasure Island is an admirable style. He joins with his son in praising it, but they do not praise just the same things. If the book were rewritten so that all the rhythm were knocked out of the sentences, it would be destroyed for many adults, whereas the essential narrative would hold the boy almost as well as the book does in its verbal perfection. For the boy and for most readers, Cooper is as good with his faults as he would be without them. To foreign readers, some of his faults are not evident. Translation removes them, or unfamiliarity with English softens them. Balzac, who admired Cooper, would have shivered at French, as bad as Cooper's English. "That," said Balzac to a friend, "is Fenimore Cooper's latest work. It is fine, it is grand, it is intensely interesting. I know no one but Walter Scott who has ever risen to that grandeur and serenity of coloring." It is the stuff of Cooper that counts. His lakes and woods and seas, unpoetically as he conveys them, are in themselves poetic, a wonder of wilderness and water alive with rapid, various adventure, heart-stopping ambuscades, and steering of a ship past treacherous rocks. It matters not to the unsophisticated mind that Natty Bumppo talks sometimes like Cooper, and sometimes like the unliterary woodsman that he is. The enjoyment of the critical Olympian is disturbed by violations of character, especially of the diction of character, by preposterous phrasing, by ungainliness which is due not to untutored simplicity, but to an unmastered bookish vocabulary. When the professional critic, knowing that Cooper is good, sets out to praise him, he often makes the mistake of denying Cooper's faults, like a romantic who should say of a squinting woman, "I love her and admire her, therefore she has lovely eyes." Cooper's immortality need not be explained by standards to which he does not come up. It is no credit to Cooper or to the critic to attribute to the Deerslayer stories perfections without which they have survived splendidly and can continue to survive. Professor Lounsbury says that the Pathfinder and the Deerslayer are pure works of art with only slight defects. Then ensues a spirited and delightful contest between Professor Lounsbury and Mark Twain, who proves that Cooper breaks 18 out of 19 rules of fiction. The whole contest, a very exhilarating piece of critical byplay, is on a false plane, and of course Professor Lounsbury and other critics are responsible for putting it there. After the contestants have mauled Cooper on both sides, Natty Bumppo shoulders his long rifle and strides off as if nothing had happened. Nothing has happened that really concerns him. Professor Lounsbury thinks that Cooper's style suffered because he left college in his third year, and that the lack of certain qualities in his writing can be traced pretty directly to this lack of preliminary intellectual drill, as if good old Yale or any other American college ever helped a man of genius to write. The preliminary intellectual drill which men of letters need, which some men will get while they happen to be in college, and some men get when they happen not to be in college, is not the sort which our beloved universities have shown themselves competent to administer. We do not know why Cooper did not learn to write better. There is that in his style which suggests that he was congenitally tone deaf, and that even a course in a theological seminary could not have cured his constitutional defects. We do know that after he was dismissed from Yale, he went into the merchant marine and the navy and found matter for stories, good, honest, yo-heave-ho and belay there stories. And we know too, we who have passed irrevocably into the sad daylight of culture, which, as Emerson says, instantly impairs the chiefest beauty of spontaneousness, we know that Cooper is not a great artist. He is wholly satisfactory only to those who have no ear for style, who are indifferent to consistency of character, who do not care how the dry twig got there, so that somebody steps on it at a ticklish moment. It is not as though Cooper were a teller of naive, unvarnished tales. Such tales please the most fastidious mind. His fault is that he has coated his stories with a sticky, tacky varnish of ugly hue. To deny this is not only to misunderstand his merit, the great power that overcomes his own dead weight of words, but to misconceive the pleasure that millions of readers find in him. It is unjust to ascribe to a classic virtues to which it has no claim. Cooper is an outdoor man. Critics have shut him up in their studies with books about rhetoric and style, and other things of limited interest. Mark Twain opened the study windows and let in some fresh air. But he did not stop with this revivifying service. He jumped in through the window and stamped on the critics, and all the while Cooper was out in the woods. Cooper gave to fiction some wholly new material, primeval as the forest, native and sincere. He knew the woods and he knew the sea. He knew Indians objectively, their appearance and habits of action. Their habits of mind, about which we know nothing, he probably did not understand, because he did not understand the characters of white men and women. The ladies in The Pilot are intolerable, much worse than Dickens' Dora and Agnes, but when the mysterious stranger begins to handle the ship, how she sails! Cooper did not like people any too heartily. Perhaps it is not unduly fanciful to see a connection between his failure to understand his characters and the stupidity that allowed him, a prosperous and honored man, to make himself and his neighbors miserable through years of quarrel. Human nature was not his province. When he tried to sail in it, he was a land-lubber. When he tried to strike through it on foot, he was as greenhorn in the woods, to whom Natty Bumppo might deliver patronizing lectures. Cooper loves open-air nature heartily, honestly, and he manages to impart his enthusiasm through his heavy ineptitudes of expression. His Indians are part of nature. Like the wild animals, we accept them. We do not know enough about them to question their psychology. It is a tribute to Cooper that no American since his time, for all our real or pretended gains in ethnological knowledge, has made any better Indians. Of late years, Western stories have recorded the contact of our civilization with the remnants of the better tribes of red men whom we have debauched and cheated, and with the dirty, unheroic savages of the plains. But few of the latter writers seem to have been really fond of the Indians, to have drawn them as convincing heroes or interesting villains. Men who go north and meet the woods Indian still unspoiled, I am thinking especially of one sympathetic and shrewd explorer, tell us that they find the living brother of Cooper's bronze hero, dignified, of high honor, stoical, and eloquent. Cooper's red heroes are at least as convincing as many of the pale-face heroes of romance whom we accept. Uncas in Chingachgook will bear scrutiny as well as Rob Roy and Robin Hood. It is with them, the figures of myth, that Natty Bumppo belongs. He is not an American character, but a fabulous personage, like Ulysses, Achilles, King Arthur, and the adorable pirates of Howard Pyle and Stevenson. He has taken his place in this gallery of demigods and held it for a century. There he seems likely to remain until we close the institution, forever, and the innocent credulity, which is the postulate of romance, shall become an atrophied function in man. End of Section 3. Recording by Jozef Nagy at www.jozefnagy.com.
Section 4 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 4, Emerson, Part 1. Some thinkers are so candid and so wise in formulating their relations in life that they become the best critics of themselves and their generation. What a man 100 years later may say of them is truest when it is but a slight revision of their own account of their personal destinies and surroundings. Emerson is one of these completely self-expressed recorders of life. Did anyone else ever more thoroughly obey the Socratic injunction? Emerson epitomizes his era and his neighborhood. His mind is open to the prevailing winds of thought from all quarters. As he says of Swedenborg, he lies abroad upon his times. His significance absorbs a multitude of lesser men. His eminence grows more imposing as the ephemeral, which was his daily partner, sinks out of sight. In his latter years, he made some historic notes of life and letters in New England, to which one has but to add for him quorum pars maxima fuit, in order to make it the best possible introduction to his life and writings. The key to the period of his young manhood, appeared to be, he says, that the mind had become aware of itself. After Kant, those who pursued philosophy analyzed their instrument of thought, scrutinized with a mixture of credulous wonder and skepticism the mental ground on which religions and philosophies are erected. Emerson, poet, mystic, ethical enthusiast, is an alert critic of his own intellectual processes, a keen judge of contemporary modes of thought and of the general motives of human conduct. Whoever tries to account for his genius, to rearrange it in the intellectual landscape, to complete it here and depress it there by latter standards and by right of historical knowledge, will find that Emerson has estimated his leading ideas and his place in a certain moment of human thought with astonishing insight. The chapter on idealism in nature is a compact and lucid summary of the type of philosophy then prevalent. You will look in vain for a better statement of it in any latter-day history of philosophic development. Emerson's lecture on the Times, read when he was 38 years old, and his lecture on the New England Reformers, delivered 3 years later, place local events and ideas then dominant in the position that they occupy as seen from our perspective. His intellectual horizon often seems to be at the same distance from him as from us. Much that we would say of him, he has said of the forces that influenced him and included him. Between Emerson's time and ours intervenes a revolution that came to its crisis about the year 1860. The complete triumph of the scientific spirit in all minds that are abreast of their age and in fullest possession of current culture. This revolution has entirely reordered philosophic and economic theory, and has made transcendental idealism as obsolete as scholastic theology, though, to be sure, there are multitudes of men who still live in antique faiths and ignore the forefront of human thought. To see Emerson clearly, we must pass back through this revolution and emerge on his side of it. Without that act of the historical imagination, we shall misunderstand our differences from him. Before Emerson's time, Kant's laborious and honest critique, based on the revolutionary rationalism of Hume, had laid the foundations for a scientific study of mind. But the world was not ready to carry its implications out to their disconcerting conclusion, which is the destruction of religious and philosophic myth. In a sense, Kant himself was not ready. He hedged a little, and his followers hedged still more. The age was romantic, and philosophy had to make concessions to religion. In the solid structure which Kant so cautiously and courageously erected, he left a breach open toward vague unknowables. Ethical and political philosophy, called upon by the practical powers of church and state to assume some of the intellectual police functions which liberalism had wrested from religion, entered through the breach and took the Kantian stronghold. Post-Kantian philosophy became a wander world of conventional ethics in poetic motley and learned garb, a solemn masquerade in which Kaiser, Pope, banker, and landlord were honored guests. An unknowable absolute and the Christian deity merged in a God too indistinct for anyone to be skeptical about, and too impersonal to be held responsible for the world of fact. The world of fact was a very dismal place. Emerson, confirmed optimist, described it with a bold hostility that no recent indictment could exceed. In the law courts, he says, crimes of fraud have taken the place of crimes of force. The stockholder has stepped into the place of the warlike baron. The nobles shall not any longer, as feudal lords, have power of life and death over the churls, but now in another shape as capitalists shall in all love and peace eat them up as before. Nay, government itself becomes the resort of those whom government was invented to restrain. In Boston, where Emerson is now a respectable local hero, the barons are stronger than ever, and their vassals, disguised as state militia, are defending the castle of 7% in the name of government, law, and order. Emerson had remarkable flashes of insight into the motives of a social period which has not yet terminated. His way of saying what he saw was seldom so plain as the foregoing passage. It usually took a symbolic metaphorical shape. Things are in the saddle and ride mankind. In England and America, conservatism, that is, the interests of those in comfortable circumstances of property, was in complete control. Its fingers clutched the fact, says Emerson, and it will not open its eyes to see a better fact. Commercial authority permitted liberalism and humanitarianism so long as they did not threaten to upset the existing regime of plutonic tyranny. Authority encouraged philosophy so long as philosophy remained too difficult or too unworldly to be dangerous. In Germany, the philosopher was taught to utter discreetly and in innocuously abstract terms any conclusion of his metaphysic which might seem to question the authority of king and priest. It was Hegel's glorification of monarchy, the friendliness to political reaction which is inherent in his philosophy, that made him in due time the official voice of Prussian wisdom. In France, the failure of the Revolution and the monstrous Napoleonic drama had left thought depressed, cynical, and factional. In New England, the austerity of Puritan ethics was a cloak for commercial trickery, which even our brutal times cannot regard with moral satisfaction, and which we have therefore agreed, out of timid tenderness for old families, to forget or deny. The Boston merchant was a strong supporter of slavery. Radical philosophy was either impotent or insincere. And education, nominally popular, was in the hands of ministers, lawyers, and the well-to-do. In The American Scholar, which tells what education ought to be, Emerson has revealed the poverty and narrowness of the schools of his time, and in the lecture called The Conservative, he has summed up with marvelous power the influence of commercial interest upon thought. The conservative assumes sickness as a necessity, and his social frame is a hospital. His total legislation is for the present distress, a universe in slippers and flannels, with bib and pap spoon, swallowing pills and herb tea. Sickness gets organized as well as health, and vice as well as virtue. Now that a vicious system of trade has existed so long, it has stereotyped itself in the human generation, and misers are born. And now that sickness has got such a foothold, leprosy has grown cunning, has got into the ballot box. The lepers outvote the clean. Society has resolved itself into a hospital committee, and all its laws are quarantine. If any man resist and set up a foolish hope he has entertained as good against the general despair, society frowns on him, shuts him out of her opportunities, her granaries, her refectories, her water and bread, and will serve him a sexton's turn. Conservatism takes as low a view of every part of human action and passion. Its religion is just as bad, a lozenge for the sick, a dolorous tune to beguile the distemper, mitigations of pain by pillows and remedies, pardons for sin, funeral honors, never self-help, renovation, and virtue. Its social and political action has no better aim, to keep out wind and weather, to bring the week and the year about, and make the world last our day, not to sit on the world and steer it, not to sink the memory of the past in glory of a new and more excellent creation. A timid cobbler and patcher, it degrades whatever it touches. The cause of education is urged in this country with the utmost earnestness. On what ground? Why, on this, that the people have the power, and if they are not instructed to sympathize with the intelligent, reading, trading, and governing class, inspired with a taste for the same competitions and prizes, they will upset the fair pageant of judicature, and perhaps lay a hand on the sacred muniments of wealth itself, and new distribute the land. Religion is taught in the same spirit. The contractors who were building a road out of Baltimore some years ago found the Irish laborers quarrelsome and refractory to a degree that embarrassed the agents and seriously interrupted the progress of the work. The corporation were advised to call off the police and build a Catholic chapel, which they did. The priest presently restored order, and the work went on prosperously. Such hints, to be sure, are too valuable to be lost. If you do not value the Sabbath, or other religious institutions, give yourself no concern about maintaining them. They have already acquired a market value as conservators of property, and if priest and church member should fail, the chambers of commerce and the presidents of the banks, the very innholders and landlords of the county, would muster with fury to their support. By Emerson's time, a few thinkers in America and elsewhere had discovered that the high phrases of the American Revolution had been but catchwords to enlist the support of the people in a war to transfer the ownership of America from British landlords and traders to American landlords and traders. School, church, and politics conspired to keep the people worshipping mythically noble forefathers and cheering loudly for the shadow of rights whose substance they had never embraced. From these conditions, philosophy, and such religious aspiration as had broken free from the oldest conventions, took refuge in an idealistic account of life, which left much of life out and created for itself a stronghold amid the clouds. The romantic spirit absorbed the best minds of the time, for only in romance was man free, or at least unconscious of his chains. Most of the eloquent expression of the day in England and America and Germany is wholly in romantic terms. At the opening of the 19th century, Fichte, a romantic in scientific guise, was the leading figure in German philosophy. Hegelism was to follow, but was not yet ripe for its wholly Metternichian alliances with the Kaiser and the fatherland, that is, baker and landlord, against the revolutionary spirit. Fichte had had his quarrels with the clergy, and had been routed from his position in the University of Jena. In Berlin he joined the literary romantics, toned down his atheism, and by his patriotic eloquence at the time of the Napoleonic invasion he became a national hero. Thus this ethical idealism achieved popularity. It was carried to England by Coleridge and Carlyle, and came to America by way of Carlyle's writings and James Marsh's American edition of Coleridge's Aids to Reflection. These works are not pure Fichtean, but a medley of various German post-Kantians. In them, however, Fichte is dominant, and his influence is the most clearly discernible of the various philosophies that underlie New England transcendentalism and the work of Emerson. In the sentimentally ethical universe which it pleased Fichte to create, high souls could escape from the world of fact and find at least two yearnings of human nature well satisfied: the desire to contemplate the universe as an aesthetically admirable whole, and the heroic wish to be held morally responsible. This ethical and aesthetic transcendentalism drew up into itself the moral enthusiasms of the leading imaginations. Though they now and again descended to the earth to attack a specific abuse like black slavery, they were in the main aloof, serenely self-centered, and ineffectual. They were wont, as Emerson said of them, and in his letters to Carlyle he frankly and with sadly smiling regret includes himself among the fruitless flowers of speculation. They were wont to make severe moral demands on every one, and yet were not good fighters in the common battles of life. Every philosopher's beliefs are in part a construction of his own temperament. He assimilates current ideas and is the product of his time, but he selects from what is about him the thing that most fits his nature. Emerson could not have composed a lifeless philosophy even from the most inhuman development of post-Kantian metaphysics. He had little sympathy, in his most vigorous moments, with such a view as a British Hegelian expresses, that the special work of philosophy is to comprehend the world, not to try to make it better. It is, however, significant, perhaps fortunate, that the kind of idealism which came to him and his neighbors most powerfully, reinforced by the early health of Carlyle's ethical intensity, was the moral universe of Fichte. According to this philosophy, the real world is a limitless arena in which the soul can realize its duties by conflict. Struggle is the source of morality. Virtue means good action, the overcoming of something in external nature or human nature. Duty is the only true thing in the world of phenomena. Emerson's phrase reflecting this idea is the sovereignty of ethics. Things are what we ought to make them, and that is the only sense in which they really exist. Such is Fichte's simple message, and it is central in Emerson's thought, whether or not he knew or cared for Fichte's complete works. The idea was in the air, and it was so well adapted to Emerson's genius that it shows no more signs of having been transplanted from alien soils than the New England apple. For Emerson, philosophy retained its old meaning, love of wisdom. If it have no influence on conduct, it is worthless. If it have a bad influence on conduct, it is bad philosophy. He treats academic metaphysics with mild irony. Who has not looked into a metaphysical book, but what sensible man ever looked twice? Ask what is best in our experience, and we shall say a few pieces of plain dealing with wise people. Our conversation once and again has apprised us that we belong to better circles than we have yet beheld, that a mental power invites us whose generalizations are more worth for joy and effect than anything that is now called philosophy or literature. That phrase holds his own value. His generalizations are more worth for joy and effect than much that is now called philosophy and literature. Matthew Arnold tells us that Emerson is a great teacher of life, but not a great man of letters, and not a philosopher because he made no system. These distinctions are clear and just if we grant the definitions of the terms used. But Emerson, like every man of genius, strains academic definitions, and instead of holding to their tarnished uses, we find that to learn what he is demands a new understanding of terms, that academic corrosions must be scoured off and the true color of the metal revealed. What is philosophy? At the present time it seems to be the study of dead men's thoughts, pursued by small groups of teachers, in those institutions which, Emerson held, are ludicrously called universities, and not participated in to any great extent except by students who intend in turn to become teachers. But what historically is philosophy? The answer may be found in a posthumous book by William James, a true successor of Emerson, in that he also was a lover of wisdom in the old humane sense, and relieved us of much accumulated metaphysic by athletically pitching it out the window. A view of anything is termed philosophic just in proportion as it is broad and connected with other views, and as it uses principles not proximate or intermediate, but ultimate and all-embracing, to justify itself. Any very sweeping view of the world is a philosophy in this sense, an intellectualized attitude toward life. Professor Dewey well describes the constitution of all the philosophies that actually exist when he says that philosophy expresses a certain attitude, purpose, and temper of conjoined will and intellect, rather than a discipline whose boundaries can be neatly marked off. In a German historic handbook of philosophy, we find much space given to Xenophanes, a satirist, a Greek Alexander Pope, and much space given to Parmenides, a didactic poet. These amateur thinkers of an elder age hold a place in philosophy, but the poetic preacher who wrote The Conduct of Life is a footnote person in the same handbook. Jonathan Edwards, who erected his superstitions into a magnitudinous, if not an architectural pile, is an admitted philosopher, but Emerson, whose essay on fate is alive and inspiring after half a century of disputation on the free will puzzle, is but reluctantly acknowledged as a philosopher. In the official rolls of learning, then, a poetic fragment that is very old and not read by anybody but professors is philosophy, and a system, though it be a tissue of superstition and bad reasoning, especially if it be written obscurely, is philosophy. But a modern poetic preacher, whose writings are drenched with philosophy, and whose philosophy has secured a vicarious immortality by its allegiance with literary beauty, is not entitled to the mystic degree. The Hall of Philosophy at Harvard is named after Emerson, and that is a good sign. Perhaps the words of the American scholar may in time be understood even in Cambridge. Emerson is one of the few men in the 19th century whose discourses on philosophic subjects remain inspiring through many changes of belief. Moreover, It is Emerson who, with Goethe and Carlyle, distilled the quintessential value of some modes of Greek and German thought which in their original system have fallen to the ground. He was a humanist. He restored philosophy to the uses of life. He borrowed Plato from the schoolmen long enough to prove that Socrates was a human being. Emerson's failure to systematize may be due in part to his sane perception that system does not ensure truth, that this perplexing world will not contract itself and comfortably revolve within the geometric sphere of any logical scheme of thought. Emerson is like Plato, whose dialogues, though they may be systematized by critics, are not in themselves systematic, but are conversational and suggestive discourses. This modern lyceum lecturer talks about one broad general subject at a time, fills each theme with compressed, but not dried, matter, drawn from all manner of sources, leaves his auditor with the net results of many philosophies, and passes on without a formal conclusion. Like Bacon, he is an all-inquiring tourist in the region of other minds. He reads for his private uses, and is far from what he calls a sycophantic and mendicant reader. It is because he dips from so many streams of thought, because he condenses an essay into a paragraph, and then inserts the paragraph into any theme that will hold it conveniently, that he is charged with being disconnected and deficient in organic structure. The truth is, his work is singularly unified, not only section for section, essay for essay, but regarded as a whole from his first lecture to his last. Matter so homogeneous as his may break up into globules like spilt mercury, but only contact is required to make instant adherence and fluid reassemblage. For 40 years he preached the same sermon: character, conduct, spiritual energy, courageous will, resilient belief, and confident illusion. Erroneous vitality is better than dead accuracy. We have a certain instinct that where there is a great amount of life, though gross and peccant, it has its own checks and purifications, and will be found at last in harmony with moral laws. His laudation of the will to live is a reaction against the old theological idea that will is a deplorable fact, and that it is the cause of the individual's sinful unfitness in a universe perfect except for the unique vileness of man, and so the explanation, which does not explain, of our inharmoniousness with an omniscient and beneficent God. Seen in the light of the philosophies that developed after him, Emerson, a gentle country parson, is not unlike a Nietzsche to the Calvinistic Schopenhauers. But necessarily the terms in which he expresses his revolt against the degrading humilities and soul sickness of theology are the terms of the religion which he has outgrown. In spite of our imbecility and terror and the universal decay of religion, etc., etc., the moral sense reappears today with the same morning newness that has been from of old the fountain of beauty and strength. The source and master of the universe is still the God of Jacob, a force for righteousness fighting on our side of the battle, though he appears under the frigidly impersonal designation Oversoul. Emerson falls into confusions of thought. His incurable optimism simply cannot dispose of the problem of evil. Yet these failings are only the inherent weakness of the entire idealistic philosophy of his time, and of the revised Christianity known as Unitarianism. None of the orderly exponents of idealistic monism ever got round the stump of vice and misery. Evil is the germ of decay which eats through all their systems. The main difference between Emerson's confession of faith and the elaborate reasonings of Spinoza, of Fichte, of Hegel, is that they, creating and defending systems which pretend to completeness, must explain inconsistencies away, whereas Emerson blandly accepts inconsistencies. A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, adored by little statesmen and philosophers and divines. The greater inconsistencies, too terrible to be foolish, Emerson ignores. Omit the negative propositions, he says, an injunction which is abhorrent to an honest, intrepid mind, and which, of course, he vigorously disobeyed himself. It is doubtful if he compared his essay on fate with his chapter on idealism, pared them down to their issues so that their essential contradiction might be seen. Idealism sees the world in God. It beholds the whole circle of persons and things, of actions and events, of country and religion, not as painfully accumulated, atom after atom, in an aged creeping past, but as one vast picture which God paints on the instant eternity for the contemplation of the soul. And in the essay on worship he says, strong men believe in cause and effect. The man was born to do it, and his father was born to be the father of him and of his deed. And by looking narrowly, you shall see that there was no luck in the matter, but it was all a problem in arithmetic or an experiment in chemistry. The curve of the flight of the moth is preordained, and all things go by number, rule, and weight. An entire everlastingly finished universe, painted once for all on eternity, precludes the possibility that man can will anything, or introduce a particle of novelty into the world, by desiring one thing more than another. Yet the essay on fate is a bold problem-cutting declaration that the world is continually remaking, that the human will, however small, is the very treasure of life, gallantly contending against the universe of chemistry, and the eloquent peroration addressed to blessed unity and beautiful necessity magnificently begs the question. The Emersonian paradoxes. Fate has its lord, limitation its limits. Power attends and agonizes fate. The hero masters destiny by believing in it. Fate involves melioration. These are no verbal quips, but a sincere account of the matter, for the matter itself, the free will determinism problem, is a paradox foisted on life by technical philosophy and by the baseless dogmas of religion. Emerson is inconsistent because life is inconsistent, and a fair attempt to describe it from one point of observation, assumed today, will challenge tomorrow's statement of another aspect. The disciplines of life instruct us that good thoughts are no better than good dreams unless they be executed. Yet the end of the essay on success, a sermon to chide hasty activity, and that spirit in American life which is condensed in the abominable motto, "Do it now," concludes with this approval of the static contemplative ideal. The inner life sits at home, and does not learn to do things nor value these facts at all. 'Tis a quiet, wise perception. It loves truth because it is itself real. It loves right, it knows nothing else, but it makes no progress. It lies in the sun and broods on the world. Emerson does not say that this is the only good ideal, but he phrases it strongly enough to show that there, for the day, for the purpose of that essay, his heart is at home. Emerson gives the antidote to each moral or immoral overdose. His inconsistencies show violently when single sentences are confronted with other sentences from distant parts of his work. Inherently, he is as consistent as the human being ever is, who tries to tell how God made the world and is managing it at the present difficult hour. Emerson would have us grasp the metaphysical nettle and rob it of its sting. It is life we are bent on, not problems. Whatever the ultimate constitutions of the world, we know what plain human virtues are necessary to go bravely and profitably through life. We cannot dispel evil by wishing it away, as Emerson seems to say in some of his healthful high-noon wedsings with the sun, but we can see what may be made of evil, how much of it may be disregarded, evaded, and overcome. This page from Emerson and Carlyle and Fichte was written centuries ago by Epictetus. We can try our muscles on evil and turn it to account, thus realizing and reaffirming the law of compensation. End of section 4. Recording by Laurie Arsenault, Maine. Section 5 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 5. Emerson, Part 2. Christianity preaches original sin. Emerson, like the Unitarians, preaches original virtue. His serene manner of reversing some of the facts of life so that they all face one way is at some moments irritating, but in the end and on the whole, it is exhilarating. It is a poetic, emotional way of reading life. It is Browning's way, and is wholly satisfactory in him until overzealous admirers try to make a philosopher of him and reduce his thoughts to prose, thereby killing the poetry. Emerson is a prose rhapsodist and psalmist, and though he is never quite free from the atmosphere of lyceum, platform, and pulpit, though he uses the vocabulary of theology and philosophy, he is impatient of argument and sits augustly above the planes of logic. This would justly exclude him from the company of philosophers, but for one thing, the philosophers themselves are not logical, and they play fast and loose with facts. In the chapter called Considerations by the Way, in The Conduct of Life, Emerson says, "In front of these sinister facts, the first lesson of history is the good of evil." Then follow 3 pages of historic illustration in which events are so simply, so cheaply motivated that one knows that history was not made in any such storybook fashion. But as Emerson says of the old physicians, the meaning holds if the physiology is a little mythical. He often carries his points in a high-handed manner. If any illustration be not grounded in reality, he will cordially yield it and proceed undismayed. We know from the memoirs of his contemporaries that Emerson's personality carried authority, that even when they did not fully understand him, his audiences followed him because his character fascinated them and persuaded them to believe him. With his death, a magic passed from his work which the modern reader cannot recall. Certainly he was one of those to be included in Hazlitt's list of persons one would wish to have seen. Those who heard him felt the ennobling spell of his presence. The more vigorous Carlyle bowed his head for once and acknowledged a superior. Moreover, the audiences of those days heard from Emerson many witty and colloquial asides which do not appear in his writings, and which mitigated the continuously lofty tone and fetched him back from a starry aloofness. "I do not," he says, "often speak to public questions. They are odious and hurtful, and it seems like meddling and leaving your work. I have my own spirits in prison, spirits in deeper prisons whom no man visits if I do not." But he did speak to a good purpose on public questions, and his asides, reported by those who heard him, and his letters reveal the practical, shrewd Yankee in him, a man among his neighbors as well as a preacher from the hilltop. His high thinking sometimes loses itself in the skies, as when he says, "There are moments when the affections rule and absorb a man and make his happiness dependent on a person or persons. But in health, the mind is presently seen again, its overarching vault bright with galaxies of immutable lights, and the warm love and fears that swept over us as clouds must lose their finite character and blend with God, to attain their own perfection. The seer who lives at ease in such astronomical heights wrote to a friend, "Everything wakes this morning except my darling boy." And he wrote to Carlyle of the farmers, traditionally the honest backbone of the country, "Horace Greeley does their thinking for them at $1 a head." Emerson walked on the roads of a New England town and read the daily newspapers. Sanctified airs he abominated, and he must have disconcerted some rapt admirers who approached him in adoring mood by his whimsical, air-cleaning good sense. He was reserved but not timid. He was not afraid to write things down coarsely as they stand. The vigor of Emerson's attacks on plain daily political hypocrisy and commercial corruption is doubled by the habitual serenity of the man. A saint on fire is a more persuasive attorney for the prosecution than the chronic objector. The haloed Emerson has been well respected and remembered, but the citizen Emerson has been obscured by the light of the aureole. To read him in his entirety, his letters and journals, and the reports of his real as well as his professional conversations, is to become acquainted with the very spectrum of the human race. Just to hint the flaw which is necessary to a convincing portrait, one may object gently to his blowing hot and cold on Whitman. He did not quite stand to the guns of his first conviction that Whitman was at the beginning of a great career, and his annoyance at Whitman's use in good faith of his emphatic words of approval was quite natural and human. The rest of us common mortals would have been more annoyed, and we should not have had the brains to see Whitman's merits at once, as Emerson saw them without waiting for other people to point them out. Emerson is one of the few great preachers who do not stand small in their pulpits, and who do not lay their greatness aside in the robing room after the service. His gracious and substantial character is behind his sermons. Arnold, Carlyle, Ruskin have faults that repel the congregation even though it comes willingly to the next discourse. Arnold's intellectual snobbery, Carlyle's raucous ill-temper, and his falsification of verifiable matters of fact, Ruskin's querulous superiority, his prolix over-explanatory patronage of us naughty little schoolboys, these faults no fault of Emerson's resembles or equals. He preached culture. Like Goethe, he was culture. He impels us to lofty thinking by exemplifying it in our presence, whereas Arnold's insistence on culture, itself a droning preponderance, such as Emerson thought true culture should modulate, makes a healthy man yearn to commit some gross vulgarity. Arnold, who will lead us to the excellence of Homer, spends half his time laying a ferule on Homer's translators and biographers, so that one wearies of the schoolroom smell and longs for the shining strand before Troy. Carlyle, who will improve his country, assassinates it. England, he says, is dying of inanition. It obstinately refuses to die, but reveals a quite unphilosophic will to survive its grave diseases and justify Emerson's buoyant prediction, "Let who will fail, England will not." If Emerson has a deaf spot in his ear and can be guilty of a puzzling stupidity when he says, "France where poet never grew," at least he does not wipe France from the map of Europe, but writes a hearty essay on Montaigne. Emerson glorifies religion because it is a natural and beautiful function of humanity to worship excellence. Carlyle hurls religion at us because we are miserable fools that need to be policed, and so we quite cheerfully fling it back. Ruskin, a theologian at heart and by the insuperable tradition of his youthful discipline, must be always haranguing us into obedience to himself and other lofty persons. He warns us, when we would be free from superstitions and miseries, that the fly on the ceiling is the perfect embodiment of freedom. Though Emerson has no delusions about the multitude, and though in one place he talks like a Malthusian and an aristocrat, he is not long in this mood. Reader's note. There is a footnote at the word aristocrat, which reads, "Leave this hypocritical prating about the masses. Masses are rude, lame, unmade, pernicious in their demands and influence, and need not be flattered, but to be schooled. I wish not to concede anything to them, but to tame, drill, divide, and break them up, and draw individuals out of them. The worst of charity is that the lives you are asked to preserve are not worth preserving. Masses. The calamity is the masses. I do not wish any mass at all, but honest men only, lovely, sweet, accomplished women only, and no shovel-handed, narrow-brained, gin-drinking million-stockingers and lazzaroni at all. If government knew how I should like to see it check, not multiply the population. When it reaches its true law of action, every man that is born will be hailed as essential." From Conduct of Life, page 237. Shade of Nature attend. End of footnote. And reading once again the sentence that contained the footnote. Though Emerson has no delusions about the multitude, and though in one place he talks like a Malthusian and an aristocrat, he is not long in this mood. He sees the onward unconquerable process of life. Man, like a wounded oyster, mends his shell with pearl. He regenerates from within, because the life in him urges him to keep on, and the knocks he gets show him how to live better, and not, as Ruskin seems to think, and as the priestly mind ever teaches, because man has high ideas thrust down on him from upper circles. Emerson is with the stream of American life, and the unfolding of its own nature. He does not, like egotistic preachers, bear the weight of this world and shake a disappointed head when humanity fails to obey orders. "I have no infirmity of faith," he says, "no belief that it is of much importance what I or any man may say. I am sure that a certain truth will be said through me, though I should be dumb, or though I should try to say the reverse." He believes that the right leaders inevitably lead, though the apparently dominant legislator and money changer are corrupt and are competent only in their own interests. Society is a troop of thinkers, and the best heads among them take the best places. This, to be sure, is not true of any visibly present Congress or university, but it is not untrue when the already lived ages of man are summed up. Emerson represents an era of excessive individualism, and his own emphasis on the single private man is extreme. But this is not the inflamed individualism which he says puts a man out of sympathy with his fellows. He seems sometimes not to understand the organic growth of society. His chapter on wealth is stylistic. In such matters Carlyle goes deeper. Emerson ascribes English prosperity and peacefulness to the national habits of considering that every man must take care of himself, and has himself to thank if he do not maintain and improve his position in society. A view of life, if indeed Englishmen have it more than other nations, which financial alliances and industrial agglomerations were even in those days proving untrue to fact. Emerson's doctrine of self-reliance is tonic to the soul. It stirs a man to straighten up and make the best of himself. But it is blind to the mutual dependence of the parts of the social organism. Heaven, he says, deals with us on no representative principles. Souls are not saved in bundles. A survival in Emerson of the old doctrine of Christianity. The world was learning even then that we live and die physically and morally in bundles, and that though our whole use of wealth needs revision and reform, yet that reform is not in the direction of an otherworldly and individualist view of it. Though wealth does not make the home, poverty often makes the home impossible. It is a fine fancy to say that he who owns the day is rich, and perhaps the man who asks to have enough of material comforts asks too much, as Emerson says, yet the demand continues, mounts increasingly, and must be answered if we are to come out of that state of society which he regards as barbarous, into the state where every industrious man can get his living without dishonest customs. Emerson is confessedly not a practical social reformer. He sometimes seems to regard with too dispassionate fortitude the agonies and tumults of life. He stands in skeptical sympathy aside from most of the movements with which Concord was seething. The superior mind, he says in the essay on Montaigne, will find itself equally at odds with the evils of society and with the projects that are offered to relieve them. He addresses himself specifically to those forces which are in the individual, if they are anywhere. He directs his encouraging admonitions not to collective mankind, but to the single man. Sometimes his consolations are rather too cosmic, as when he assures us that we are part of the astonishing astronomy and existing at last to moral ends and from moral causes. For the greater part, his electric incitements to better action, his applied ethics, are true and virile. His liberal poetic way of asserting the old doctrine of salvation by works rings sound through any changes of the philosophic climate. The only path of escape known in all the worlds of God is performance. Men talk of mere morality, which is much as if one should say, "Poor God with nobody to help him." Let us replace sentimentalism with realism, and dare to uncover those simple laws which, be they seen or unseen, pervade and govern. That is, never mind the moral metaphysic, but get at the things that count in life. The chapter on worship is an essay on the insufficiency of all dogmatic religions. I see that sensible men and conscientious men all over the world were of one religion, the religion of well-doing and daring, men of sturdy truth, men of integrity and feeling for others. My inference is that there is a statement of religion possible which makes all skepticism absurd. Everything in natural law thunders the 10 Commandments. Emerson is always a preacher and never quite an essayist in the sense we mean when we speak of Montaigne, Lamb, Hazlitt, and Stevenson. In his compression and compendiousness he is like Bacon. He has poetry, wit, humor, a genius unlike any other man's for wayward and surprising analogy, but his thoughts are assembled and emphasized for so definite a purpose that his discourses lack the apparent spontaneity of the true essay. It is hard to say what the true essay is, as hard as to say what a true poem is, but you know it when you find it, and this much can be said of it, that it is near akin to the first-rate private letter and to private talk, and that the instinct of Lamb and the deliberate art of Stevenson both achieve it. There is somewhat the same difference between one of Emerson's discourses and a perfect essay that there is between a novel in support of a thesis, or a parable to prove a point, and a tale that seems told for its own sake. Emerson's anthology of ideas is grouped to a homiletic end, and is not cunningly casual as if it arranged itself. This implies rather more than less construction, and is against the idea, which some people hold, that Emerson is discontinuous. Sometimes his thought, sailing beautifully as a cloud and putting the reader in a mood for more of the same poetic and shimmering prose, suddenly shatters on one of his sharp points. The abrupt directness of some phrases, many of which are now familiar and therefore doubly arresting when we encounter them, justifies in part the notion that he is incoherent. This notion is enforced by the biographical fact that he did collect fragments and put them into pigeonholes until he had enough to make an essayful. But most essayists write that way, if the truth were told. Moreover, the Emersonian selection is such that a kind of unity is assured in advance, for a fragment, even as it is pinched into a drawer, finds its intellectual brothers there before it. Fragmentariness is a defect that he knew well, and if he candidly found it in his own work, he quite impartially and correctly found it in others. Our books, he says, contrasting them with Swedenborg's massive expositions, are false by being fragmentary, Their sentences are bon mots and not part of natural discourse. After one understands what Emerson is driving at, one admires the skill, conscious or instinctive, with which he puts his lectures together. They were effective as spoken, and they are effective now. He is, on the whole, sequential. Sentence follows sentence, cumulative and coherent, the thought selected not only to the purpose which the essay avowedly aims at, but to the greater end which his whole life seeks. His sentences are connected in their subterranean structure, if not in their visible relations. In making notes for passages to quote in this paper, I found that I was turning down so many dog-ears that the book grew clumsy and the indicated quotations became too numerous to use. This in itself constitutes a criticism of Emerson. One thing more that I discovered also constitutes a criticism of him, namely, that to pull the jewels out of his mosaic, though it make the despoiler rich indeed, does disturb his pattern. It is a mosaic, but it is designed. He knew perfectly well what he was about. He hitched his wagon of progress to many stars, well knowing that people would remember the stars. The stellar attachment has not been severed by time, and if you read Emerson at all and come on a starry thought in any book, a good bit of Emersonian discourse will trail into your mind. There is amazingly much in him. He gathers into one discourse the wisdom of 20 sages, or such of their wisdom as happened to appeal to him, and he was an unerring chooser. And he unites them to his purpose because his fundamental thought is unified. He embraces his subject, surrounds and contains it. His epigram is the true sort. Its motive is concision, not cleverness. He is like Socrates, with the interlocutor's part of the conversation left out. You silently ask questions and make retorts, and he answers you in the course of the page. He develops point upon point, apparently unsystematic at times, but leading to a foreseen conclusion. He is a master of the finest art for readers who will give their attention to their reading and meet a good thinker halfway, the art of suggestion. You must know something to read him, and you must have had an attack of philosophy and got over it to understand what a great essential philosopher he is, despite the professional philosophers who have not recovered from their attack but have nursed it as a chronic state of mind. Walter Bagehot, in Physics and Politics, put the matter well, and he gives a new twist to the word cultivated that may surprise the Philistine of culture. Unapproved abstract principles without number, says Bagehot, have been eagerly caught up by sanguine men, and then carefully spun out into books and theories which were to explain the whole world. But the world goes clear against these abstractions, and it must do so, as they require it to go in antagonistic directions. The mass of a system attracts the young and impresses the unwary, but cultivated people are very dubious about it. They are ready to receive hints and suggestions, and the smallest real truth is ever welcome. But a large book of deductive philosophy is much to be suspected. No doubt the deductions may be right. In most writers they are so. But where did the premises come from? Who is sure that they are the whole truth and nothing but the truth of the matter in hand? Who is not almost sure beforehand that they will contain a strange mixture of truth and error, and therefore that it will not be worth while to spend life in reasoning over their consequences? In a word, the superfluous energy of mankind has flowed over into philosophy, and has worked into big systems what should have been left as little suggestions. Emerson takes the little suggestions out of big systems and plants them in his prose. He angles with himself in the pools of wisdom and in his readers' sympathies. That statistic which it pleased Dr. Holmes to make, and which shows that Emerson makes 3,000 references to over 800 writers, sages, and other great men, does not pulverize him into a Bartlett's quotations. His confident mind grasps, if not the whole universe, at least that part of it in the disclosure of which he spent 50 years remediating and rephrasing. His illustrations from current sciences and discoveries are often like Lilly's natural history, naive and fictitious. He uses illustration like a poet, not for itself, but to place his thought picturesquely before you, in the manner of the parable maker. Many of his concrete examples are from everyday life. The fibrous roots of his analogies shoot through his native soil. He plays to and fro between heaven and earth, pointing to an angel behind a New England rock, and then to a principle of mundane ethics working out in the vast skies. His combination of the homely and the starry gives at once foothold and wings to the reader's imagination. Slow to learn the lesson that there is but one depth, but one interior, and that is his purpose. When joy or calamity or genius shall slow him, the woods, the farms, the city shopmen and cab drivers, indifferently with prophet or friend, will mirror back to him its unfathomable depth, its populous solitude. The sweep of that sentence from woods, farms, and shopmen to populous solitudes is a typical specimen of Emerson's melody and volition. He has many such sentences, many paragraphs, and pages of such prose harmonies. The texture of his thought is so richly metaphorical, he is such a master of analogy that you wonder, as you wonder in reading Lamb and Newman and Ruskin, why a man of high feelings and noble eloquence saturated with the poetry of life and the words of the great poets should yet fail to be a poet. Emerson yearned ardently to be a poet, and attain to that splendid dialect, but his verse is inconsiderable beside his prose. It expresses his leading thoughts, but they are again and again better expressed in his essays. Perplexing it is to pass from the rigid cramped verses that precede the sections of The Conduct of Life into the grand resonances of the essays themselves. For some reason he never learned the art of verse. A few of his poems, like the Concord Hymn, The Humble Bee, and 2 or 3 perfect quatrains, place him among the genuine poets whom we call minor, because the major poets are so miraculously above them. You come frequently upon lines of Emerson's that are near to poetry, but which instantly confess their failure by reminding you of the better poets. For example, The Flower says, "The self-same power that brought me there brought you." The reader's mind rushes beyond Emerson to Blake's perfect Tiger, Tiger. As Emerson delicately says of Thoreau, the thyme and marjoram are not quite transmuted into honey. To him may be applied his own lines at the beginning of the poem Destiny. That you are fair or wise is vain, or strong, or rich, or generous. You must add the untaught strain that sheds the beauty on the rose. Always strong, rich, wise, generous, sometimes quaintly fair and sweet, Emerson's poetry lacks the untaught, unteachable strain of ultimate poetry. We remember it chiefly because it is Emerson's. If this seems grudging, let it be remembered that it implies a standard worthy of him, a standard which he himself raised in his many magnificent passages about poets and poetry. The true Emerson is the splendid prose, of which almost every page shows his divination, grand aims, hospitality of soul. Biographical note: Ralph Waldo Emerson was born in Boston, May 25, 1803. He died in Concord, Massachusetts, April 27, 1882. His father, pastor of the First Church in Boston, died when Emerson was 8 years old, leaving the family poor. Emerson was never well-to-do, but was passing rich on few hundred a year, most of which he earned by lecturing, which he called peddling his literary pack of notions. He went to Harvard and studied for the ministry. In 1829 he was called to the Second Church in Boston. 3 years later he resigned because he did not believe in the communion rite. His sermon on the Lord's Supper, now published in Miscellanies, in which he announced his intention of withdrawing from the ministry, may be regarded as his first essay. The unperturbed candor and intellectual integrity and the modestly authoritative way of saying things are there first revealed. His anxieties affected his usually excellent health, and he made a voyage to the Mediterranean. On this journey and later one he met some of the distinguished European men of letters, notably Carlyle. English Traits is a record of his travels. The rest of his life he spent at Concord, which he left only to give lectures. He contributed to the Dial, which he edited for some years, and to the Atlantic Monthly, and from time to time assembled his lectures and poems in small volumes. In 1829 he married Ellen Louise Tucker. She died in 1832. In 1835 he married Lydia Jackson. His chief works are Historical Discourse at Concord, 1835, Lectures on Biography, Spoken Discourses, 1835, Nature, 1836, The American Scholar, Phi Beta Kappa Oration at Harvard, delivered, 1837, Essays, First Series, 1841, Essays, Second Series, 1844, The Young American, a Lecture, 1844, Poems, 1847, 1865, Miscellanies, 1849, Representative Men, 1850, English Traits, 1856, The Conduct of Life, 1860, May Day, 1867, Society and Solitude, 1870, Parnassus, an Anthology of Poetry, 1874, Letters and Social Aims, 1875, Poems Revised, 1878, The Fortune of the Republic, 1878, The Sovereignty of Ethics, 1878, Lectures and Biographical Sketches, 1883, Natural History of the Intellect, 1893, Journals, 1820 through 1872, edited by E. W. Emerson and W. E. Forbes. 6 volumes so far published, 1909, 1910, 1911. The Best Life of Emerson is by J. E. Cabot. The finest critical and biographical study is that by G. E. Woodbury. Excellent essays are those by J. R. Lowell, Matthew Arnold, and J. J. Chapman. End of Section 5. Recording by Laurie Arsenault, Maine.
Section 6 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert Macy. Section 6. Hawthorne. Literature in its romantic mood, that is, humanity in its romantic mood, looks at life with its eyes focused on distant visions. The foreground of actuality is blurred. When the vision is strong, it sees more beautiful things than the sharpest perception of realism can find in the immediate spectacle which it strives to penetrate, for then romanticism is poetry. Romance takes great risks. When it succeeds, its triumph is supreme. All men come under its spell, and the most sullen realist cannot deny it. When its vision is weak, it is the most lamentable falsifier. Its eye is dissolute and drunken, and it is cried out upon by honesty and intellectual courage. The romantic, looking beyond life, turns in 2 directions, either to a timeless land that never can exist, or to a past that never did exist. The typical expression of modern romance is the historical novel, in which the unwarranted fundamental assumption is that life was once more interesting than it is now. Taking a few picturesque historic facts for its ground cloth, Romance embroiders pretty pictures at will, childishly indifferent to fact. Realism says, I will draw my neighbor's soul. Romance says, I will draw the soul of some person who lived long ago and was more entertaining than my neighbor. Or, I will draw some aspect of soul that never was in human shape, some twist of mind, terrible, fantastic, or sheerly beautiful. Both methods are good when they are adopted by powerful writers. But romance has been so abused in English fiction of the 19th century that some of us are heartily tired of it, and there are few modern romancers who still hold us. Hawthorne is one of the few. If his work is not great, it is at least sincere, beautiful, free from false notes, fragile amid the stronger geniuses of his age, yet thoroughly manly and dignified. He is a born romancer, consistent and never in doubt as to what he was trying to do, writing, it seems, at least in his earlier years, to please himself. He shrinks from life. Personally, he is shy and secluded, though not so morbid as to brawnier natures he may appear. His artistic imagination, as fine a gift as was ever bestowed on any man except the great poets, is baffled, even wounded, by the rougher human facts amid which he passes his life. The sketch of the custom house which introduces the scarlet letter is so shrewdly realistic that it roused some local resentments, but it is quite singular in his work. He wrote little else in the same spirit. His notebooks of travel contain some clear flashes of present reality, yet for the most part they offer the obverse side of the romantic imagination, its disillusion, its sadness for dreams unfulfilled. So strongly does this mood of sensitive chagrin express itself in his reflections on English life, that Hawthorne, most modest and gentlest of men, who looked upon social conditions at home and abroad with melancholy indifference, was thought by some of our British cousins to have made a Yankee attack on the mother country. Hawthorne himself was puzzled that anyone should attach weight to his opinions, which are so lacking in any spirit of aggression or even of analysis. He was recording moods. He was aloof from the English, just as he was aloof from Yankees and Southerners. The quarrel between the American states merely deepened his gravity and filled him with silent unhappiness. For the political grapplings of the time he had neither mind nor heart. Neither on one side nor on the other of that great conflict which shook the souls of his contemporaries did he say anything which is now worth remembering. The accidents of friendship enlisted his literary competence to write a campaign biography of Franklin Pierce. It is as if Shelley had been college chum of some British statesman and had written whatever it is in England that corresponds to American campaign biographies. In the preface of The Marble Faun, Hawthorne says, Italy, as the site of this romance, was chiefly valuable to him as affording a sort of poetic or fairy precinct, where actualities would not be so terribly insisted upon as they are and must needs be in America. No author without a trial can conceive the difficulty of writing a romance about a country where there is no shadow, no antiquity, no mystery, no picturesque and gloomy wrong, nor anything but a commonplace prosperity, in broad and simple daylight, as is happily the case with my dear native land. Mr. Henry James seems to accept Hawthorne's view that his limitations were objective, and that he might have done greater work if he had lived somewhere else. When Mr. James wrote his excellent little book, he had exchanged one provincialism for another in the pursuit of his own literary career, and this explains, perhaps, why he presses the idea that America was not rich in material for the maker of stories. His list of things which America did not have wherewith to stimulate the literary imagination leaves his dear native land more shiveringly naked than does Hawthorne's own complaint of his country's romantic poverty. It is not strange that Hawthorne's temperament should be dissatisfied with the life about him, but it is strange that Mr. James, a confirmed realist and analytic critic, should not see that the dissatisfaction was due to the nature of Hawthorne's genius, that he did not depend on his environment or make full use of it. For the most part, he simply ignored it. He liked what no country in any era presents in the daylight glare of actuality. Naturally, one fond of haunted castles, ghosts, and unearthly mysteries does not seek them on Broadway, New York, which is 200 years old, nor yet on the Strand in London, which is 1,000 years old. He seeks them in his mind and in written legend, the only places where they exist. Every society, new or old, is rich in shadows, tragedies, picturesque and gloomy wrongs as old as Adam. The true novelist sees these contrasts, these terrible depths, and makes stories of them, but not the romancer of any race or age whose favorite haunt is a fairy precinct. In one mood, Hawthorne evidently feels that in contemporaneous and local society there is abundant material for one who can improve it, for in The House of the Seven Gables he says, apropos of Holgrave, "A romance on the plan of Gil Blas, adapted to American society and manners, would cease to be a romance. The experience of many individuals among us who think it hardly worth the telling would equal the vicissitudes of the Spaniard's earlier life, while their ultimate success, or the point whither they tend, may be incomparably higher than any that a novelist would imagine for his hero." However that may be, it is not true that Hawthorne lacked materials or that he suffered for want of literary surroundings, as Mr. James seems to think. He did not prospect the wealth that lay at his door. And after success crowned his efforts, he was solitary from choice in a society that had a not inconsiderable cluster of distinguished poets and essayists. Fields had to seek him and coax his manuscript from him. The memoirs of the charming circle at Concord show that all respected him, but none was intimate with him. He was a wanderer in dreams. He felt life to be stark and flat, and, deceived by the storybook pictures of Europe, he hoped, like many American youths, to find a greater world across the sea. But when he really saw Europe, he was disappointed. The marble faun does not reveal the action of a starved imagination finding at last the abundant beauty it had yearned for, but is curiously cold, colder than the scarlet letter. Hawthorne carried his climate with him. His skies are neither American nor Italian. Until biography reminds you of it, you do not think of Hawthorne as a New Englander hindered or enriched by the geographic soil of his being. He held his universe in his head, and was all too little impressed by the parts of the external universe in which the collateral records show him to have worked, married, and had his house. That his clear eye was able to see momentous realities when he chose to look at them is shown by such a remark as that in Our Old Home, where, speaking of British poverty and wealth, he says, "Is or is not the system wrong that gives one married pair so immense a superfluity of luxurious home, and shuts a million others from any home whatever? One day or another, safe as they deem themselves, and safe as the hereditary temper of the people really tends to make them, the gentlemen of England will be compelled to face this question." The most analytic sociologist of the year 1850 could not have put it more plainly, more prophetically. It is the problem which in this year of grace the gentlemen of England and America and other countries are being forced to face. No other question equals it in the thought of our time, and the best fiction of today is aware of it. Similar problems, social contrasts teeming with ideas fit for the dramatic imagination to grasp and embody in art, were present to Hawthorne's eyes if his nature had led him to look at them. The commonplace prosperity of his native land, which he thought so cheerfully uninteresting, was blotted with glooms, and the country was in the throes of tremendously exciting moral and political wars. But he who showed fine clarity of vision during the few moments when he opened his eyes to life, and who expressed every idea he wished to express with perfect lucidity, did not often face any question that we now conceive to have been crying out at him every day. He shut himself up with spooks and queer quasi-psychological mysteries. Fictitious literary history is wont to regard Hawthorne as the chronicler and poetic embodiment of the Puritan spirit. The Puritans were gloomy, and Hawthorne was gloomy. Behold, the assimilation is perfect, the heredity is self-evident. In sooth, Hawthorne was the least Puritan of the New England writers. The spirit, the character, the history of his Puritan forefathers he did not know any better than he knew the history and characters of medieval Italians, whose palaces and dungeons he gazed on without much enthusiasm. Puritanism never produces art. It kills art. As well speak of a deaf violinist as of a Puritan poet. When Milton is making poetry, he is a pagan. As Puritan, he either does not write or writes badly. The Puritan, like any other human being, can be made the subject of art, but he himself is artistically barren and inarticulate. The removal of Puritan inhibitions was a necessary condition of the beginning of anything like art in New England, and Hawthorne was notably free from the spirit of Puritanism. He was as far removed as Poe from any sort of ethical tradition that prevailed about him or that had prevailed before him. Indeed, he was the only one of the New Englanders who was purely artistic. And this fact is fundamentally related to the other fact that he was the only New England man of letters who was not deeply moved by black slavery or any of the burning issues of the time. He was interested in fanciful manifestations of the soul, not in genuine ethical problems. His home was fairyland, and he was especially fain of haunted woods and treacherous bogs. He approached the Puritans just as he approached Greek wonder tales. The Scarlet Letter is in no sense a historical novel of Puritan life, any more than Macbeth is a study of the early history of Scotland. The problem of conscience is not for Hawthorne an aspect of the national mind or of the moral development of his dear native land. It is a motive for story and legend to be wrought out in the purple colors of which he was master. The soul suffering from remorse is creepy and fascinating, and Hawthorne plays with it as Poe does, and as Stevenson does in Markheim. People will continue to regard Hawthorne as the blossom of Puritanism, and to picture his handsomely melancholy face as a spiritual descendant of witch-hangers. That is the cliché of the matter, and it is in all the books. But Hawthorne, fortunately, was a mildly irreverent man, charmed by the colors of things, and somewhat skeptical of the intense beliefs of his contemporaries. The theme of the Scarlet Letter appealed less to his moral sense than to his pictorial imagination. He turned the symbol over and over and embroidered his story with it. It is a red spot on a gray colonial dress. It is a bloody brand on a man's breast. It is a fiery portent in the sky. Hawthorne was enamored of its hue, and he designed it cunningly like a worker in tapestry, against the tortured conscience of Dimmesdale, and against Chillingworth, the skulking ghost of revenge. They are two tones of blackish purple. Pearl is another color, not a human child, but a symbolized flower of sin, a gem in the darkness. What little bird of scarlet plumage may this be? Methinks I have seen just such figures when the sun has been shining through a richly painted window, and tracing out the golden and crimson images across the floor. Art thou one of those naughty elfs or fairies whom we thought to have left behind us with other relics of papistry in merry old England? I am my mother's child, answered the scarlet vision, and my name is Pearl. Pearl? Ruby, rather, or coral, or red rose. So speaks the old clergyman who was nurtured at the rich bosom of the English Church, and so speaks Hawthorne, the lover of pigments. The story of Hester is not poignantly tragic. It is not even sentimentally pathetic, like Goethe's story of Margaret. Hester Prynne is a vaguely defined figure aloft on the place of shame. She does not live in the real world of the Reverend Cotton Mather, his Magnalia, nor in the other real world of Thomas Hardy's Tess. The development of her character under suffering and the sweet influence of her child is an abstract idea, beautifully suggested, but not the growth of a human heart in the breast of a flesh-and-blood woman. Dimmesdale is a voice, a clerical garment, a flat figure in a thin morality play, not a man whose passion has overcome a woman. The Scarlet Letter is a prose poem, a development of the theme on a field sable, the letter A, gules. To regard it as a novel of human character is to dissolve its enchantment. As well look for character in The Eve of St. Agnes, or Christabel, or The Fall of the House of Usher. Each person in the story is a mood, a tone. Chillingworth's approach is like a change of the weather, a pervasive shadow darkening the sky. Dimmesdale and the gloom of the forest blend not as a living man with nature, but as a sad theme of music with sombre under-harmonies. So understood, The Scarlet Letter is a perfect book. No word, no suggestion, detail, or scene, but is set in its place with sure artistry. Hawthorne knew thoroughly the nature and the methods of his art. He did not stumble into success, but worked with his eyes open. In the early years when he was practicing his craft without public recognition, destroying some tales and sending others forth upon a sea of indifference, he found out all there was to know about his capacities, and he became as sophisticated as Poe in the calculation of his effects. In the preface of The House of the Seven Gables, he has expressed finally the spirit and intention of his work, and marked clearly the boundary between the adjacent realms of romance and novel. That preface should be read as a general introduction to Hawthorne's work. His request that the book be read strictly as a romance, having a great deal more to do with the clouds overhead than with any portion of the actual soil of the county of Essex, is applicable to all his stories. The House of the Seven Gables begins in the tone of a novel, is entered over a threshold of actuality. The history of the house is told in a daylight, matter-of-fact tone, and the opening chapters about Hepzibah and her shop, about Uncle Venner and the little boy who bought the gingerbread, seem less like the typically Hawthornesque than like the work of the naturalistic sketchers of New England manners. But after the realistic beginning, the world becomes murky. The lover of beauty, Clifford, made imbecile by his sufferings, haunts the house like a ghost. The villain of the piece, Judge Pincheon, stalks in and out, wearing a gloomy aura. Holgrave dabbles in hypnotism and practices his black art on the very hens in the yard. Through these shadows shine the bright but artificial beams of Phoebe's cheerful innocence. She is the pearl motive under a different name. The plot is tenuous. Concealed papers opportunely discovered and enriching the oppressed and defrauded do not convince a reader whose fancy has been clarified by the sunny laugh of Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey. Hawthorne's genius, however, works wonders with outworn and primitive machinery, and the kaleidoscopic pictures which Maule's well throws up are still potent to bewitch the eye. The Blithedale Romance is the nearest to human life of all Hawthorne's longer stories. It is free from supernatural devices, and the characters are human. For once he found real romance, or the foundation of it, in actual life. Brook Farm was itself romantic, a society of dreamers whose extraordinary ideas and exceptional personalities set them apart from the normal world. Hawthorne does not portray Brook Farm. He distinctly denies any intention to describe biographically that ephemeral oasis in the hard desert of the American Commonwealth. But the utopia was an actual thing. It was instinctively poetic. It was composed of persons of interesting minds who aspired in their way to a cloudland where Hawthorne, who had arrived by another route, was already at home. Called in its time socialistic, Brook Farm was, of course, not only remote from modern socialism, but antithetic to it. It is not easy to define it in terms that have changed their color in the course of a century of social projects and experiences. The principles of Brook Farm were not exactly those of Proudhon nor those of Fourier, but were in the air, in more senses than one. Retreat from society for personal improvement is not socialistic. It is selfish, with no immoral implication. It is excessive individualism, and is as old as Oriental eremitism. The Brook farmers sought a better mode of life for themselves and a few friends. They did not understand or attempt to study the structure of society as a whole. They helped nobody to a permanent living. They added not a jot to our knowledge of economics, except to confirm the truth which 50 experiments have taught, that small philanthropic communities cannot leaven the economic mass. The failure of Brook Farm was due to its nescience of the individual and social bread-and-butter problem, which is the basis of life. Its value lay in the stimulating association of interesting people, which is in the long run never a complete failure, for it has the function of an informal university. When one intense mind lives with another, intellectual sparks fly. The collapse of Brook Farm contains a real lesson, which was rather pathetically ignored by the participants, whose mental reaction was that of disillusion and disappointment. Heaven had failed, therefore there was no heaven, or it was somewhere else. It is remarkable how little clear, candid record of the experiment the chief actors have left us. There are some pleasant reminiscences and biographies, there are some satirical reflections, but the whole history of the undertaking is veiled, as if failure had made the fine-souled and sensitive partners reluctant to talk. No very memorable idea, no precious bit of literature flowered from Brook Farm, except the Blithedale romance, written by one who was in it but not of it. Hawthorne, the most unfit man in New England for communistic association of any sort, visited Brook Farm, a gracious, slightly sardonic shadow, observed, said little, and went his way with a book in his head. He is pictured by someone who was there as sitting astride a chair listening with a flickering smile to an intense argument on the whole duty of man or some other inclusive topic. He contributed nothing to the discussion, but his ears were open, and his eyes, dreamy but very clear, were taking in the scene. Here before him was romance, the strange in human character, the unworldly in the world. Here were people of vigorous personality, eccentric, shaded with lines not seen upon the common face of man. Once in his life he was having a genuine experience satisfying to his romantic imagination. Through the poet Coverdale, past the age of warmest enthusiasm and gifted with a delicate humor, Hawthorne tells his story, the best, most varied, most persuasively human of his books. It is full of a tender sympathy for the dreams of man. The dreamer who wrote it responded to other dreamers. And it is hued with a spirit found nowhere else in Hawthorne's fiction, a fine irony, the soul of New England common sense, but of common sense reserved and tender, unwilling to break the spell. The talk in the book is excellent, the best in Hawthorne's work. The characters are intelligent and full of ideas, and therefore their talk, while preserving the natural accents of human speech, can be kept at a high intellectual pitch. Not only the talk, but Hawthorne, Coverdale's reflections have a sharp edge. The romancer is, for once, a sharp commentator on humanity. There is in Hawthorne a more thoughtful humorist than is glimpsed through the unhuman moods of his other books. Two passages illustrate this unusual aspect of his mind. Would that it had revealed itself oftener. The peril of our new way of life was not lest we should fail in becoming practical agriculturists, but that we should probably cease to be anything else. While our enterprises lay all in theory, we had pleased ourselves with delectable visions of the spiritualization of labor. It was to be our form of prayer and ceremonial of worship. Each stroke of the hoe was to uncover some aromatic root of wisdom heretofore hidden from the sun. Pausing in the field to let the wind exhale the moisture from our foreheads, we were to look upward and catch glimpses into the far-off soul of truth. In this point of view, matters did not turn out quite so well as we anticipated. It is very true that sometimes, gazing casually around me, out of the midst of my toil, I used to discern a richer picturesqueness in the visible scenes of earth and sky. There was at such moments a novelty, an unwonted aspect on the face of nature, as if she had been taken by surprise and seen at unawares, with no opportunity to put off her real look and assume the mask with which she mysteriously hides herself from mortals. But this was all. The clods of earth, which we so constantly belabored and turned over and over, were never etherealized into thought. Our thoughts, on the contrary, were fast becoming cloddish. Our labor symbolized nothing, and left us mentally sluggish in the dusk of the evening. Intellectual activity is incompatible with any large amount of bodily exercise. The yeoman and the scholar, the yeoman and the man of finest moral culture, though not the man of sturdiest sense and integrity, are two distinct individuals, and can never be melted or welded into one substance. I had already begun to suspect that Hollingsworth, like many other illustrious prophets, reformers, and philanthropists, was likely to make at least 2 proselytes among the women to 1 among the men. Shrewd Yankee observer, how comes it that he did not look oftener into the face of things with this wise smile, and so turn his marvelous lucidity of language to the great end of understanding life, instead of making a spurious romance of Italy? The Marble Faun is the most obviously factitious of Hawthorne's books. Its defect is dual. In the selection of material with which he was not perfectly in sympathy, and in unsureness of workmanship, uncertainty of tone, a very grave fault for Hawthorne, whose writing is elsewhere so sound and well managed. In his other long romances, and his many exquisite short tales, Hawthorne's supreme excellence lies in his ability to suggest a mood or a color, and keep the reader wholly under the spell of it. The Marble Faun falters and breaks its own illusions. The country, the actual scenery where the story is laid, calls out to the tourist, Hawthorne, to describe it and make comments on its history and its differences from his dear native land. As a human being, he cannot avoid this, and so he polishes up his traveller's notes. Now, he is a very honest man, and his traveller's notes are the expression of disillusion. The plain fact is, he does not like Italy, though he is finely eloquent in describing a beautiful thing here and there. On a basis of disillusioned romance and honest miscomprehension of the Italian people and the ruins of history, he erects a tragic plot which plays in and out among the studios of artists whose work he does not understand, either aesthetically or humanly. He is amazingly not at home in a scene which nevertheless has enough of the picturesque and the unfamiliar to excite him and suggest a story. A competent master of romance, he is puzzled by a romantic country, and he inevitably wavers. The conclusion of the Marble Faun is a confession of impotence. the story does not arrive. The white innocence of Hilda against a dark crime might be a strong motive, but it is not. The reason is that the crime is not convincing. Spooks and half-realized personages are the actors, and Hilda, based as it were upon a cloud and all surrounded with misty substance, is backed by substance of darker color but quite as nebulous, and that again is confounded with a deeper background which Hawthorne, the tourist, dazedly looks upon, and which the rest of us, readers of literature if not tourists in Italy, have in our imaginations as a solid reality. The faun's transformation is no change in human character wrought by events, for he does not start his life in Hawthorne's book as a conceivable human man. We cannot be tragically moved by the sin or the dark glances of Miriam, because we do not take her to our hearts as a suffering woman. She is a ghost, not an inch thicker for her dark eyes and her deep mysteries of soul. The most interesting thing about the book, to one who, while reading the story for itself, is at the same time interested to read Nathaniel Hawthorne, is that it reveals him as a virginal, naive imagination, for all his literary sophistication, shrinking from the obsolescence and decrepitude of Rome, and more likable and childlike than Hilda herself. The eternal city perplexed his simple poetic nature. For painting and sculpture and the monuments of antiquity he had no real taste. The personal shivers and aversions which creep into his story are quite the most human veracities in the book. The fact is that imaginatively he does not believe in his own story, so that in telling it he stammers charmingly. Has the faun pointed ears concealed under his locks? Is any reader of great fiction even mildly interested in the answer? The quasi-Italian palaces and towers melt away while you are looking at them, before they have fairly caught the eye. To bring the matter to a violent contrast of merit, a half-dozen of Marion Crawford's anglicized stories of Italy are truer seeming Italy and better stories than this work of the earlier American romancer. Except, and the exception is greater than the main proposition, except that Hawthorne's invariable distinction of mind, his luminous gift of style, his fine cadences, redeem all his material, and make even his flimsiest book an exquisite pleasure for those who love English words. Hawthorne's earliest work, and within its compass some of the best of his work, is to be found in his short tales. The Minister's Black Veil, The Birthmark, The Great Stone Face, Ethan Brand, Feathertop are the sort of stories that tell no story, but create a condition of mind, produce a mood. Every reader can remember the sensation of one of these tales, but you will have difficulty in telling someone else what the tale is about. Hawthorne is a conjurer of moods, a prose poet. He stands alone in the literature of New England, a verbal melodist without any ethical intention whatsoever, a delicate, detached artist, as solitary in Concord as Poe was in New York, symbolizing, if he symbolizes anything, not the Puritan spirit, but the spirit of beauty everlastingly hostile or indifferent to the crabbed austerities and the soul-killing morbidity of Puritan ethics. Neither the philosophic library of Emerson nor the polyglot anthology of Longfellow announces so assuredly as the frail art of Hawthorne that civilization has dawned upon the Calvinistic barbarism of our colonial ancestors. Biographical note. Nathaniel Hawthorne was born in Salem, Massachusetts, July 4th, 1804. He died at Plymouth, New Hampshire, May 19th, 1864. The fact that his father and grandfather were sea captains is more important than that a remote ancestor was one of the judges in the Salem witchcraft trials. Hawthorne, if not Hawthorne's biographers, successfully outlived the judge. He graduated at Bowdoin College in 1825, a classmate of Longfellow. For some years after graduation he lived in seclusion trying his pen. In 1839 he was appointed to an obscure place in the Boston Custom House. He spent the year 1841-2 at Brook Farm. In 1842 he married Sophia Peabody and settled for a while at the Old Manse in Concord. From 1846 to 1849 he was surveyor at the Salem Custom House. Thereafter he lived at Lenox, West Newton, and Concord. In 1853 he was appointed consul at Liverpool by his college friend, Franklin Pierce. He held the post during Pierce's administration and then traveled in Europe for 3 years. He spent the rest of his life at Concord. His works are Fanshawe, 1828, Twice Told Tales, 1837, Grandfather's Chair, 1841, Famous Old People, 1841, Liberty Tree, 1842, Biographical Stories for Children, 1842, Twice Told Tales with Additions, 1842, Mosses from an Old Manse, 1846, The Scarlet Letter, 1850, True Stories, 1851, The House of the Seven Gables, 1851, A Wonder Book, 1851, The Snow Image, etc., 1851, The Blithedale Romance, 1852, Tanglewood Tales, 1853, The Marble Faun, 1860, Our Old Home, 1863, Passages from American Notebooks, 1868, Passages from English Notebooks, 1870, Passages from French and Italian Notebooks, 1871, Septimius Felton, 1871, The Dolliver Romance, 1876, Dr. Grimshaw's Secret, 1883. Nathaniel Hawthorne and His Wife, by Julian Hawthorne, contains all the essential biographical matter. A good literary biography is A Study of Hawthorne by G.P. Lathrop. The Life by Henry James, in English Men of Letters, is a very distinguished piece of work by one of the best critical minds of our time. The Life by G.E. Woodbury, in American Men of Letters, is excellent. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patti Cunningham. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 7. Longfellow. On the death of Longfellow, Whitman wrote a tribute to the other good gray poet, which is so just and beautiful that it should be known to all who are interested in either Longfellow or Whitman. Longfellow in his voluminous works seems to me not only to be eminent in the style and forms of poetical expression that mark the present age, an idiosyncrasy, almost a sickness of verbal melody, but to bring what is always dearest as poetry to the general human heart and taste, and probably must be so in the nature of things. He is certainly the sort of bard and counteractant most needed for our materialistic, self-assertive, and money-worshipping Anglo-Saxon races, and especially for the present age in America, an age tyrannically regulated with reference to the manufacturer, the merchant, the financier, the politician, and the day workman, for whom and among whom he comes as the poet of melody, courtesy, deference, poet of the mellow twilight of the past in Italy, Germany, Spain, and in northern Europe, poet of all sympathetic gentleness, and universal poet of women and young people. I should have to think long if I were asked to name the man who has done more and in more valuable directions for America. I doubt if there ever was such a fine intuitive judge and selector of poems. His translations of many German and Scandinavian pieces are said to be better than the vernaculars. He does not urge or lash. His influence is like good drink or air. He is not tepid either, but always vital, with flavor, motion, grace. He strikes a splendid average, and does not sing exceptional passions or humanity's jagged escapades. He is not revolutionary, brings nothing offensive or new, does not deal hard blows. On the contrary, his songs soothe and heal, or if they excite, it is a healthy and agreeable excitement. His very anger is gentle, is at second hand, as in the Quadroon Girl and the Witnesses. There is no undue element of pensiveness in Longfellow's strains. Even in the early translation, the Manrique, the movement is as of strong and steady wind or tide, holding up and buoying. Death is not avoided through his many themes, but there is something almost winning in his original verses and renderings on that dread subject, as, closing the happiest land dispute, and then the landlord's daughter up to heaven raised her hand, and said, "Ye may no more contend, there lies the happiest land." To the ungracious complaint charge of his want of racy nativity and special originality, I shall only say that America and the world may well be reverently thankful, can never be thankful enough, for any such singing bird vouchsafed out of the centuries, without asking that the notes be different from those of other songsters, adding what I have heard Longfellow himself say, that ere the new world can be worthily original, and announce herself and her own heroes, she must be well saturated with the originality of others, and respectfully consider the heroes that lived before Agamemnon. Longfellow is the household poet of America. The laureateship was conferred on him by popular response, immediate, spontaneous, and continuous. When that is said, whatever may be added is less significant. It is a noble fate to be for many years the poet most cherished by a million hearths. The multitudinous electorate may not crown the highest poetry, but whatever it does choose and long adhere to is indubitably important in human history. Longfellow was the first American man of letters to establish for a busy and unlearned people a visible relation between academic culture and actual literary accomplishment. During 18 of his most productive years, when he was well known to his countrymen as the poet of their simplest sentiments, he was a teacher of modern languages and literature at Harvard College. The poet who delighted the common heart with sweet song and pleasant ballad was Professor Longfellow. As a rule, professors write books which are useful only to other professors and to students obedient to academic prescription. From Professor Longfellow's study, a voice reached the popular ear. This man, official tutor in an institution monastically remote from the life of the toiling many, could say in wholly intelligible verse how a common man feels who has lost a child. He knew how to touch the despair of drudgery and raise it to confidence and a sense of personal dignity. He honored in a plain, unpatronizing way the village blacksmith, and in every American village the blacksmith is a useful citizen. He had a heart for ships and shipbuilders, and he gave new meaning to the 4th of July orator's figure of the ship of state by symbolizing it in a real ship of hewn timbers. Long poems are hard to read, and solid pages of verse repel the unaccustomed reader, but Longfellow told the stories of Evangeline, Miles Standish, and Hiawatha in verse almost as easy to read as prose. The poet-professor, who was the emissary of academic culture to the untutored, was also the ambassador of creative literature to a museum of intellectual antiquities in which Greek roots were esteemed above the flowers of living song. This poet, with fine manners, dignity, and delicate taste, lover of music, responsive to the contemporary songs of the nations, bore a torch of living culture among rusty grammarians and the Hebraical sons of a decent but still stupid Puritanism. His successor, Lowell, and his friend Norton, carried the torch on, and then it went out. There came the time when the teaching of modern literature in American universities, at Harvard certainly, was divided between philologists on the one hand, men with no literary sense who reduce Shakespeare and Milton to archaeological specimens, and, on the other hand, amiable dilettanti who illustrate the truth of Tanner's epigram, "He who can does, he who cannot teaches." Longfellow and Lowell were beneficent blunderers into that realm of degreed and gowned authority where the counting of final e's in Chaucer is supposed to be the study of poetry, and the writing of a dull introduction to a superfluously new edition of Hamlet entitles a commonplace doctor of philosophy to a professorship. Longfellow brought humane civilization to an American university, and sent academic culture to the people in his great classes beyond the college gates. To both he was the bearer of the light of contemporaneous Europe. He not only told his pupils about Dante's tomb, but read them snatches of folk song and popular legend. He translated modern poetry for his classes, and through his books gave America a living sense of the beauty of the Old World. A younger Harvard professor thinks that the foundation of Longfellow's fame rests almost wholly on his service in discovering to an inexperienced nation the splendors of European civilization. It was a genuine service, but it was not all, nor was it the most important. His fame rests on his ability to phrase memorably ideas native to all simple minds everywhere. It is to be noted that his most cherished poems, from A Psalm of Life to the long narratives Evangeline and The Courtship of Miles Standish, are on American subjects or on experiences common to humanity. In Tales of a Wayside Inn, in which are 22 stories, the best known is Paul Revere. Nevertheless, it is true that at the right moment Longfellow made America acquainted with some of the gayer beauties and the more innocent music of the old nations. If one is willing to ignore traditional evaluations, to disregard popular judgment and services that are an undeniable matter of national history, opens Longfellow for the book in itself, one finds him a third-rate poet. Third-rate is not meant quite in its contemptuous sense. The first-rate poets are Milton, Shakespeare, and Shelley, whose poetry is sustained through large schemes. Less than that supreme poetry is the perfection of short poems and short passages in long poems, the perfection of Wordsworth, Keats, Tennyson, Whitman, Browning. Below that perfection, Longfellow almost always falls. His best work is not unlike Gray's in its calm transparency, its pleasant meditation on religious and sentimental commonplace. His longer narratives are readable. Indeed, they find many readers year after year, and that alone is enough to distinguish him in a period whose poetic achievement is little more than an anthology of lyrics and fragments. But in the longer poems of the age, The Prelude of Wordsworth and Browning's The Ring and the Book, are superb lines, fragments of gold. There are few great lines in Longfellow. In Christus, the miraculous does not happen even for a moment except in the lines which are sentences from the English Bible turned almost word for word into meter. His verse is evenly and permanently of secondary quality. The difference between the great and the good Longfellow well knew, for he was an admirable judge. In his journal he records the opinion that Ariosto's Orlando Furioso is verse rather than poetry after all. To remind ourselves how the first-rate excels what is less than first-rate, a few examples will serve. Longfellow says in The Poet's Tale, "And rivulets rejoicing rush and leap, and wave their fluttering signals from the steep." Wordsworth's line is, "The cataracts blow their trumpets from the steep." somewhere in the ear is a mentor which advises that Longfellow's lines are verse, and Wordsworth's is poetry. The end of the Psalm of Life is, "Still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait." Multitudes have been consoled by those lines. On the field of Sebastopol a dying British soldier repeated them. Yet they are not comparable with the lines so near like them, so far above them. They also serve who only stand and wait. In a sonnet on Mrs. Kemble's readings from Shakespeare, Longfellow sings, "O happy reader, having for thy text the magic books whose sibylline leaves have caught the rarest essence of all human thought." The lines are good, but they fail besides Wordsworth's, "Poor earthly casket of immortal verse." It is not simply that Longfellow's ideas are commonplace. Both Wordsworth and Tennyson are commonplace and lacking in passion, but now and again some verbal wizardry works a celestial redemption of their intellectual banality. The finest things in Longfellow are not those best known. The dear public, to whom any critic with a humane sense of the uses of literature must at times humbly bow, has honored its poet splendidly, and missed his loftiest moments. A Psalm of Life would not disgrace a poet's juvenile volume if it were allowed to sleep there. For some reason it does not sleep, but stirs the sentiments of the very people who may be assumed to know the Psalms of David, and knowing them, can yet take seriously a Psalm of Life, Rock of Ages, and other bad hymns. Genuine religious feeling makes the heart hospitable to very poor religious poetry. One would like to erase a Psalm of Life from every page whereon it is printed, and from every heart wherein it is remembered, and put in its place Longfellow's glorious sonnet to Milton, a sonnet which is peer to the great sonnets of Milton himself and of Wordsworth. I pace the sounding sea-beach, and behold how the voluminous billows roll and run, upheaving and subsiding, while the sun shines through their sheeted emerald far unrolled, and the ninth wave, slow gathering fold by fold all its loose flowing garments into one, plunges upon the shore, and floods the dull pale reach of sands, and changes them to gold. So in majestic cadence rise and fall the mighty undulations of thy song, O sightless bard, England's Marionides, and ever and anon high over all, uplifted, a ninth wave superb and strong floods all the soul with its melodious seas. The 6 sonnets that accompany Longfellow's translation of Dante are all perfect, the first especially, remarkable for the essential unity of its fine thought, the central metaphor, the restrainedly sonorous phrasing, is so flawless in mold and noble in content that it stands undiminished at the entrance to Dante. Oft have I seen at some cathedral door a laborer, pausing in the dust and heat, lay down his burden, and with reverent feet enter and cross himself, and on the floor kneel to repeat his paternoster o'er. Far off the noises of the world retreat, the loud vociferations of the street become an undistinguishable roar. So, as I enter here from day to day, and leave my burden at this minster gate, kneeling in prayer and not ashamed to pray, the tumult of the time disconsolate to inarticulate murmurs dies away, while the eternal ages watch and wait. That many people would not be interested in poems to poets is a conceivable reason why these masterpieces of Longfellow are less generally admired than some of his verses feeble in sentiment and unelevated by verbal inspiration. There is, however, one sonnet of his, unsurpassedly lovely and poignant, with a sorrow universally understood, which should have first place in the mind of every sort of reader who would care for Longfellow or any poetry. This is the Cross of Snow. In the long sleepless watches of the night, a gentle face, the face of one long dead, looks at me from the wall, where round its head the night lamp casts a halo of pale light. Here in this room she died. A soul more white never through martyrdom of fire was led to its repose, nor can in books be read the legend of a life more benedight. There is a mountain in the distant west that, sun-defying in its deep ravines, displays a cross of snow upon its side. Such is the cross I wear upon my breast these 18 years, through all the changing scenes and seasons, changeless since the day she died. It is characteristic of Longfellow that this poem on the dreadful death of his wife should not have been published while he lived. He did not utter his more intimate passions, and this sonnet indicates that he would not rather than that he could not. His restraint is humanly admirable, but his poetry suffers because it is not charged with the heat of his soul. He is usually objective, bright, and clear as prose. He seldom excites subtle sorrows or strange moods, never lights fiery passions, nor disturbs the inner sources of tears for all things that are. One exceptional poem, which makes its effect in a Coleridgean way, without the reader's knowing just what there is in the thought or the melody that moves him, is In the Churchyard at Cambridge, especially the first stanza. In the village churchyard she lies. Dust is in her beautiful eyes. No more she breathes, nor feels, nor stirs. At her feet and at her head lies a slave to attend the dead, but their dust is white as hers. Another poem which would make a fortune of a book of moods by some young modern, who perhaps might be contemptuous of old Longfellow, is this: The tide rises, the tide falls, the twilight darkens, the curlew calls. Along the sea sands damp and brown, the traveller hastens toward the town, and the tide rises, the tide falls. Darkness settles on roofs and walls, but the sea in darkness calls. The little waves, with their soft white hands, efface the footprints in the sands, and the tide rises, the tide falls. The morning breaks. The steeds in their stalls stamp and neigh as the hostler calls. The day returns, but never more returns the traveller to the shore, and the tide rises, the tide falls. Of Longfellow's technical gifts there is no doubt. Either because he had not a very deep nature, or because his early success showed him what his audience needed, he applied his fine skill to thoughts and feelings not usually striking nor powerful, and he became a very highly refined poet of the many. For the multitude who do not read the best poetry, there is left little except the work of versifiers of limited skill, of inferior literary culture. The Hermanseys, Havergals, Haynes, Baileys, and hymn writers. Longfellow devoted an accomplished artistry to a humble grade of poetry, as though a competent architect should design workmen's cottages, or a true musician should prepare an evangelical hymnal. He appeals everywhere to minds which English writers call middle class, and French writers call bourgeois. It is hard to find a word that has the right connotation in America. Common people does not define them, and democrat is too valuable an excellent word for them. Perhaps intellectually immature is just, but the phrase sounds snobbish and patronizing. The boys of Harrow, or was it Eton, voted him the finest of poets. The most catholic of translators, he was translated in turn into 20 languages. He is admired by people who have the gravest troubles and the fewest troublesome ideas, who are not interested in the intensest expression of the tragedies, stresses, and ecstasies of life, but who take elementary ideas deeply to heart and seek plain elementary answers to daily perplexities, who like a touch of strangeness in their poetry, but do not understand it if the language is too strange. In his journal, Longfellow says of a poem he is meditating, "I must put live beating heart into it." His poetry seems passionless, without live beating heart, as compared with the great voices of song, but 3 generations of simple hearts have found Longfellow a vital force in their lives. Biographical note: Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was born in Portland, Maine, February 27, 1807. He died in Cambridge, Massachusetts, March 24, 1882. He was educated at Portland Academy and Bowdoin College. On his graduation from Bowdoin in 1825, he was appointed teacher of modern languages, and to prepare himself he spent 4 years in Europe. In 1834, he was appointed to succeed George Ticknor as Smith Professor of Modern Languages in Harvard University. He spent another year in Europe, and in 1837 settled in Cambridge for the rest of his life. He held the chair at Harvard from 1836 to 1854, when he resigned. He went abroad in 1842 and again in 1868. He married Mary Story Potter in 1831. She died in 1835. In 1843 he married Frances Elizabeth Appleton. In 1861 she died of injuries received by fire. His principal works are Copias de Manrique, translation, 1833, Outremer, prose, 1833-34, Hyperion, prose, 1839, Voices of the Night, 1839, Ballads and Other Poems, 1841, Poems on Slavery, 1842, The Spanish Student, 1843, Poems, 1845, The Poet and Poetry of Europe, compilation, 1845, The Belfry of Bruges and Other Poems, 1846, Evangeline, 1847, Kavanaugh, prose, 1849, The Seaside and the Fireside, 1850, The Golden Legend, 1851, Hiawatha, 1855, The Courtship of Miles Standish, 1858, Tales of a Wayside Inn, 1863, Flower de Luce, 1866, Dante's Divina Commedia, translation, 1867, The New England Tragedies, 1868, The Divine Tragedy, 1871, published the following year with the New England Tragedies as Christus, a mystery, 3 Books of Song, 1872, Aftermath, 1873, The Mask of Pandora, 1875, Caramos, 1878, Ultima Thule, 1880, In the Harbor, 1882, Michelangelo, 1883. Longfellow's journals are found in The Life by Samuel Longfellow in 3 volumes. The biography by Thomas Wentworth Higginson in American Men of Letters is pleasant. In W. E. Henley's Views and Reviews is a fine appreciation. End of section 7. Recording by Patti Cunningham.
Section number 8 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Arsenault. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 8. Whittier. Whittier's good sense and modest dignity are nowhere better expressed than in the verses introductory to his collected work. I love the old melodious lays, which softly melt the ages through, the songs of Spenser's golden days, Arcadian Sidney's silvery phrase, sprinkling our noon of time with freshest morning dew. Yet vainly in my quiet hours to breathe their marvellous notes I try. I feel them as the leaves and flowers in silence feel the dewy showers, and drink with glad still lips the blessing of the sky. The rigor of a frozen clime, the harshness of an untaught ear, the jarring words of one whose rhyme beat often labor's hurried time, or duty's rugged march through storm and strife, are here. Of mystic beauty, dreamy grace, the rounded art no lack supplies, unskilled the subtle lines to trace, or softer shades of nature's face, I view her common forms with unanointed eyes. Nor mine the seer-like power to show the secrets of the heart and mind, to drop the plummet line below our common world of joy and woe, a more intense despair or brighter hope to find. Yet here at least an earnest sense of human right and weal is shown, a hate of tyranny intense and hearty in its vehemence, as if my brother's pain and sorrow were my own. O freedom, if to me belong, nor mighty Milton's gift divine, nor Marvell's wit and graceful song, still with a love as deep and strong as theirs I lay, like them, my best gifts on thy shrine. The New England Quaker, confessing that he could not achieve poetry, has in the act of confession made a beautiful poem, sound in stanzaic structure and not unmelodious. Whittier compels admiration in spite of the undeniable crudities of his lyre, crudities that he's so charmingly acknowledged. Spontaneity, sincerity, passion, these are his high gifts. They triumph over all his verbal difficulties. They lift him not among the great poets, whose company he humbly knew he could not join, but among the genuine poets, who have said their heart in English words, who are true to the earth, though they do not rise upon the earth-spurning wings of absolute song. Whittier's earliest inspiration was the anti-slavery fervor, and of this passion, the tensest, most noble that swept over New England and roused its dull muse to ecstasy, Whittier was the authentic laureate. It is impossible for a New Englander, even one who fancies himself a thoroughly emancipated modern, to detach Whittier's ruggedly heroic verses from the harsh soil of history, to see them except through the noon air of his pacific and serene personality. To hear his verses, as it were from his own lips, gives them double dramatic force. His shy Quaker voice is hoarse with rage. The lips of innocence are white with scorn. The casual reader of Ichabod might be unimpressed, for the verses are plain, ordinary, lighted by no flash of self-explanatory beauty. But when the poem is understood as the divine indignation of a benevolent Quaker at Webster's surrender to the slave power, it becomes incandescent, and one imagines that Webster, cynical politician who bent his shaggy brows histrionically upon his opponents, must have shriveled beneath those lyric curses of naive righteousness. It is the devastating wrath of a peaceful man. Whether Whittier's blasting scorn affected Webster, who was a shrewdly dishonest actor upon a primitive stage of oratory, the poem and the poet's subsequent magnanimity are still profoundly impressive 60 years after the conflict. Poems on current events are as a rule ephemeral. Emotion that is strong enough to make such poems permanent is a mighty fact in literature. In Whittier's occasional verses, the vehicle of the emotion seems to have been heated by its very resistance to the idea. He is so intense in his meaning that his technically defective verses are not quite bad, certainly never ludicrous. Sometimes his fiery challenge dashes against the stubborn hardness of his words like the dissonance of swift water over rocks. For example, the lines from Toussaint Louverture: "To hear above his scar-worn back the heavy slave whip's frequent crack." Frequent is a feebly mischosen word, but the two lines and the verses in which they are set are powerful. The slave ships is naively terrible. One stanza has the naked simplicity of genius. Red glowed the western waters. The setting sun was there, scattering alike on wave and cloud his fiery mesh of hair. Amidst a group of blindness, a solitary eye gazed from the burdened slaver's deck into that burning sky. To make sure that the plain power of that and other stanzas is genuine poetic art, that we are not misled by the tragedy of the subject into ascribing to the verses more effect than is inwardly theirs, we have only to read the mild melodramatic poems which Longfellow dutifully contributed to the cause, verses unspontaneous, uninspired. The reader's patriotic sympathies cannot fill utterly bad verses with the breath of life. The noblest enthusiasm cannot flame in wholly unpoetic verse. All the earnest belief in the world will not forge poetry. The abundance of dead, unremembered verses by others on the same themes that Whittier rushed into rough rhythms is proof of his individual genius. It may be that our knowledge of his seraphic gentleness throws into relief the Hebraic violence of his prophecies. It may be that the facts of biography lend adventitious merit to his poetry. But even so, the failure of other equally sincere enthusiasts, and his almost unfailing success in striking out some white-hot lines in poem after poem on the same subject, acclaim his genius when all temporal and historic prejudices are deducted. The difference between a good hymn and a bad hymn lies not in a difference of religious sincerity, and the reader's accessible emotions will be the same in both cases. The difference is in the psalmist's poetic powers. Even when denuded of their attendant circumstances and read by somebody not familiar with our national struggle, the following verses must surely stand out strong, like a speech of Lincoln's. Hoarse, horrible, and strong, rises to heaven that agonizing cry, filling the arches of the hollow sky. How long, O God, how long? And these verses written apropos of the adoption of Pinckney's resolutions, prosaic words that send one to a handbook of history, hear how they ring. Shall our New England stand erect no longer, but stoop in chains upon her downward way, thicker to gather on her limbs and stronger, day after day? Oh no, methinks from all her wild green mountains, from valleys where her slumbering fathers lie, from her blue rivers and her welling fountains, and clear cold sky, from her rough coast and isles, which hungry ocean gnaws with his surges, from the fisher's skiff, with white sails swaying to the billow's motion, round rock and cliff. From the free fireside of her unbought farmer, from her free laborer at his loom and wheel, from the brown smith's shop where beneath the hammer rings the red steel. From each and all, if God hath not forsake our land and left us to an evil choice, loud as a summer thunderbolt shall waken a people's voice. Most of the singers of liberty in America have been beneath their task. Their eagle has been a property eagle. The sordid pun happens to be tragically true. And their flag has been a painted cloth, a crude bunting which congressmen are wont to spatter with words. Whitman and Whittier, each in his own sincere tones, have spoken with the authentic voice of liberty, and spoken many times during long lives. Lowell's muse uttered liberty once or twice, but his democracy was literary and not instinctive. Emerson, who held a lyre crude as Whittier's in a highly cultivated hand, sang twice or thrice in ringing tones of rebellion. Whittier, shy and gentle, nurtured in a childlike faith and untrained, unperplexed by culture, sends the tones of his trumpet across the world, to England, the arch-hypocrite mouthing liberty and defending slavery, and to the Pope, vicar of the Prince of Peace, entangled in cowardly and murderous politics. While American statesmen, North and South, play their cunningly stupid games, and the agitators hurl indignant rhetoric, and the respectable pro-slavery Bostonians mob the orators, Whittier, cradled in an unwarlike creed, blazes forth in bellicose rebuke, strikes again and again at the smooth brow of evil with verses virile and aflame. His single purpose overwhelms the obstacles of his verbal hesitations. There is no mistaking him, even when the ear protests against his unintentional dissonances. Whether his work is poetry or rhymed propaganda, it is literature, for it expresses a man and events in words that are today alive with emotion. One who by temperament and by the habit of other reading feels himself out of sympathy with Whittier's hoarse verses has but to open his mind and present fresh surfaces to the impact of Whittier's intensity in order to be smitten by it. Whittier's religious verse is a mixture of banality and exaltation. At its worst, it is but the grotesque psaltery with which Protestant Christianity, from Dr. Watts to Dr. Moody, has offended the sensitive ear. At its best, it is the passion of worship which transcends particular belief or doubt and imparts immediately the religion of the singer. Laus Deo is a moving song of adoration. Its triumphant ecstasy is instantly contagious. His less inspired hymns are sweet and manly, in spite of their childishness, and now and again their childishness becomes rather a childlike simplicity, which is near to poetry. Of Whittier's narratives and ballads, some like The Witch's Daughter, are of good substance but unpoetic in expression. Others, like Maud Muller, are simply bad, as Whittier, with his mischievous modesty, was the first to admit. Cassandra Southwick is a good ballad. It has swing and rush and a lively pictorial effect. Skipper Ireson's Ride is excellent. It has the haunting ring of true balladry. It repeats itself over and over in the reader's ear, and whatever is of unforgettable rhythm, of a rhythm that carries and continually reminds one of the content, is true poetry. Chant this over once and it will stay in the memory. Old Floyd Ireson, for his hard heart, tarred in feather and carried in a cart by the women of Marblehead. The best of poets is he who dreams something that the rest of mankind would never, never think of and make it real. Dante, Shakespeare, Shelley. A lesser type of poet, but a genuine poet, is he who celebrates the actual land on which he lives, the daily scenes familiar to many eyes, the people among whom he moves. Whittier is the unrivaled portrayer of the New England landscape. Burden him with every disability that criticism can impute to a poet. Unfrock him from the priesthood of perfect singers. Reduce him to the plain common ground of minor poets, where he placed himself, the simplest, most undiluted common citizen in the democracy of letters. Remember every gaucherie of which he is innocently guilty. He still keeps on Yankee Hill's immortal sheep. His masterpiece is Snowbound. The placid fidelity of the poem, the justice of the details, the apparently unsought felicity of the words identify it inevitably and forever with the experience of everyone who has ever lived in New England. This page happens to be shaping itself in a New England farmhouse in January. The open wood fire is still burning, ably reinforced by steam coils. The wires are strung along the road for electric lights which will star the wintry darkness next year. The cosmopolitanism which has unified the world has reached to this corner of New England and softened the asperities of the ancestral character. The walls of a room near by, once filled with nasal hymns, give their mural ears to the strange magic of Debussy and Strauss. The intellectual atmosphere has changed. The people are different in many ways, some good, some bad. Electric cars go by the door, and an abominable new house of green and brown shingles is an unlovely neighbor to this white house designed and built long ago by the village carpenters. Many aspects of the world out the window are unlike anything that Whittier saw. And yet, Snowbound is true. It describes yonder landscape. The poem stands through all changes permanent as one of the granite boulders sheeted in snow. The fingers of life molded the words. Through the plain verses actuality said itself, and actuality is immortal. If one who had been brought up in a New England village should be stricken blind, Snowbound would give him eyes again for all that Whittier describes. The rustic muse of the poem is like the mother at the hearth. Recalling in her fitting phrase, so rich and picturesque and free, the common unrhymed poetry of simple life in country ways, the story of her early days. The sketches of character are good portraits, not too highly praised when they are compared to Chaucer's prologue. The faces are alive and ruddy in the firelight, homely, beautiful like Flemish pictures, Whittier's own just analogy. The father, a prompt, decisive man, the uncle, innocent of books, and the aunt was ever more charming tribute to the elderly maiden. The morning dew that dried so soon with others glistened at her noon. Through years of toil and soil and care, from glossy tress to thin grey hair, all unprofaned she held apart the virgin fancies of the heart. Then the sister, keeping with many a light disguise the secret of self-sacrifice. And the strongest portrait of all, strange that Whittier of all men could draw it so richly, is that of the cultivated, passionate woman. A certain pard-like, treacherous grace swayed the lithe limbs and dropped the lash, lent the white teeth the dazzling flash, and under low brows, black with night, rayed out at times a dangerous light. A woman tropical, intense. Whittier's art is restricted. He never achieved the final majesties of the grand style. But within his limits he is genuinely good. His verse lacks some of the virtues, and by compensation it is free from some of the vices of his university-bred contemporaries, who wrote so often with the pens of the ages that they did not learn firmly to grasp their own. Whittier's poems are indigenous to the soil as lilacs and elm trees, and they are also the voice of a very great man. Through a medium which he did not fully master, he did manage to convey with power and vividness his fiery convictions, blazes of passion across the blue serenity of his faith. With the sureness that plain simple vision gives to an imperfect draftsman, he made pictures of his landscape that are unsurpassed, if not unsurpassable. If the day comes when they are no longer enjoyed, on that day the last Yankee will have died. Biographical note. John Greenleaf Whittier was born at Haverhill, Massachusetts, December 17, 1807. He died at Hampton Falls, New Hampshire, September 7, 1892. His schooling was imperfect, and his Quaker Puritan father did not approve his addiction to verse. He read some poetry, notably Burns, and his sister secretly sent his early rhymes to the Newburyport Free Press, edited by William Lloyd Garrison. This opened his career as poet and journalist. He became editor of the Haverhill Gazette and the New England Magazine. His newspaper work brought him into practical relations with politics, and he might have gone to Congress, but he refused. He was a capable, sane worker for the cause of abolition, was attacked by respectable mobs and met them bravely. He went to the Massachusetts legislature in 1835. In 1837 he went to Philadelphia to work on the Pennsylvania Freeman. Thereafter he lived at Amesbury and Danvers, Massachusetts. He did not marry. His works are Legends of New England, 1831, Moll Pitcher, 1832, Justice and Expediency, 1833, Maug Megony, 1836, Poems, 1837, Ballads, Anti-Slavery Poems, etc., 1838, Lays of My Home, 1843, The Stranger in Lowell, 1845, Supernaturalism in New England, 1847, Voices of Freedom, 1849, Old Portraits and Modern Sketches, 1850, Songs of Labor, 1850, The Chapel of the Hermits, 1853, Literary Recreations and Miscellanies, 1854, The Panorama, 1856, Home Ballads, 1860, In Wartime, 1863, National Lyrics, 1865, Snowbound, 1866, The Tent on the Beach, 1867, Among the Hills, 1868, Miriam, 1870, The Pennsylvania Pilgrim, 1872, Hazel Blossoms, 1874, Centennial Hymn, 1876, The Vision of Eckhart, 1878, The King's Missive, 1881, The Bay of Seven Islands, 1883, St. Gregory's Guest, 1886, At Sundown, 1892. The Standard Life of Whittier is by Samuel T. Picard in 2 volumes. End of section number 8. Recording by Laurie Arsenault, Maine.
Section 9 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel T. Miller. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Poe. Part 1. No man more truly than Poe illustrates our conception of a poet as one who treads the cluttered ways of circumstance with his head in the clouds. Many another impoverished dreamer has dwelt in his thoughts, apart from the world's events. And of nearly all artists it is true that their lives are written in their works, and that the rest of the story concerns another, almost negligible personality. In the case of Poe, the separation between spiritual affairs and temporal is unusually wide. His fragile verse is pitched above any landscape of fact. His tales contain only misty reflections of common experience, and the legendary personage which he has become is a creature inspired in other imaginations by his books, not a faithful portrait of the human being who lived in America between 1809 and 1849. The contrast between his aspirations and his earthly conditions between the figure of romance he would fain have been, and the man in authentic records stripped of myth and controversy, is pitiful, almost violent. This poet, with a taste for palaces and Edens, lived in sprawling cities that had not yet attempted magnificence. This bookish man, whom one envisions poring over quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore, owned no wonderful library, not even such a, quote, working, unquote, collection as a literary man is supposed to require, but feasted on the miscellaneous riches that fell now and then upon the arid desk of the hack reviewer. This poet, with a taste for palaces and Edens, lived in sprawling cities that had not yet attempted magnificence. This bookish man, whom one envisions poring over quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore, owned no wonderful library, not even such a, quote, working, unquote, collection as a literary man is supposed to require, but feasted on the miscellaneous riches that fell now and then upon the arid desk of the hack reviewer. This inventor of grotesque plots had no extraordinary adventures, none certainly that make thrilling anecdote. Capable of Chesterfieldian grace of style, and adept in the old-fashioned southern flourish of manner, he left few, quote, polite, unquote, letters, and those few are undistinguished. To follow Poe's course by the guide of literary landmarks is to undertake a desolate journey. As his artistic self is apart from things, so it is apart from men. In his criticisms, it is true, he is found in open and somewhat controversial relations with the writers of his time and vicinity. As editor, he had dealings with the world of authors and journalists, but his acquaintance among the, quote, literati, unquote, includes no man of letters who is now well remembered, and implies no possibility of flashing exchange between his imagination and another as brilliant. He never met his intellectual equal in the flesh, except Lowell, whom he saw only once. Irving in Sunnyside was not nearer than Irving in Spain. Not a friend was qualified to counsel or encourage Poe in his work. Not a neighbor in art was competent to inspire him. He was the flower of no group of writers, but stands alone, original, aloof. The isolation of Poe from the best minds of his day is not well understood by those who have not a correct geographical conception of America in 1840. One of the most authoritative English reviews expressed surprise that a recent book on Boston omitted from the chapter devoted to literatures the name of Poe, who was born in Boston and was the finest of American poets. The intellectual life of the only greater Boston that has produced literature was as remote from Poe as was Victorian London, and he was the only important critic in America who understood the relative magnitudes of those two centers of light. His caustic opinions about the Bostonians, which seem more discerning to us than they did to our New England fathers, are witness to his detachment from the only considerable movement in American literature of those dim, quote, provincial, unquote, times. Whatever influence contemporaneous thought exerted on Poe came from books and not from men, not from experience with the world. Though a few reflections of his contacts with life, such as the English school in William Wilson, are to be made out in his stories, and though in some of his essays a momentary admiration or hostility of a personal nature slipped a magnifying lens beneath his critical eye, yet the finger of circumstance is seldom on his pages. The echoes of human encounter are not heard in his art. The nature of Poe's disseverance from life is one of the strangest in the annals of unworldly men of books. He was not among those who, like Lamb, transfigure petty and dull experience, or those who combat suffering with blithe philosophies like Stevenson. He was not a wilful hermit, nor was he among those invalids who in constrained seclusion have leisure for artistry and contemplation. He was a practical editor in busy offices. He no doubt thought of himself, Mr. Poe, as urbane and cosmopolitan. He had knocked about the world a little. For a while he was in the army. He was effective and at ease upon the lecture platform. He meditated rash adventures in foreign lands until he apparently came to believe that he had really met with them. At his best, he was reserved and well-bred, aware of his intellectual superiority. Sometimes, perhaps when he was most cast down and hard-driven, he met the world with a jaunty man-of-the-world swagger. After he left the Allens, he was on the outskirts of social groups, high or low. His love for elegant society unfitted him for vagabondage. His lack of worldly success, if no other limitation, forbade his entering for more than a visit the circles of comfort and good breeding. But no matter what his mood, or what his circumstance, it did not affect the quality of his work or the nature of his subjects. When he wrote, he dropped the rest of himself. And with respect to him, artistic biography may well follow his example, and documentary biography may confess its futility. No biographer thus far, not even Mr. Woodberry, has succeeded in making very interesting the narrative portions of Poe's career. It is a bare chronicle of neutral circumstance, from which rises the more wonderful an achievement of highly colored romance, poetry of perfect, unaccountable originality, and criticism the most penetrating that any American writer has given us. Perhaps it is his criticism, with its air of maturity and well-pondered knowledge of all the literatures of the Orient and the Occident, which makes it seem the more singular that he owed nothing to universities and scholarly circles. The Allens took him to England when he was 6 years old, and put him in a school where he learned, it is fair to suppose, the rudiments of the classics and French. He went 1 term to the University of Virginia, and a few months to West Point. Though the one institution was founded by Thomas Jefferson, and the other by the United States government, it is no very cynical irreverence to withhold from them gratitude on Poe's behalf. The most significant record of his life at, quote, the university, unquote, is that which shows him browsing idly in the library. His most profitable occupation at West Point was writing lampoons of the instructors and preparing the volume of verses for which he collected subscriptions from his fellow cadets. He was not at either institution long enough to receive whatever of culture and instruction it had to offer. He was self-taught. He read poetry when he was young, and began forthwith to write it. As a military cadet, he had precocious and arrogant critical opinions. At 24, he appears with a neat manuscript roll of short stories under his arm, which caused the judges of a humdrum magazine contest to start awake. From this time to the end, he was a hard-working journalist and professional storyteller. He pursued his work through carking, persistent poverty, amid the distractions of inner restlessness and outward maladjustments. His poverty was not merited punishment for indolence or extravagance. He was industrious, and deserved a better wage than he received. He was not an obscure, unrecognized genius, waiting for posterity to discover him, but he, quote, arrived, unquote, early, and was popular in his own day. His books, however, had no great sale, for his pieces appeared in the magazines, some of them more than once, and the demand for his work was thus satisfied, to the profit of the magazine publishers, rather than to the profit of the author. He lived laborious days, and he lived in frugal style. He spent little money on himself, but handed his earnings to his mother-in-law. Whatever else was sinful in the sprees which have been over-elaborated in the chronicles, their initial cost was not great. When he went into debt, the lust he hoped to gratify was the insane desire to found a good magazine. His wildest dissipation was the performance of mental jugglery for the applause that he craved. He spent weeks making good his challenge to the world to send him a cryptogram that he could not decipher. When he reviewed a book, he reviewed it. He examined it to the last rhetorical minutiae. Griswold's opinion that, quote, he was more remarkable as a dissector of sentences than as a commentator upon ideas, unquote, is a mean way of saying that he was a patient, sharp scrutinizer of workmanship. Mrs. Browning put it more generously when she said that Poe had so evidently read her poems as to be a wonder among critics. Poe had a mania for curious and unusual information. His knowledge was so incomplete and inaccurate that several critics in 60 years have discovered, with the aid of specialists, that he lacked the thoroughness which is now habitual with all who undertake to write books. But Poe's knowledge, such as it was, implies much reading, and much reading and much writing are impossible to an idle, dissipated man. This clear-headed, fine-handed artist is present and accounted for at the author's desk. His hours off duty, abundantly and confusedly recorded, do not furnish essential matter for large books. If one, without forewarning, begins to read any Life of Poe, one feels that a mystery is about to open. There seem to be clues to suppressed matters, suspicious lacuna. The lives are written, like some novels, with hintful rows of stars. A shadowy path promises to lead to a misty mid-region of Weir. But Weir proves to be a place that Poe invented. He himself was the first foolish biographer of Poe. The, quote, real, unquote, Poe, to take an invidious adjective from the titles of a modern kind of biography, is a simple, intelligible, and, if one may dare to say it, a rather insignificant man. To make a hero or a villain of him is to write fiction. The craving for story has been at work demanding and producing such fiction. The raw materials were made in America and shipped to France for psychological manufacture. The resulting figure is an irresponsible genius, scribbling immortality under vinous inspiration, or turning neuropsychopathic rhymes. Before paranoia was discovered as a source of genius, wine received all the credit. But Poe could not write a line except when his head was clear and he was at the antipodes of hilarity. The warmth of Bohemia, boulevard mirth, however stimulating to the other mad bards of New York and Philadelphia, never fetched a song from him. He was a solemn, unconvivial, humorless man, who took no joy in his cups. If on occasion he found companions in riot, they were not café poets. Once, when the bottle was passing, and there were other poets present, he so far forgot himself as to say that he had written one poem that would live, The Raven. But this expression of pride does not seem unduly bacchanalian. One could wish that the delights of stein-on-the-table friendship had been his. He needed friends and the happier sort of relaxation. But what record is there of the New York wits and journalists visiting Fordham of an evening to indulge in book talk and amicable liquor? The chaste dinners of the Saturday Club in Boston were ruddy festivals of mutual admiration compared with anything that Poe knew. The unromantic fact is that alcohol made Poe sick, and he got no consolation from it. But before this fact was widely understood, long before there was talk of neuropsychology and hydrocephalus, when even starvation was not clearly reckoned with, it was known in America that Poe drank. This fact became involved with a tradition which has descended in direct line from Elizabethan Puritanism to 19th century America. According to this tradition, poets who do nothing but write poetry are frivolous persons inclined to frequent taverns. The New England poets, to be sure, were not revellers, but they were moral teachers as well as poets, and that redeemed them. The American, knowing them, saw Poe in contrast, as the Englishwoman in the theatre contrasted the ruin of Cleopatra with, quote, "the home life of our own dear queen," unquote. And Poe, always unfortunate, offers a confirmatory half-fact by beginning to die in a gutter in Baltimore, a fact about which Holmes, the physician, can make a not unkindly joke. Besides, what can be expected of a poet who is said to have influenced French poets? We know what the French poets are, because they also wrote novels. Or somebody with about the same name wrote them. Alas for Poe that, in addition to his other offences against respectability, he should have got a French reputation, and become not only a son of Marlowe, but a son of Villon and a brother of Verlaine. Footnote: Colonel Higginson, in his Life of Longfellow, says that Poe, quote, took captive the cultivated but morbid taste of the French public, unquote. The words, quote, but morbid, unquote, are not only a singular indictment of France, but an unwitting indictment of America, for Poe took captive the American reading public before France heard of him. Let us deliver Poe's work, if we cannot deliver his life, from international controversy. But even his work, accepted, individual, indisputable, classic, is troubled by another biographic folly, his debt to one Chivers. Chivers could not write poetry. Poe could. The debt is evident. End footnote. And Poe, meanwhile, with these brilliant but somewhat defamatory reputations, lived, worked, and died in such intellectual solitude that Griswold could write immediately after his death that he left few friends. It is the unhappy truth. Those who promptly denied it, Graham and Willis, show commendable good nature, but they were both incapable of being Poe's friend in any warm sense. Whether they were at fault or Poe was at fault, the fact is that Poe distrusted the one and was contemptuous of the other. What writer besides Poe, what writer whose life is copiously recorded and who lived to have his work known in 3 nations, has left no chronicles of notable friendships? Think how the writers of England and France, with some exceptional outcasts, lived in circles of reciprocal admiration. Think how in New England the men of genius clustered together, how even the shy and reserved Hawthorne was rescued from a solitude that might have been bad for the man and damaging to his work by the consciousness that in Cambridge and Concord, in the rear of Field's shop, were cultivated men who delighted to talk to him about his work, and whose loyalty was gently critical and cherishing. Lafcadio Hearn, who has been compared to Poe, had friends whom he could not alienate by any freak of temper, and those friends encouraged him to self-expression in private letter and work of art. Some such encouragement Poe received from J.P. Kennedy, a generous friend of young genius, and from the journalist F.W. Thomas, whose admiration for Poe seems to have been affectionate and abiding. But among Poe's intimates were few large natures, few sound judgments to keep him up to his best. Long after his death he was honored in Virginia as a local hero. The perfervid biography of him by Professor Harrison of the University of Virginia contrives to include all the great names and beautiful associations of the Old Dominion. But during his life, Poe was not a favorite of the, quote, best families, unquote, of Richmond. As well think of Burns as the child of cultivated Edinburgh, or of Whitman as the darling of Fifth Avenue. At the height of Poe's career in New York, between the appearance of The Raven and the time when poverty and illness claimed him irrecoverably, he appears as a lion in gatherings of the, quote, literati, unquote, but among them his only affectionate friends were 2 or 3 women. To the intellectual man who has no stalwart friends, who consumes his strength in a daily struggle against poverty and burns out his heart in vain pride, there remains sometimes the refuge of a home warm with family loyalty, full of happy incentive to labor in spite of misfortune, and able perhaps to cooperate with the genius of the household. Such refuge was not given to Poe. No man ever had a more cheerless place in which to set up his work-table. His wife was a child when he married her, and was still young when she died of consumption. His aunt and mother-in-law, who no doubt did her best with the few dollars which, quote, Eddie, unquote, put into her hands, was an ignorant woman and probably had no idea what the careful rolls of manuscript were about, beyond the fact that they sometimes fetched a bit of money. Poe would have been excusable if he had sought and found outside his home some womanly consolation of a finer intellectual quality than his wife and aunt were able to offer. His writings are graced with poetic feminine spirits, not unlike Balzac's early dreams of an angel woman, visions that suggest vaguely the kind of soul with which he would have liked to commune. But he never found such a soul. He made several hysterical quests after swans, but they turned out geese, if not to him, certainly to the modern eye that chances to fall on their own memorials of the pursuit. None was of distinguished mind, and all were either innocent or prudent. If Poe, with his Gascon eloquence and compelling eye, rushed to the fortress of propriety, nothing serious came of the adventure, and nothing serious remains. Only trivial gossip, silly correspondence, and quite gratuitous defences. It is a Barmecide feast for hungry scandal. What has just been written may seem a negative and depreciating comment on Poe's story, but it gives truly, I believe, the drab setting in which his work gleams. And by depressing the high false lights that have been hung about his head, we make more salient the virtue that was properly his, the proud independence of mind, the fixity of artistic purpose, the will which governed his imagination and kept it steadily at work in a poor chamber of life, creating beautiful things. However much or little we admire Poe's work, we must understand as a fact in biography that, from the first tales with which he emerged from obscurity to the half-philosophical piece with which, the year before his death, he sought to capture the universe and astound its inhabitants, his writings are the product of an excellent brain, actuated by the will to create. He was a finical craftsman, patient in revision. He did not sweep upward to the heights of eloquence with blind, undirected power. He calculated effects. His delicate instrument did not operate itself while the engineer was absent or asleep. Deliberate, mathematical, alert, he marshalled his talents, and when he failed, which was seldom, he failed for lack of judgment, not for want of industry. To labor for an artistic result with cool precision, while hunger and disease are in the workshop. To revise, always with new excellence, an old poem which is to be republished for the third or fourth time in a cheap journal. To make a manuscript scrupulously perfect to please one's self, for there is to be no extra loaf of bread as reward. The market is indifferent to the finer excellences. This is the accomplishment of a man with ideals and the will to realize them. Let the most vigorous of us write in a cold garret and decide whether on moral grounds our persistent driving of our faculties entitles us to praise. Let us be so hungry that we can write home with enthusiasm about the good breakfast in a bad New York boarding-house, and after it is all over let us imagine ourselves listening earthward from whatever limbo the moralists admit us to, and hearing a critic say that we have been untrue, not only to ourselves, but to our art. For so Dr. Goldwin Smith's ethical theory of art disposes of Poe. Poe, who was never untrue to his art in his slenderest story, or lazy-minded in his least important criticism. This confident man, who will measure the stars with equal assurance by the visions of poetry and the mathematics of astronomy, and set forth the whole truth of the universe in even, compact sentences, such as no man can make by accident. lacks bedclothes to cover a dying wife, except the army overcoat which he had got at West Point 16 years before. Says Trollope, the most self-possessed day-laborer in literature, quote, "The doctor's vials and the ink bottle held equal places in my mother's rooms. I have written many novels under many circumstances, but I doubt very much whether I could write one when my whole heart was by the bedside of a dying son." Her power of dividing herself into two parts, and keeping her intellect by itself, clear from the troubles of the world and fit for the duty it had to do, I never saw equalled. I do not think that the writing of a novel is the most difficult task which a man may be called upon to do, but it is a task that may be supposed to demand a spirit fairly at ease. The work of doing it with a troubled spirit killed Sir Walter Scott. Unquote. Yes, and it helped to kill the self-reliant Balzac, a man of magnificent physique and 10-man power brains, intended, as Gautier says, to be a centenarian, but exhausted and dead at 50, with 20 novels still in his head. If Poe's work consisted of brilliant fragments, disconnected Coleridgean spurts of genius, the relation between his labors and his life, as it is erroneously conceived, would be easy to trace. His biography, some things in it are underscored, furnishes reasons why his work should be ill-thought and confused. He has not been sufficiently credited with sturdy devotion to his task. That must be his merit as a man, and the 10 volumes of his work established it. His tales may be, quote, morbid, unquote, and his verses, quote, very valueless, unquote. They required, to produce them, the sanest intelligence continuously applied. On Poe's uneventful and meagre life there has been built up an apocryphal character, the centre of controversies kept awhirl by as strange a combination of prejudices and non-literary interests as ever vexed an author's reputation. Some of the controversies he made himself and bequeathed to posterity, for he was a child of Hagar. Footnote: as late as 1895, 50 years after the event, Thomas Dunn English, writing from the serenely uncontroversial atmosphere of the House of Representatives to Griswold's son, showed that he still regarded as a live issue a quarrel almost as comic as Whistler's quarrel with Ruskin, though far less witty. End footnote. But the rest have been imposed on him by a world that loves art for talk's sake. Since he was a Virginian by adoption and in feeling, he has been tossed about in a belated sectionalism. Southerners have scented a conspiracy in New England to deprive him of his dues, even to keep him out of the Hall of Fame because he was not a Northerner. Englishmen and Frenchmen, far from the documents, have rescued his reputation from the neglect and miscomprehension of the savage nation where he had the misfortune to be born, and in pulling him up they have tumbled over backward. Only a year or two ago Mrs. Weiss's Home Life of Poe, a stupid but sincere book by the only living lady who knew Poe, threatened to become a matter of international contention. It was to certain British admirers of Poe, the vicious, slanderous voice of America, directed against her greatest genius. It has been said, the newest fashion biography, the pathological, makes Poe a, quote, star, unquote, case, and further confuses the facts. Echoes of neuropathological criticism find their way to American Sunday papers, which serve Poe up as a fascinating disease, with melancholy portraits and ravens spreading tenebrous wings above the columns of type. It is certainly a mad world, and in it, even if he had been a trifle crazy, Poe would still have been conspicuous for his sanity. If Poe's spirit has not forgotten, then in its earthly progress it perpetuated hoaxes, that it courted Byronic fame, that it advertised itself as an infant prodigy, that it made up adventures in Greece and France, which its fleshly tenement did not in point of fact experience, that it took sardonic delight in mystifying the public, then it must see, in omniscient retrospect, a kind of grim justice in the game which the world is playing with its reputation. Nevertheless, it is unfitting that a man who did little worth remembering but write books, who lived in bleak alleys and dull places, should be hailed up and down the main streets of gossip, that a poet who was, as one of his critics says, all head like a cherub, should be the subject of volumes and volumes which are concerned chiefly with his physical habits. The main reason for Poe's posthumous misfortune may well be examined, for an understanding of it is necessary to an understanding of any of the books about him. Moreover, it lies at the very heart of the institution of biography. We have seen that Poe was a friendless man. Griswold so affirmed just after Poe had departed, amid shadowy circumstances, from a life that was none too bright to the eye of the moralist, nor clear to the eye of the world. And Griswold straightway proved his assertion, for he was by his own declaration not Poe's friend, that he was, in accordance with Poe's wish, appointed biographer and editor of the collected works. A man not a friend and not in sympathy with the work was the only acquaintance Poe had to whom to entrust his literary fortunes after he was dead. In itself, a desolate comment on Poe's life. There is no other relation in literary history so strange, so unfortunate as this. End of section 9. Recording by Daniel T. Miller, Elmhurst, Illinois. My blog is dtmiller@blogspot.com. That is DEETEE, Miller@blogspot.com.
Section 10 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Wallace. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 10, Part 2. Griswold was an editor and anthologist of no mean ability. Upon one of his collections of poetry, now an interesting museum of antiquity where archaeologists may study the literature of ancient America, Poe made acerbating and no doubt discriminating comments in a lecture. The report of the lecture angered Griswold. Poe's printed commentary is favorable, and we do not know just what he said in the lecture. He apologized to Griswold, for he was alert to the advantage of his own appearance in clusters of literary lights, which Griswold might assemble later. Once, after an absence from his office in Graham's magazine, he returned to find Griswold at his desk. He resigned immediately, so the story goes, in one of his costly outbursts of pride. Yet he thought Griswold was his friend. He borrowed money from him, and when the year before his death he left New York for Richmond, he wrote to Griswold, appointing him literary executor. Griswold's letter, in which he accepted the office, must have been friendly, for there is something like unwitting testimony on this point. When Poe read the letter in Richmond, a young girl, Susan Archer Weiss, was with him and noted that he was pleased. After Poe's death, Griswold published a severe but not untrue article in the Tribune, the famous article signed Ludwig. Willis and Graham came to Poe's defense in good spirit. Griswold, rather piqued than chastened, prefixed to the third volume of Poe's work his memoir, since unnecessarily suppressed. And long afterward appeared his letter to Mrs. Whitman, written just after the Tribune article. In that letter he says, "I was not his friend, nor was he mine." Therein lies Griswold's perfidy, and not in the memoir itself. For when, coming from one of the later lives of Poe, one turns in a heat of indignation to Griswold, one finds nothing very bad and little that is untrue. Griswold merely emphasized the wrong things, and in so doing he became a monster among biographers. Through him, the muse of biography violated one of the important laws of her dominion. This law prescribes that the best of a man's life shall be fully told, and told first. When a man dies, his letters and papers are put into the hands of one who loves and admires him, or who at least has no reluctance to celebrate him. The work of the first biographer is thrown to the world, where it undergoes scrutiny and correction. The mark of commentators in time turns it gray, but the original ground is white. The thousands of human stories together make a vast whiteness. In the midst of this background, a black official portrait, even though the blackness be lines of fact, becomes a libel. The devil's advocate occupies the place where God's advocate is expected to speak. If the champion tells a dark tale, people think the truth must be darker still, for does not the champion put the best possible face on his hero? Proper tone is impossible to restore. Injustice is done irrevocably. What the friend admits, the world doubly affirms. The life story that grows brighter with time is very rare. Joan of Arc is metamorphosed from a witch to a saint. Machiavelli is proved after centuries to have not been very Machiavellian. Bacon, another upholder of legal autocracy, is seen at last to have been a just and generous man, and not the figure which rising Puritanism made of him at the moment of his death and its triumph. But these are restorations of characters that flourished before the age when official biographies are looked for within a year or two after a man's death. Of the recently dead, we are not yet scientific enough to tell the whole truth. The rights of friendship are recognized, and its duties taken for granted. If its support is withdrawn, the structure is awry. One has only to remember Henley's protest against Balfour's Stevenson, Purcell's Life of Cardinal Manning, and Froude's Carlyle, to be reminded how strong is the obligation upon the friend, or the one holding the friend's office, not to emphasize the hero's blemishes. Yet Henley said nothing against Stevenson, except that Balfour's portrait was too sugary to be a true image of a man. Purcell only showed that Manning played politics, disliked Newman, and was anxious about what posterity should think of him. Froude, so far as we can discover, now that we no longer make Carlyle an object of that kind of hero worship which he thought was good for us, said nothing damaging at all. He only protested too much in his prefaces that he was doing the right thing to draw Carlyle as he was. Yet, as late as 1900, I heard an editor of Carlyle say that Froude had blackened the master. Such men as Carlyle and Stevenson and Manning settle back amid any biographic disturbance. They knock malicious or incompetent biographers off their feet, and burst the covers of little books. It is the poor fellow with an unheroic soul that the biographer can confine and distort. It is the man of a middling compound of virtue and sin who can be sent down for a half-century of misrepresentation by the hand of a treacherous friend. Biography, especially when it deals with the artist who has no part in the quarrels of creeds and politics, is wont to bear its hero along, with his few faults shut up like dead flowerets. Griswold startles the peaceful traffic by turning and running against the current of convention. Later biographers have not served Poe by falling foul of Griswold, for he has the facts and is an able prosecuting attorney, and much harm has been done by emotional admirers of Poe, who, as Mark Twain says of Dowden Shelley, hang a fact in the sky and squirt rainbows at it. The error of Griswold and of Poe's defenders is an error of spirit, the delusion that Griswold's charges are momentous. After Griswold, the story of Poe becomes a weaving and tangling of very small threads of fact. Every succeeding biographer has to take his cue from a powerful man who cannot be disregarded, and each biographer, in order as a faithful chronicler to do his part to straighten the story out, must put rubbish in his book. Even Mr. Woodberry, whose life is incomparably the best, shows the constraint imposed on him by wearisome problems, and loses his accustomed vitality and his essential literary enthusiasm. It is too much to hope that the nebular Poe will be dispelled and the Poe of controversy be laid. Perhaps one should not hope for this, because it may be that, even as the Shakespeare myth is a necessary concomitant of the poet's greatness, the mythic Poe is a measure of his fame, and to attempt to destroy it may have the undesirable effect of seeming to belittle Poe. Nevertheless, in an age of grown-up judgments, it is time to cease confounding his magnificent fame with petty inquisitions and rhetorical defenses. If sudden cessation is impossible, we can at least hope that more and more the trivialities of his life may recede, and the supreme triumph of his art stand forth unvexed and serene. Poe's first important publication was the little volume of 1829, Alarif, Tamerlane, and Minor Poems. It is the birth of a star, set in the heavens secure amid the constellation where are Coleridge, Rossetti, Shelley, Mr. Yeats, and some minor lyrists, perfect if not of first magnitude. Poe's poetry is akin to Coleridge's Kubla Khan, and his theory of poetry is based upon Coleridge's. The theory, though Poe made much of it, and though his essays on poetry are very fine, does not obviously account for his magic. Anyone may have the theory, it is quite easy to understand, but that of running words into melodies so that they cease to be words and become song, that is the inexplicable act of genius. Falling in wreaths through many a startled star, the eternal voice of God is moving by, and the red winds are withering in the sky. Spirit, that dwellest where, in the deep sky, the terrible and fair in beauty vie. The sound of the rain, which leaps down to the flower, and dances again in the rhythm of the shower. The murmur that springs from the growing of grass are the music of things. These lines, all from Alaraf, are to be matched only in Poe's other work. In the poetry of Shelley, of Coleridge, of the British Pre-Raphaelites, whom he inspired, and of others who dream among the stars and hear words as they never sound in the common ear of day. Poe made only a few poems, and most of them are perfect. Spirits of the Dead, The City and the Sea, To Helen, Israfel, To One in Paradise, The Haunted Palace, The Conqueror Worm, Dreamland, For Annie, A Dream Within a Dream, El Dorado. To my ears, these poems are finer than the more obvious metrifications of The Raven, Annabel Lee, Ulalume, and The Bells. Poe regarded The Raven as his best poem, and it is the most popular. But wonderful as it is, haunting as is its music and the music of Ulalume, it seems to me that Poe is imitating Poe. Just so that other amazing master of a technique that no one else can handle, Swinburne, sometimes writes verse that is like himself, but is not quite pure Swinburne, and Francis Thompson, sometimes in the very act of showing his mastery of odd and intricate forms, makes you stop listening and watch the verbal arrangements shape themselves on the page. This is a danger that Poe does not avoid. His virtuosity interrupts the song with something like an undertone of boasting, like De Pachmann at the piano. The Raven interests, but does not charm. However, Poe tells us that a good critique on a poem cannot be written by one who is no poet himself. Humbled by that rebuke, we can silently approve all his verse. There is very little of it. He attained the stars in a short flight of song. No other American pages contain so much beauty in so little space. No other American poet has been so unanimously accepted by all the poets of the world. There is no dissenting voice, not even the voice of Whitman, who accepted Poe at last despite his lack of sympathy with Poe's demoniac blackness of spirit. Of those who are less than poets but read poetry, there may be some not wholly consignable to outer darkness, who cannot respond to Poe. Unhappy people, they will be always shut out from the regions which are Holy Land. Poe would have liked to give all his energy to poetry, but poetry does not boil the pot, and fortunately his versatile genius included a gift for writing tales. With his sure, critical tact, Poe estimated his fiction correctly in the name he gave it, Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque. They are fantastic, visionary, unearthly, intended to produce a mood, to send a frisson through the reader. Everything, the very color of the words, is cunningly adapted to this purpose. Amid the varied powerful fictions of the 19th century, Poe's stories seem thin and not of first-rate importance. The great tragic novels and the deeply moving short stories of our age not only overcast our emotions with shadow and give strange coloring to the world, but deal with human life and true passions. They are therefore more potent than the superficial grotesquerie of Poe. His are flat designs, to be appreciated and enjoyed by the eye and the ear. At their best they are creepy and fascinating and subtle. They give an atmosphere of strange places and climates not known to the Weather Bureau. But we have had so many mighty fictions since Poe that we are blasé. We can read him all night without a shiver. The same thing, I think, is true of Stevenson's tales. I do not know if Stevenson was a great admirer of Poe, but he certainly lived in an era that had been strongly influenced by Poe, and the French writers that followed him. It is a cool pleasure to watch Stevenson put Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde through their changes, and it is with clear intellectual delight that one reads Markheim, and sees Death present himself as the last guest at the house of Will-o'-the-Mill, whereas a story by Maupassant or Dostoevsky, or even Dickens' highly inartistic and very great Christmas Carol, leaves one aching. Mr. Poe and Mr. Stevenson do not overwhelm, nor does that other exquisite master of the eerie tale, Hawthorne. Poe plays with psychological moods abstracted from experience, and so wholly and deliberately of one tone that incredulity does not forget itself and unbar the gates to the inner passages of a reader's nature. Granting this limitation, nay, insisting on it as necessary to full appreciation of Poe's tales, one can then praise them unreservedly. William Wilson, The Telltale Heart, The Fall of the House of Usher are quite perfect things. In his admirable criticisms of Hawthorne, Poe defines the limits of the tale, and that means, of course, the limits which Poe intended or recognized in his own tales. A skillful literary artist has constructed a tale. If wise, he has not fashioned his thoughts to accommodate his incidents, but having conceived with deliberate care a certain unique or single effect to be wrought out, he then invents such incidents, he then combines such events, as may best aid him in establishing this preconceived effect. If his very initial sentence tend not to the outbringing of this effect, then he has failed in his first step. After that, if we read the first sentence of The Fall of the House of Usher, we find Poe has led us into his secret, but none except Poe can make a Poesque tale. Poe has puzzled some readers, who, taking too literally the addresses of other poets to the heavenly muses, have come to believe that a great artist is one who sits with a halo round his head, an amanuensis of some capricious deity who has chosen to fill him with inspiration. They think that because Poe talks of his methods with such haughty assurance, with such an air of the prestidigitator who kindly shows the audience how the last little trick was done, he is not truly inspired, but is confessedly and peculiarly artificial. He is precisely as artificial as art always is. He has singular ability and willingness to turn one part of his mind upon the other, and examine his own creative processes. This is the action of his critical faculty, which all great artists have, but which not all choose to put into essays on literary technique. Poe is a great critic of himself and of others. Writing apropos of himself, he becomes our first philosophic student of literary technique and aesthetics. Writing apropos of books, which the day's work brings him to review, he becomes our first judicial and dogmatic critic. Whether Poe is right or wrong in his critical judgments is not important. He has something to say which he is sitting on the bench, and he expresses himself admirably. Never once does he write as if he had not considered what a particular book in the entire literature of the universe meant to him. Even in the course of the most trivial review, he manages to suggest something valuable about literature. His judgments, except when he overpraises some perishable poetry whose author happens to stand in his good graces, are not so much wrong as vigorously different from those of other people. He was unlike any one that the American press had ever seen before. He was assertive, competent, and had a slashing disrespect and top-lofty independence which seemed like a new sort of literary honesty. In one sense, Poe is thoroughly independent and honest. He never expresses other people's opinions except when he agrees with them, and then he repeats them as his own. Like many other intensely original men, he is a shameless plagiarist, and he turns off ideas gathered from Coleridge and Macaulay with a divine assumption of discovery, which later critics, some of them incapable of any original idea, easily trace back to the source. Poe was a devoted servant of literature. He loved what is good. Some of his diamonds were paste, and one suspects that he knew it, that he was sometimes a trifle disingenuous in writing up for the public, on whose suffrages his bread depended, the paste whose glitter the public likes. But on the whole he struck blows for what he liked. His critical papers which are of permanent value are his essays on the technique of poetry, and his appreciations of Dickens, Hawthorne, Mrs. Browning, Irving, Cooper, Bryant, Lowell. His retort to Lowell is a bit of unguncular sparring, which is stimulating to read now in a day of dull truce, when every well-bred critic is too polite or too timid to say anything pugnacious. Lowell had shown his claws in his fable for critics, and Poe in Revenge caustically applies his acute sense of meter to Lowell's rattling impromptu. He had so much intellectual acumen that although the gods had not made him a humorist, he could by sheer force of intellect write wittily, and write well, always well. His feeblest paper about the deepest buried celebrity among the literati is written by a man who understands the literary craft through and through. Criticism is valuable not in so far as it tells the truth, and nothing but the truth about a book, for it can never do that, but in so far as it expresses an unusual, an individual mind. It reveals the critic rather than the thing criticized. When Mr. Henry James speaks of Poe's very valueless verses, he tells nothing about the poet, because for half a century other people, including the unanimous company of poets, the highest authorities, have found the verses very valuable. But he does tell us something about Mr. James's interesting mind. He confesses that his auditory system is defective. Similarly, the following passage from Mr. James' Life of Hawthorne explains Mr. James in some measure, but it does not explain Poe. There was, says Mr. James, but little literary criticism in the United States at the time Hawthorne's earlier works were published, but among the reviewers Edgar Poe perhaps held the scales the highest. He, at any rate, rattled them loudest, and pretended more than any one else to conduct the weighing process on scientific principles. Very remarkable was this process of Edgar Poe's, and very extraordinary were his principles, but he had the advantage of being a man of genius, and his intelligence was frequently great. His collection of critical sketches of the American writers flourishing in what M. Taine would call his milieu and moment is very curious and interesting reading. And it has one quality which ought to keep it from ever being completely forgotten. It is probably the most exquisite specimen of provincialism ever prepared for the edification of man. Poe's judgments are pretentious, spiteful, vulgar, but they contain a great deal of sense and discrimination as well, and here and there, sometimes at frequent intervals, we find a phrase of happy insight embedded in a patch of the most fatuous pedantry. Note how this latter-day critic tries to make Poe conform with the critic's prejudices and obsessions. In the first place, Poe is seldom pretentious, because he does not have to pretend. He is in full possession of a rare literary proficiency and has no occasion to be pretentious. In the second place, he is not vulgar, because he is a unique and original person, having little in common with current, that is, vulgar, ideas and ways. The extraordinary can be objectionable, offensive, but it cannot be vulgar. Finally, consider Poe's collection of critical sketches as the most exquisite specimen of provincialism ever prepared for the edification of man. Poe's collection is an accident of journalism. After his death, the trivialities of his day's work were assembled from the petty magazines. Let us compare the list of persons criticized by Mr. Poe, an American poet enforced by circumstance to be a hack reviewer, with a list of persons criticized in the Lives of the Poets by the great Dr. Johnson, whom the booksellers hired to write introductions to poets whom they, not he, had chosen to reprint. Poe's list contains 55 names that mean nothing, and 13 names still regarded as important. Johnson's list contains 28 names, no one of which suggests a line of verse to a fairly assiduous reader of British poetry, and the names of 15 memorable poets. Poe's Welby, Mowat, Hoyt, Bogart, and the rest are no more exquisitely provincial than Johnson's Stepney, Duke, Yalden, Mallet, and the others. The two lists, seen in the light not of a theory but of known historic facts, show that the preservation of nonentities in the immortal fluid of a great man's reputation is not a matter of provincialism, but of diurnalism. They are equal commentaries on the life of unprosperous genius, which has to turn its attention to obscure or insignificant persons in obedience to popular demand. Johnson's booksellers made selections from 2 centuries of British poetry, for publication in dignified bound volumes. Poe pretends to be writing for a local magazine, mostly about contemporaneous persons, late books of prose and verse. It is somewhat beside the point, but nevertheless worth saying, that the great Dr. Johnson does not know a poem when he sees one, that it is he who recommends to the booksellers the inclusion of Yalden, Pomfret, Blackmore, and Watts. Poe's perception is instantaneous, and even when he is discoursing of a poetaster as dead and buried, as are most of Johnson's poets, he says something fine and searching about the art of verse. However, the point is not to contrast Johnson's dense surdity with Poe's almost invariable sensitiveness, but to see Poe against his historical background, and remember that he did not choose the literati to represent his ideas of the best in literature. Poe's last work is Eureka, a book that few have curiosity to read and still fewer understand. It is a prose poem of great beauty, doubly interesting because it is not in the misty mood that one would expect of a poet, but is a piece of modern rationalism. Poe saw the stars calmly and saw them cold and mathematical in their habits. He was so impressed with the finality of his vision and his triumphant solution of the cosmos that he chose a title since rendered trite by commercial inventors. Like all other philosophers, he failed to find the whole truth, and few responded to his cry of discovery. But he did something that should be better known in the history of 19th century thought. He saw the universe as a material process. He, the dreamer of dreams, poetizes a scientific conception of the world without a trace of Oriental superstition. Most other quasi-philosophic poetry of his time is allied with German idealism and Christian mythicism. Poe was the single voice of protest against transcendental cosmology. He was not in possession of all the available scientific knowledge of his day, but he was in accord with the spirit of scientific materialism. In this and in other respects he was akin to Shelley. These poets are better thinkers than prosaic thinkers are ready to acknowledge. Israfel, plucking his lyre in the sky, understands that the stars and all the songs that praise them are physical phenomena. Biographical note: Edgar Allan Poe was born in Boston, January 19, 1809. He died in Baltimore, October 7, 1849. His parents were actors. In 1811 he was adopted by John Allen. In 1815 he was taken to England and sent to Manor House School, near London. In 1826 he went to the University of Virginia, which he left because his foster father did not approve his conduct. In 1827 he enlisted in the United States Army. He was honorably discharged in 1829. In 1830 he entered West Point. The next year he was dismissed. The course of his life from 1831 to 1833 is obscure. In 1833 he received a prize of $100 for A Message Found in a Bottle. In 1835 he was assistant editor of the Southern Literary Messenger. In 1836 he married his cousin Virginia Clem. The next year he settled in Philadelphia. In 1839 he was associate editor of the Gentleman's Magazine. In 1841 he became editor of Graham's Magazine. In 1844 he moved to New York City and became assistant editor of the Evening Mirror. The next year he was manager of the Broadway Journal. Virginia Clem Poe died in 1847. The last months of his life he spent in Richmond. His works are Tamerlane and Other Poems, 1827, Al Raf, Tamerlane and Minor Poems, 1829, Poems, 1831, Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, 1838, The Conchologist First Book, 1839, Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque, 1840, The Raven and Other Poems, 1845, Tales, 1845, Eureka, a Prose Poem, 1848, The Literati, in Gaudy's Lady's Book, 1846, 1850, Collected Works, 1850. The best biography of Poe is that by George E. Woodberry in 2 volumes, published in 1909, an amplification of his life in American Men of Letters. Only a reader who has labored through many volumes of Poe's biography can realize how sane and discriminative is Mr. Woodberry's early study. His extended work is final and wholly satisfactory. The Life and Letters of Poe by James A. Harrison contains much interesting matter, but it is floridly sentimental and ornate. Excellent essays are those by Emile Hennequin and Écrivains Francis and Mr. John M. Robertson, and essays toward a critical method. The introductory essay to Putnam's Editor of Poe by Professor Charles F. Richardson is very good, and is also the essay by Andrew Lang in the edition of Poe's poems published in London by Kegan, Paul Trench and Company in 1883. French essays about Poe are numerous, many of them interesting and suggestive. End of Section 10, Part 2. Recording by Emily Wallace.
Section 11 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Arsenault. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 11, Holmes. American literature is less strong in the mood of passionate contemplation, the serenest mood of art, than in the mood of revolt, exhortation, divine discontent with some aspects of the world. The more powerful writers, Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman, Whittier, Mark Twain, are in opposition to things as they are. They are men of radical convictions, which they try to impress on the reader through satire, sermons, inspired journalism, intense occasional verse. I do not mean that the spirit of propaganda, aggressive belief, is their only driving impulse, but the fire of the reformer is in them all. They are, each in his way, glorious cranks, and they are the most virile personalities in our literature. Holmes' views have been familiar for 50 years, and he now seems on the whole a witty, finely bred old gentleman, expressing over the teacups ideas that are mild and respectable, certainly not dynamitical. It is today a little difficult to realize that he, too, was a revolter, that the first numbers of the Atlantic Monthly, made precious by the autocrat, encountered opposition among some of the conventional religious barbarians who were a dull majority in our free and independent country. Holmes is the unsuperstitious man of the world, the rationalist, the spokesman of what in his time is radical science, protesting against the theological attitude toward life. His mind is inquisitive, discursive, fanciful, but very solidly sane. His manner is consciously well-bred, conciliatory, even elegant, a very innocent mask for some loaded guns that he fires while looking unconcernedly at something else. Having inspected the world and found it out, he does not attack it at full cry like a reformer, but in perfectly modulated tones, in a voice twinkling with laughter. Though seldom yielding to the full chest tones of mirth, he discourses urbanely of men and their ways. Without quite knowing whence the shot came, the enemy has received a blow fairly amidships. Holmes touches profundities with an assumption of amateurish inquiry, which with him is a method of humor, and not, as with Matthew Arnold, a dodging, unconvincing modesty. Because of Holmes's rationalism and urbanity, and also because his verse has a carven finish and intellectual glitter, he has been often referred to the 18th century, which is preeminent for its town-bred essayists and witty versifiers. His biography, Mr. Morse, draws up a comic list of essayists to whom the autocrat has been likened, and sagely concludes that Holmes is Holmes. The autocrat is as Addisonian as anyone cares to find him, or as much like Lamb as someone else cares to find him. But, after all, the essayist is a distinctive individual. Indeed, his quality as an essayist depends on his difference from other people. The essay is a rare form which few men have been able to make so well that their collected discourses are numbered among the great books of the world. Unlikely as it may seem, if one has not thought of it before, English literature contains more good novels and poems than essays. It may be that the essayist quality is rarely given to a man of letters, and it may be that the great literary imaginations arrive at success in the other forms of art, so that the essay is made up of the otherwise unused fragments of genius. The apparent superiority of the 18th century in the essay is in part due to the lack of wealth in the other forms of writing, just as a kind of clear, shapely, intellectual verse seems to be peculiar to the 18th century because there is in that age so little beautiful, emotional poetry. The 19th century essayists are really more numerous and greater than those of the 18th century, but they are not relatively so prominent because they are surrounded by a varied profusion of genius of other types. Holmes is a single great discursive essayist that America has bound in its slender sheaf of literary harvest. It is easy, but not profoundly critical, to say Holmes, essayist and witty poet, 18th century noted for essays and witty poems. Ah, yes, Holmes had a belated 18th century mind. The truth is, he was a very modern man, wholly of his time and place. In form, in substance, he is no closer to the 18th century than is Emerson or Thoreau. In the topics he discusses, in the nervous eclectic variety of his mind, he is characteristic of his day and generation. It was Addison's ambition to have it said of me that I have brought philosophy out of closets and libraries, schools and colleges, to dwell at clubs and assemblies, at tea tables and in coffee houses. That expresses Addison even more perfectly than he realized, and not so flatteringly as he would have wished. He was an academic turned journalist. Seen across the splendor of the 19th century, the philosophy that he fetched out of colleges and library is jejune. Perfect in a narrow way, exquisitely phrased, it is not a very rich body of matter which Addison delivered from obscurity to the limited light of a few prosperous breakfast tables. Addison and Steele are triflers, all the better in their way for being triflers. Holmes is a well-stored modern man. Moreover, his is a forward-looking, not a backward-looking mind. Despite all recent rapid changes of ideas and the silencing, if not the disappearance, of some prejudices that he attacked, he is closer to us than to any time before him. His old-fashioned garment is a dramatic costume, as was Lamb's. The Autocrat is a fresh, day-lit, life-lit book, tingling with present-day issues, though we have lost the sense of stir which it made in the obdurate bosom of Calvinism. We do not recognize ourselves in the breakfast eaters to whom Mr. Addison condescended so charmingly. Indeed, it were better on some mornings to go back to bed if there were nothing more vital in the world than the Spectator brings. But the autocrat is our neighbor. He can keep one up at night. Here is a champion of our kind of thought, a spirited, though half-disguised, controversialist, a believer in intellectual courage, in which our world, Holmes's Boston especially, is at this advanced date deplorably lacking. You never need think you can turn over any old falsehood without a terrible squirming and scattering of the horrid little population that dwells under it. So speaks Dr. Holmes of Beacon Street, our contemporary, though not the contemporary of the intellectual decadence of Beacon Street. Do I think that the particular form of lying often seen in newspapers under the title "From Our Foreign Correspondent" does any harm? Why, no. I don't know that it does. I suppose it doesn't really deceive people any more than the Arabian Nights or Gulliver's Travels do. There speaks our contemporary, though not the contemporary of the men who edited the newspapers that the boy brought this morning. The autocrat came full-blooded and shapely of limb from the brow of humor, a new form, a new manner. There is nothing like it in the whole range of causerie. Master alike in speech and song of fame's great antiseptic style, you with the classic few belong, who tempered wisdom with a smile. He belongs with the classic few, as Lowell says, because the classic is a man who does something that other classics have not done. He joins them by writing a book in his own way, without too much regard for established immortals. The autocrat is a new mode of essay, every man his own Boswell. It pretends to be a record of talk, and thereby gains the privileges of talk without sacrificing the advantages of literary phrasing when that is needed to put the thought in order. It is free from the rigors of the formal essay, and secures a natural right to circle over the universe, alighting when it will and soaring when it will. Holmes's grotesque, delicious image is putting his straw in the bung of the universe. The table talkers, Selden, Hazlitt, Coleridge, have left fine fragments, epigrammatic, witty, sententious, poetical, of the controversial man, or rather of the monologizing man. Holmes, with an instinctive dramatic sense, favors a broader idea of human talk. He embodies himself in a variety of mouthpieces. The characters afford him opportunity to say things that he really means, but which a Brahmin physician might not care to express propria voce. He enjoys in himself and others the habit of the human mind of jumping from topic to topic, and his table talk form enables him to indulge the enjoyment. He drops with apparent casualness the conclusion of a lifelong reflection on a pet idea, and then turns lightly to something else, so that the favorite thought does not betray how much the author thinks of it. Holmes was nearly 50 when he wrote The Autocrat, and he had written little prose before. He drew on the untouched treasures of a mind at vigorous maturity, stocked full of experience. It is from experience that he dips oftenest and deepest. He is a reader, an amateur of books, but not a bookish man. He disliked criticism and refused to become one of the Atlantic reviewers. His statistical enumeration of Emerson's multitudinous references to literature reveals rather respectful amusement than admiration. He lectured on the English poets and was cordially applauded, but of this literary excursion nothing is remembered except the verses with which he concluded each discourse. Whenever he speaks of books in The Autocrat or The Professor, He speaks with unerring perspicacity and individuality of judgment. This single sentence in The Professor expresses Wordsworth in a flash. Read the sonnet, if you please. It is Wordsworth all over, trivial in subject, solemn in style, vivid in description, prolix in detail, true metaphysically, but immensely suggestive of imagination, to use a mild term, when related as an actual fact of a sprightly youngster. That is the sort of condensed criticism which one finds in Lamb's letters. The American essayists who were Holmes' friends, especially Lowell and Emerson, are buried in books. They are thick with allusions which send a reader often to the library, and that is part of their service as humanists, diffusers of culture. Holmes makes you close in his book, with your finger between the pages, and let your fancy run on what he has been saying. He stands on his own feet, thinking about life, and does not sit on the shoulders of the literary giants of the ages. Yet few of his more bookish contemporaries, devoted to purely literary questions, write so well as he does. Only Hawthorne, of the New Englanders, equals him in unbroken perfection of style. Holmes is one of the masters of style, in whose phrasing there is no technical flaw, no expression blurred, and but loosely approximate to the thought. His prose and his verse are free from false verbal notes. There is in his work not one of those sentences that somehow get neglected in the practical business of making manuscript, and which suffer for the healing touch of proofreader or editor. This is the more remarkable in view of the range of Holmes' thought. He expresses a great many kinds of idea. The very index to The Autocrat is a work of humor. He leaps from witty fooling and whimsicalities to some puzzling problem of psychology, which he fetches into the light of his transparent logical style. Then, with an instinctive avoidance of tedium and long explanation, he leaves the problem and passes to a bit of sentiment, often on a high plane of feeling, where he is equally sure and in command of the resources of language. For crossplay of whimsicality, over-restrained and honest pathos, you will look long before you find anything better than this from My Hunt After the Captain. In the first car, on the fourth seat to the right, I saw my captain. There saw I him, even my firstborn, whom I had sought through many cities. "How are you, boy?" "How are you, Dad?" Such are the proprieties of life as they are observed among us Anglo-Saxons of the 19th century, decently distinguishing those natural impulses that made Jozef, the prime minister of Egypt, weep aloud so that the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard, nay, which had once overcome his shaggy old uncle Esau so entirely that he fell on his brother's neck and cried like a baby in the presence of all the women. But the hidden cisterns of the soul may be filling fast with sweet tears, while the windows through which it looks are undimmed by a drop or a film of moisture. His thoughts on love in The Professor are beautiful, at once speculative and humane. He slips once or twice into the mists of poetical metaphysics, on the verge of the region where Emerson wanders in his essay on love, but comes swiftly back to the persons at the table. He seldom quite lets go his moorings in life. The Autocrat is the cream of a man's mind at 50. Had he said the best that he had to say, and would the next book be a limping sequel unable to keep the pace of his predecessor? There are those who find The Professor even better than The Autocrat. Indeed, it is a deepening and ripening of The Autocrat's method and quality of thought. The Professor argues a little more at length, moves more steadily in one subject, with less fantastic flitting, fewer wayward excursions in pursuit of lateral analogies. The old verve is there. with an admixture of a sharper satire. There is a reason why The Autocrat should have had a sequel. That gentle old fellow had, to his surprise, started some controversies by the fresh candor of his thoughts on life and religion. These controversies suggested new ideas, but they were not for the autocrat to take up. They would have been out of character. The professor is the man to resume some of these argumentative ideas and press them home. The professor, of course, is an avowedly learned man and accustomed to lecture, whereas the autocrat is only an amateur talker. The professor's bête noire is orthodoxy. He is an impartial critic of the various learned occupations. He shows that the theological attitude is not peculiar to theologians, and strikes hard at pseudoscience in his own realm of thought. Little Boston is an excellent character. His local patriotism, slightly caricatured, is a page from the doctor's own book of life. That is a delightful way to express an idea, to let it run to overstatement in the talk of a character, and then shave it off and modify it in the true first person. Iris is rather shadowy, a feminine vision for a wild, middle-aged man to enwrap in gracious ideas. The boy John is a bit of low comedy realism, which the doctor had brought in for the express purpose of unseating himself when he gallops too long on a high horse. The book has a central idea, outside the story of Iris. Its thesis is humanity in science and theology. It is an ultimate apology for the medical profession, doubly persuasive for its frank acknowledgment of weaknesses in the Aesculapian brotherhood. It pleads for and expresses the humanity of learning, and is a shrewd antidote to pedantry, pseudoscience, and religious buncombe. One reason that the professor seems to a young New Englander so tingly alive, so contemporaneous, is that the delusions it doughtily pulled to pieces still flourish. We need the book at least as much as our fathers needed it. The Poet and Over the Teacups are written in the doctor's inimitable manner, or perhaps it would be fair to say in the manner that only Holmes could imitate. They suffer in comparison with himself alone. The sources of good talk are by no means run dry, though the stream is a little thinner. Holmes is not one of those whom popularity induced to write too much. He lived a long life, and his complete works are but a modest dozen volumes. His success in portraying characters and making them talk in the true idioms of life encouraged him to write a novel. Elsie Venner is an ingenious story, and it needs not to be said that it is well written. Holmes did not know how otherwise to write, but he had not the gifts of the genuine novelist. He might have discovered them in himself if he had begun to look for them at 30 instead of at 50. The manager of Elsie Venner is the professor. He shows through delightfully at times, in spite of the shivery tale. Perhaps we do not shiver now, for we have lived through Ibsen and other men of tragic genius, whose problems are more intense and harrowing than any idea of the doctor's. Elsie Venner excites in us intellectual interest, and gives the pleasure which a fine mind always offers, even in some form of literature to which it is not best adapted. The Guardian Angel, another tale strung on a curious thesis, is more delightful than Elsie Venner. It is written in a lower key. If the professor is stage manager of Elsie Venner, the director of The Guardian Angel is the autocrat. The first half of the book, where the problems of the plot have not begun to close in and demand of the author a skill that he does not quite possess, is as full of wise fun as so many pages of the Breakfast Table series. From the time when Holmes, at 21, struck the public fancy with his stirring boyish verses, Old Ironsides, He was known as a writer of occasional poetry. He is perhaps the most uniformly skilful and delightful maker of rhymes in commemoration of local events to be found in English literature. He was ambitious to be known as a poet, as is every man of letters who has tasted at all of the divinest spring. His verses are among the most graceful pages of the Autocrat, and in their kind they are perfect. As he never wrote poor prose, so he never wrote bad poetry, and yet he is not a poet of lofty rank. He is a neat versifier of humor, sentiment, and friendship, fundamentally sincere, and dexterous in touching his modest lyre. There are several such poets in the 19th century whom we could ill spare, and whose volumes we thumb as often, perhaps, as the works of the great poets, for example, Gilbert, Hood, Praed, Thackeray, Locke or Lamson, Calverley. They are the pleasantest companions, and they are very fine technical metrists. The great note they do not attempt. Holmes' most ambitious poem, the one which he was most eager to have remembered as poetry, is The Chambered Nautilus. To me it seems an elaborated conceit, pretty but not moving. The best of his poems is The Last Leaf, which touches with a fine tenderness, through a playfully turned stanza, the true pathos of age. Wind clouds and star drifts, elevated in thought and well done in its way, is cold as prose. As the poet at the breakfast table himself says of the verses, they were evidently written honestly and with feeling, and no doubt meant to be reverential. But the inexplicable inspiration never descended upon the autocrat poet-professor. The prose passage in the Autocrat about the sea and the mountains is essentially better poetry than any of Holmes's verse. The sea remembers nothing. It is feline. It licks your feet. Its huge flanks purr very pleasantly for you, but it will crack your bones and eat you, for all that, and wipe the crimson foam from its jaws as if nothing had happened. The mountains give their lost children berries and water. The sea mocks their thirst and lets them die. The mountains have a grand, stupid, lovable tranquility. The sea has a fascinating, treacherous intelligence. The mountains lie about like huge ruminants, their broad backs awful to look upon but safe to handle. The sea smooths its silver scales until you cannot see their joints, but their shining is that of a snake's belly after all. In deeper suggestiveness I find as great a difference. The sea drowns out humanity and time. It has no sympathy with either, for it belongs to eternity, and of that it sings its monotonous song forever and ever. In the poetry of light sentiment, of humor and sparkling wordplay, Holmes is perfectly successful. He is the best possible maker of after-dinner verses. The spirit of college festivals and friendly reunions he caught and spun into cunning rhymes, not once but in 50 pieces. The Deacon's masterpiece and the Broomstick Train possess that unquestionable merit which is settled once for all by the fact that no one else ever did anything like them. The Brahmin doctor had only one peer in the versifying of Yankee humor, and that was his neighbor across the river, Mr. Hosea Biglow. Holmes belonged to the prosperous, comfortable classes. He took very much to heart some of the problems of his time, the intellectual and religious problems. He was a very keen and advanced investigator of some questions of psychology, and no man ever phrased scientific knowledge more perspicuously for the layman. But life for him was easy, and he saw things from the sunny side of a clean street. Lowell early accused him of indifference to political and social reform, to which Holmes replied most winningly, half confessing the charge. He believed in good family, in the refinements of wealth, and was an apologist of the privileged whom wealth and opportunity surround with the graces of life to which he was very sensitive. He looked with humorous but distant sympathy on any democratic idea that happened to be current, and a good many queer forms of democratic ideas were current. But he remained closely within the shelter of caste. His point of view is frankly New England, not broadly American, and certainly not of a world social scope. His attitude toward life is that of a gently satirical romantic. He does not understand realism in literature, nor the social structure that at bottom unites, say, the autocrat's landlady with the ancestral advantage which the autocrat thinks a young man ought to have. The individual specimen of human nature he inspects quizzically, affectionately. He writes for the few, not the many. He addresses those who can catch an idea as it flies. His odd combination of logic and fantasy makes his work a continuous delight. The process of his thought, as he unfolds it, is fascinating, and he himself watches it with a delighted sense of surprise. He is the most modest of egotists, and except when he is attacking an enemy, always a generalized intellectual enemy, never a personal one, he suggests rather than asserts. His intellectual curiosity warily eludes closed final statements. To him, the universe is going on all the time, and was not concluded with the last remark that any of us happen to regard as ultimate. Every imagination that merits his is stimulated to go on thinking about a world that is so full of a number of things. Biographical note. Oliver Wendell Holmes was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, August 29, 1809. He died in Boston, October 7, 1894. He was graduated from Harvard in 1829 and studied medicine in Boston and Paris. In 1836 he began to practice medicine. From 1847 to 1882 he was professor of anatomy at the Harvard Medical School. He made one or two original discoveries in medicine, one of which led him into controversy with older physicians. The professor in the laboratory is almost as interesting as at the breakfast table, for he wields the same competent pen. Except for a visit to Europe in 1886, Holmes spent his long life in Boston and Beverly. In 1840, he married Amelia Lee Jackson. His chief works are Poems, 1836, Homeopathy and Its Kindred Delusions, 1842, Poems, 1846, 1849, 1850, 1862, The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, 1858, The Professor at the Breakfast Table, 1860, Elsie Venner, 1861, Songs in Many Keys, 1861, Soundings from the Atlantic, 1863, Humorous Poems, 1865, The Guardian Angel, 1867, The Poet at the Breakfast Table, 1872, Songs of Many Seasons, 1874, Memoir of Motley, 1878, The Iron Gate, 1880, Pages from an Old Volume of Life, 1883, Medical Essays, 1883, Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1884, The New Portfolio, 1885-6, A Mortal Antipathy, 1885, Our 100 Days in Europe, 1887, Before the Curfew, 1888, Over the Teacups, 1890. The complete biography is The Life and Letters of Holmes, by Mr. John Tyler Morse. Mr. S. M. Crothers has in preparation the volume on Holmes for the American Men of Letters series. One can confidently recommend it in advance of publication, for Mr. Crothers is the most genial essayist discovered and encouraged by the Atlantic Monthly since Lowell induced Holmes to write for the first number. End of section 11. Recording by Laurie Arsenault, Maine.
Section 12 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica Louise. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Thoreau. When Thoreau died, Emerson wrote, "The country knows not yet, or in the least part, how great a son it has lost." In 50 years, the country, the world, has learned more of this great son. Friends and editors have assembled one by one the 11 volumes of the standard edition, and the recent publication of his complete journal indicates that there are readers who regard the least of his notes as worthy of preservation. The growing cult of the open air, the increasing host of amateur prodigals returning to nature, have given fresh vogue to his sketches of woods and waters. But for all that, the man is not yet fully understood. Lowell's unsympathetic essay, product of a mind from which poetry and youth had evaporated, and of a social outlook grown conventionally decorous, has carried inevitable authority. Like Macaulay's essay on Bacon and Jeffrey's blundering miscomprehension of Wordsworth, it is an example of how one great reputation may for a period smother and distort another. Stevenson's popular essay, written in his half-dramatic attitude of athletic good cheer and arm-in-arm sympathy with a hooray-boy world, is based on a misconception of Thoreau's character and his message as a whole. It overemphasizes the gentle reservation with which Emerson tempers his praise. Emerson, in a few words, sets forth the rounded integrity of Thoreau's work and personality. In one place he makes a comment upon his fellow philosopher's proneness to negation and opposition. The comment, in its place, is just to Thoreau and expresses Emerson's more inclusive amiability. Stevenson singles out from Emerson's total estimate the negative characteristic, and stiffens it into an antisocial asceticism which is not foreign to Thoreau's nature, but is by no means its dominant quality. That original minds stand above the comprehension of mediocre minds of their own period and of later times is a fact observable everywhere in the history of the human intellect. More than that, some minds are not merely above the common herd, they are in advance of the best culture of their day, and must await the intelligence of later generations to give them full recognition. Emerson and Holmes were as comprehensible to their generation as to ours. Whitman and Thoreau were trailblazers. They went before to survey regions where later comers find a broad highway. Thoreau's vision shot beyond the horizon which bounded, and still bounds, the sight even of that part of the world which fancies itself liberal and emancipated. "I am," says Thoreau, "a poet, a mystic, and a transcendentalist." He was all that, and moreover he was an anarchist. He was the one anarchist of great literary power in a nation of slavish conformity to legalism, where obedience to statute and maintenance of order are assiduously inculcated as patriotic virtues by the social powers which profit from other people's docility. Walden and A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers have been accepted as classics. The essays on forest trees and wild apples were to be found in a school reader 25 years ago. But the ringing revolt of the essay on civil disobedience is still silenced under the thick respectability of our times. The ideas in it could not today be printed in the magazine which was for years owned by the publishers of Thoreau's complete works. Boston Back Bay would shiver. It would not do, really, to utter aloud Thoreau's ideas in a society whose leading university, Thoreau's alma mater, has recently ruled, that the halls of the university shall not be open for persistent or systematic propaganda on contentious questions of contemporaneous social, economic, political, or religious interests. That is, let the university offer 50 courses in philosophy, history, and literature which is dead enough not to be dangerous to vested authority, but let it not take any part in philosophy, history, or literature which is in the making. The application of Thoreau's principles to the injustices of our present political and industrial life would be condemned as disloyally un-American in the community where he lived, and which is now owned, body and soul, factory and college, by State Street. Thoreau's intellectual kinsmen are not there. For an adequate recognition of the value of Thoreau's challenge to authority, one turns to no living New Englander, but to that other solitary and indignant moralist, Tolstoy. On the right of the individual to withhold his sanction of word and deed from a government by any minority or majority which is engaged in dishonest practices and enforces brutal laws, the American and the Russian philosopher are mainly in accord. Each says to government, "You may take me and break me because you are physically strong, but willing party to your legalized system of plunder and murder I will not be." The government against which Tolstoy rebelled is melodramatically barbarous, so that liberal minds all over the world find themselves in sympathy with him. It is easy to protest against tyranny on the other side of the planet. Thoreau's government, which is so like the present government of the United States that the change of a word or two, the insertion of modern instances, makes his essay as pertinent as if written yesterday. Thoreau's government skulks behind the pacific mask of democracy. It deforms children, kills men, and ruins women by common consent, and not by the Cossack forces of a picturesquely tyrannous czar. The prosperous and so-called cultivated classes who manage for us our industrial, educational, literary, and religious affairs hold up horrified hands at Russia, but naturally have no quarrel with the system of government at home which leaves them in peace and offers them a career of ease. Therefore, in the gallery of ideas through which admiring American youth is conducted, Thoreau's portrait of government is discreetly turned to the wall. His nature books, his poetic notes on the seasons, are recommended to an ever-growing number of readers. The flaming eloquence of his social philosophy, the significance, the conclusion of his experiment in individualism, is ignored. We praise Tolstoy, even in cultivated Boston, but we remain unacquainted with our own spiritual liberator. One difference between Tolstoy and Thoreau is vital, a difference in personal circumstances. Tolstoy was born a landed aristocrat. He struggled in vain to bring the conduct of his life into accord with his beliefs. He desired to be a workman, but could only dabble in manual toil. In spite of his attempt to renounce copyright, his world-famous fictions brought money to his family. Circumstances enmeshed him, and his titanic struggle to extricate himself entangled him more and more, and made him a tragic figure. His life came to an impotent conclusion. Only death, as in some Greek tragedy, could restore dignity and moral consistency. Thoreau, on the other hand, was born poor. He remained a bachelor. He earned his living by productive labor, and thus he had the good fortune to be able to practice his philosophy. He was not directly, nor by any economic indirection, dependent for his bread on another man. Tolstoy, an agonized prisoner in a wealth which he thought polluted him, may well have envied the Yankee pencil whittler and land surveyor, a jack of all trades and master of several, who did his honest day's work beside the common laborers of the world. The leisure which he spent in the company of sages, poets, and prophets, whose peer he was, he earned with his hands. He was spared the humiliation of writing sermons on freedom in time won at the expense of some other man's freedom. "If I devote myself to other pursuits and contemplations," he says, "I must first see, at least, that I do not pursue them sitting upon another man's shoulders. I must get off him first, that he may pursue his contemplations too." One other difference between Tolstoy and Thoreau is essential. It springs from that primary difference in their social stations. Tolstoy groaned beneath the agony of a suffering world. He took upon himself the sins of his class. His long cry of pain, which the work of his last 20 years hurls at the dull ears of humanity, is unrelieved except by a sad, half-rationalized Christianity, confessedly unconsoling. He tortured himself with an almost morbid sense of responsibility for evils remote from his private duties, evils which he could not help. Thoreau, on the contrary, enjoyed life. "I came into this world," he says, "not chiefly to make this a good place to live in, but to live in it, be it good or bad." When they put him in jail for refusing on principle to pay his poll tax, he had nothing on which to impose a property tax. He did not make a martyr of himself, but with his mouth slightly awry, wrote 5 dryly humorous pages about "my prisons," in which legal contrivances are made to look not merely oppressive but ridiculous. He laughs at the jailer and official, his neighbors in their attitudes as policeman and soldier. A man of humor, one might think, would be ashamed to appear on a street in Thoreau's town in blue uniform with a star on his breast, lest Thoreau emerge suddenly from the woods and contemplate the insignia of authority with a faintly acid smile. Thoreau is not a theorist who argues himself into anarchism by the routes of bookish reasoning. The philosophy of anarchism was not in his lifetime so highly developed, codified, and rationalized as it is now, and it is doubtful if Thoreau would have had much patience with its elaborately systematic arguments in support of an unsystematic conduct of life. To speak practically, and as a citizen, he says, "Unlike those who call themselves no-government men, I ask for not at once no government, but at once a better government." He was no selfish opponent of the inconveniences of society. The state might have his money if it used it for useful, or at worst, harmless enterprises, such as building roads. He was willing to conform with any peaceful nonsense or extravagance. One cannot be too much on his guard, lest his action be biased by obstinacy or an undue regard for the opinions of men. He simply asked not to be made accessory to legalized crime. He had no disposition to reform the world, though he joined the abolitionists, like all decent New Englanders of all creeds and political principles. "The government does not concern me much, and I shall bestow the fewest possible thoughts on it." That was a fair and a practical attitude for a free man in an agricultural nation like America 60 years ago, where he who had skill to work could get a living somehow. A complexly organized industrial system has since grown up in America. All the good land is occupied, or at least fenced with titles, and today even so capable a man as Thoreau would find it difficult to support himself in decency with a half-day's work. Thoreau's views fitted his time and his community. Tolstoy, holding the same views 50 years later, was trying to hark back to conditions that the world of production had outlived, even in Russia. What Thoreau, the maker of pencils, would say to a modern pencil factory where he, like other workmen, would have to apply for a job or make no pencils, we can only guess, Yankee-wise. We guess that he would have understood it shrewdly, and inspected its machinery with the eye of a born mechanic, and not have protested against it as his epigon, Tolstoy, protested against the advance of modern industry. With the great changes that have come in the relations between a workman and his tools, some of Thoreau's single-handed individualism has grown obsolete. So far forth as it concerns those practices of government and habits of society which have not appreciably altered or improved, it remains a much-needed word of rebellion. How does it become a man to behave toward this American government today? I cannot for an instant recognize that political organization is my government, which is the slave's government also. For black slave, which he means substitute white slave, or child laborer, and the sentence stands vividly pertinent to the blessed year 1912. This people, he said, must cease to make war on Mexico, though it cost them their existence as a people. Substitute Philippines for Mexico, and the sentence is part of many an honest man's belief this morning. The standing army, says Thoreau, is only an arm of the standing government. The government itself, which is only the mode which the people have chosen to execute their will, is equally liable to be abused and perverted before the people can act through it. Witness the present Mexican War, the work of comparatively few individuals using the standing army as their tool. Was that written yesterday, when under pretense of preserving law and order on the Mexican frontier, the financial powers in control of these United States, investors in Mexican securities, sent an army of freeborn American soldiers to the Rio Grande? The entire essay on civil disobedience should be read by us timorous moderns to re-nerve us in time of abuse. We have, it seems, lost the art of speaking so eloquently and courageously, but we can make the most of a man who spoke for us 60 years ago, and whose work it is respectable to quote, for he is an established New England classic. Thoreau was not concerned primarily with government because he was so situated that he could turn his back on it and not suffer. In his time, an independent man could enjoy liberty of utterance and occupation. Thoreau asked to be let alone, and he was let alone. Non-interference between him and the government was mutual and friendly, except when the tax collector reached his official hand into the conquered woods and seized that distinguished pole, enumerated as H.D. Thoreau, occupation, surveyor. Thoreau's work is a long notebook of surveyor's jottings, a continuous journal, all autobiographic, some sections of which are assembled into essays. His first book, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, consists of 7 discursive essays on a multitude of subjects. There is rather more reflection upon literature and life in general than narrative of the week's experiences. This insurgent and original man who lives near the heart of nature, who like Whitman regards a woodchuck's hole as a cosmic fact, is a critic of literature, a reader of Elizabethan poets. In a later book, Cape Cod, he recites the sonorities of Homer on the Yankee sands. In his first book, he recites the beauties of nature reclining on the bosom of Oriental religion and British poetry. On Saturday, he paddles out on the river. The purling of the water, the echoes of civilization on the banks are vividly realized. But by Sunday morning, the little stream has flown into the vasty deeps of Hindu and Greek philosophy, and when the Sabbath evening comes, we have added nothing to our knowledge of local geography, but have listened to one of the very best essays on books. The paragraphs on style form one of the most melodious of all discourses on the art of expression. Thoreau exemplifies the art he is explaining. Whoever enjoys the inconsistency of man may note that for 10 pages, in the skillful cadences of a practiced scholar, Thoreau dwells on the merit of the brief word, the eloquence of unlettered men, the farmer's call to his team, and other primitive, manly modes of speech. He pays his warmest tribute, however, not to the style of the Concord farmer, but to Sir Walter Raleigh. Sir Walter Raleigh might well be studied, if only for the excellence of his style, for he is remarkable in the midst of so many masters. There's a natural emphasis in his style, like a man's tread, and a breathing space between the sentences, which the best of modern writing does not furnish. His chapters are like English parks, or say rather like a western forest, where the larger growth keeps down the underwood, and one may ride on horseback through the openings. All the distinguished writers of that period possess a greater vigor and naturalness than the more modern, for it is allowed to slander our own time. And when we read a quotation from one of them in the midst of a modern author, we seem to have come suddenly upon a greener ground, a greater depth and strength of soil. It is as if a green bough were laid across the page, and we are refreshed as by the sight of fresh grass in midwinter or early spring. You have constantly the warrant of life and experience in what you read. The little that is said is eked out by the implication of the much that was done. The word which is best said came nearest to not being spoken at all, for it is cousin to a deed which the speaker could have better done. Nay, almost it must have taken the place of a deed by some urgent necessity, even by some misfortune, so that the truest writer will be some captive knight after all. And perhaps the fates had some such design, when having stored Raleigh so richly with the substance of life and experience, they made him a fast prisoner, and compelled him to make his words his deeds, and transfer to his expression the emphasis and sincerity of his action. Beautiful, fluent, and suggestive. But meanwhile, what has become of our village anarchist, whom even the tax collector cannot make a captive knight, but who is paddling idly on a New England river for a week? On Tuesday, a fine description of daybreak from a mountain, an experience not of this week but of another year. On Wednesday, a fine sermon on friendship. On Thursday, the story of Hannah Dustan and her justifiably murderous exploit among the Indians, accompanied by a discourse on epic stories and history. On Friday, the wind blew steadily downstream so that we kept our sails set and lost not a moment of the forenoon by delays, but from early morning until noon were continually dropping downward. With our hands on the steering paddle, which was thrust deep into the river, or bending to the oar, which indeed we rarely relinquished, we felt each palpitation in the veins of our steed, and each impulse of the wings which drew us above. The current of our thoughts made as sudden bends as the river. And so he steers into a fine discussion of Ossian. He returns into the current to glide past Tingsborough and Chelmsford, holding in one hand half a tart country apple pie. Thence back into a beautiful eddy of thought about poetry, and the week is ended, a leisurely week covering ages of human thought. Footnote. Alcott said that this book was Virgil, White of Selborne, and Isaac Walton and Yankee Settler all in one. This is intended as high praise, and does express the varied wealth of the book, but Alcott could not turn a lofty intention into words without getting something wrong. There is about as much of Virgil in Thoreau as there is of Seneca. End footnote. Of this interesting book, full of exquisite reflections and of as deep wisdom as ever came out of the universe by way of Concord, the author sold 200 copies. The rest he took back from the printer and stored in a garret, a transaction which he records with unresentful dry humor. His next book, the only other which he lived to see in print, is Walden, his masterpiece, a greater book than The Week, of the same tone and texture, but informed by a more explicit unifying philosophy of life. It records his actual experiment in individualism. It is alive with the reality of daily doings, and is rounded to a higher reality, to one man's complete view of the life worth living and the destiny of the race. Emerson, paying his frugal way by lecturing and writing, makes many observations about society and solitude, the place of the individual in nature, but he lives among men, and does not know from experience the effect of abiding sole and self-dependent in the midst of an unpopulated wood. Thoreau, investigator and surveyor, tries solitude for 2 years, makes nature a laboratory, and brings back the record of his experiment. Walden is one of those whole, profound books in which the best of an author is distilled. In his 2 years by the pond, Thoreau observed sharply what he could do with nature and what nature did to him. He pondered at leisure over what it all meant and made, not a collection of random jottings, but a summarized report. Thoreau does not, as some people imagine, argue the case for the wilderness as against the town. On the contrary, he loves best the cultivated land with people on it. He merely uses the wilderness to try himself in. He goes where the nature ingredients are unmixed with other things, as an experimenter in dietetics isolates his food squad to increase human knowledge, not to please their palates. Thoreau tells what he lived for, how he lived, and thereby throws light on what humanity lives for. His attitude is neither modest nor magisterial. It is sometimes rather disdainful. His reflections on the life that his neighbors lead are often coolly contemptuous. But for the most part he is setting forth his life, and makes his conclusions clear, without urging them upon the reader's acceptance. He probes into the economies of an unthinking prosperity, like other radical philosophers. But whereas the satiric dissections of a Carlyle leave the world a ruin, and the pieces not worth picking up, Thoreau builds a courageous and cheerfully remodeled life, practical for him at least, and though not to be foisted on the world like a reformer's nostrum, valuable to any neighbor who will read intelligently. So I lived, he seems to say. So I believed. So I found out and realized my sense of life. Take it or leave it. My experience taught me that to build a fine house to live in is less important than to build a good man to live in it. If that is not a practical ideal, please examine my bean account and see if by your own dull bread-winning, cake-stealing standards of life I did not prove myself a competent husbandman. Thoreau does not turn his back on responsibilities, nor flaunt his idleness in the sweaty face of humanity. He is a conscientiously busy man, busy about his life and needs, and not unmindful of the needs of others. He holds his head up honestly, the equal of the thoughtless driven toiler, and is much his superior in the satisfaction of man's need for high meditation. The philosophy of Walden is near to the selfish self-culture of the unsocial Greek. States cannot be built on it any more than they can be built on Epictetus or on Plato's Republic, but like them, Thoreau stimulates the individual to examine himself and see where he stands in the midst of the solar system, to inquire what his activities amount to and what is the motive of them. There is more in Walden than philosophy and unsocial experiment in the business of making a living. It is full of the poetry of the open world, an Hippathro book, unroofed to the skies. The birds fly and sing and the trees bud. Sometimes they have their technical names, for Thoreau is too clever to know less about a thing he sees than does some commonplace naturalist of the schools, but a naturalist he avowedly is not. He says in his journal that the secretary of the Association for the Advancement of Science asked him to fill in the blanks of a circular letter by way of answering certain questions, among which the most important one was what branch of science I was especially interested in. I felt that it would be to make myself a laughingstock of the scientific community to describe to them that branch of science which especially interests me, inasmuch as they do not believe in a science which deals with the higher law. How absurd that though I probably stand as near to nature as any of them, and am by constitution as good an observer as most, yet a true account of my relation to nature should excite their ridicule only. Again, he writes in the journal, "Man cannot afford to be a naturalist, to look at nature directly, but with only the side of his eye. He must look through and beyond her. To look at her is as fatal as to look at the head of Medusa. It turns the man of science to stone." Thoreau is, as he prayed to be, a hunter of the beautiful. He is in league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field are at peace with him. He is a better naturalist than most men of literary imagination, and he has more imagination than most naturalists. There are two kinds of mystics. One shrouds himself in his cloudy dreams, mistaking his murky vision for fact. The other, open-eyed and cheerful amid the sunlit world, feels himself near the heart of living things. The one is a theologian, the other is a poet. For all his interest in the hazier transcendentalists, and his admiration for the stupendous absurdities of Swedenborg, Thoreau is less near to the religious mystic than to the nature poet of all times, and especially to Wordsworth. Thoreau's spirit is that of a poet, though his verses are not good, for he was wanting in the decisive gift of lyrical expression, as Emerson says of Plato and might have said of himself. Like his contemporaries, Thoreau misreads nature as a collection of moral lessons, but he is not blind to her naked loveliness, and he finds her lessons not austere but consoling. Not by constraint or severity shall you have access to true wisdom, but by abandonment and childlike mirthfulness. If you would know aught, be gay before it. Mystic and transcendentalist, he is not a foggy-minded dreamer with his head lost in vacant unrealities. He lived not ascetically but heartily, and could have said on his deathbed like Hazlitt that he had had a happy life. He did not shrink from facts like some other poets who have fled stricken to the shadowy woods. He looked upon things courageously, but he had his private criteria of what was worth looking at. His quarrel with politicians is characteristic. He's contemptuous of them, not because they are engaged in sordid matters, not because they are practical, the sentimentalist charge against them, but because they are not earnestly busy at the tasks they pretend to engage in. They are poor politicians. They who have been bred in the school of politics fail now and always to face the facts, he says. In his wonderful essay, Life Without Principle, he says, "I have often been surprised when one has with confidence proposed to me, a grown man, to embark in some enterprise of his, as if I had absolutely nothing to do, my life having been a complete failure hitherto. No, I'm not without employment at this stage of the voyage. To tell the truth, I saw an advertisement for able-bodied seamen when I was a boy, sauntering in my native port, and as soon as I came of age, I embarked." So he sailed, a clear-eyed steersman, content and confident as in the canoe which he paddled on Concord River, to that morrow. The concluding words of Walden, which mere lapse of time can never make to dawn, The light which puts out our eyes is darkness to us. Only that day dawns to which we are awake. There's more day to dawn. The sun is but a morning star. Biographical note. Henry David Thoreau was born in Concord, Massachusetts, July 12, 1817, and died there May 6, 1862. He graduated at Harvard in 1837. In those days there was a fee of $5 for the diploma, and Thoreau, who had an unusually good sense of values, refused to pay the price of the parchment. He spent the rest of his life in and about Concord, whence he made excursions to Cape Cod, Maine, New Hampshire, Canada. He supported himself by teaching school, making lead pencils, surveying, and farming. He gave a few lectures and published 2 books. Emerson expresses his life in compact negations. He was bred to no profession, he never married, he lived alone, he never went to a church, he never voted, he refused to pay a tax to the state, he ate no flesh, he drank no wine, he never knew the use of tobacco, and, though a naturalist, he used neither gun nor rod. It should be added that he did not always live alone, for he lived with Emerson a little while, paying his board by his labor. Emerson edited 4 of his posthumous volumes. His works are A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, 1849, Walden, 1854, Excursions, 1863, The Maine Woods, 1864, Cape Cod, 1865, Letters, 1865, A Yankee in Canada, 1866, Early Spring in Massachusetts, 1881, Summer, 1884, Winter, 1887, Autumn, 1892, Miscellanies, 1893, Journals, edited by Bradford Torrey, 1906. The life of Thoreau is written in his journals and letters with the admirable introductions by his friends, Emerson and Mr. F. B. Sanborn. The life by his other friend, W. E. Channing, called Thoreau, Poet Naturalist, is important but fatuous. A good English biography is that by H. A. Page, Dr. Alexander Japp. Thoreau, His Life and Aim. Stevenson's essay in Familiar Studies of Men and Books is good Stevenson but poor Thoreau, and the paragraphs about the essay in the preface are just as good Stevenson but still worse Thoreau. Lowell's essay is the work of an extraordinarily brilliant snob. See also the life by H. S. Salt and the life by F. B. Sanborn in American Men of Letters. End of section 12. Recording by Jessica Louise, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Section 13 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert MACY. Section 13. Lowell. Chapter 11. Lowell. There is Lowell, who's striving Parnassus to climb, with a whole bale of isms tied together with rhyme. He might get on alone, spite of brambles and boulders, but he can't with that bundle he has on his shoulders. The top of the hill he will ne'er come nigh reaching, till he learns the distinction twixt singing and preaching. His lyre has some chords that would ring pretty well, but he'd rather by half make a drum of the shell, and rattle away till he's old as Methusalem at the head of a march to the last New Jerusalem. In this lampoon of himself, in the clattering fable for critics, Lowell confesses one of his defects, and he exhibits another, his verbal carelessness and lack of metrical finesse. He also displays very attractive virtues, a genial willingness to apply his critical candor to his own talents, and freedom from the more solemn sort of literary pose. He began his career with some slight verses, sincere in thought and not unskilful, though technically stiff and hasty with the haste that betrays itself. He was moved, at least in his youth, by noble enthusiasms,
He studied the poets, ancient and modern, with unfeigned ardor. He became a competent, even acute analyst of the technique of poetry. His impulse to utter his feelings in song did not abate with youth, but continued all his life. Yet he wrote no perfect poem in classic English, if classic is the word to discriminate what is not in dialect. No poem of his sings itself, flies on its own wings, or, to use its own words, maintains itself by virtue of a happy coalescence of matter and style. The old way of expressing his failure is to say that he was not a born poet, which explains nothing, but suggests what is wanting in the verse of a man who had most of the nameable abilities and motives that make a poet. Lifelong devotion to poetry, an unusually wide acquaintance with the resources of language, elevated thoughts, and an intense desire to say them, all are his. The music simply does not happen. It is not the burden of his isms alone that keeps him on the lower paths of Parnassus. Milton, Coleridge, Shelley were heavily laden with intellectual theses. The glorious company of pre-Raphaelites often set up a lecture stand in their eyrie to engage in a bewildering babble of disputes on social, political, and aesthetic problems. Poets are thinkers, and are not inferior to their prosaic brothers in their love of argument or the zeal with which they hug their opinions. A true poet can carry any intellectual burden and not be hindered by it. Lowell had no quality, no interest, no occupation chosen or enforced, which might not be of real service to a poet. No pack of fardels bound him to earth. His disability was not a positive, but a negative thing. He was profoundly ambitious, he took his work seriously, and felt deeply what he had to say. In an early poem, An Incident in a Railroad Car, he describes the effect of Burns on simple men. The poem rings true. It is free from the sentimentalism of Bret Harte's poem on a similar subject, Dickens in Camp. But better far it is to speak one simple word which now and then shall waken their free nature in the weak and friendless sons of men. To write some earnest verse or line, which, seeking not the praise of art, shall make a clearer faith and manhood shine in the untutored heart. This is an excellent ideal, sincerely if not poetically said. It expresses what Whittier and Longfellow did in some measure accomplish. Lowell does not reach the untutored heart, nor does he satisfy readers whose private anthology is gathered from 3 centuries of English poetry. He did enjoy a degree of popularity that any poet might be proud of. His stirring piece, The Present Crisis, was quoted by the liberal preachers and orators of the day. Its fluent declamation adapts it to the impassioned eloquence of exhorters striving to rouse multitudes. The Vision of Sir Launfal became a household poem, and is still, perhaps not wisely, prescribed for reading in American secondary schools. The best of all his verse, except that in dialect, is the passage about Lincoln in the Commemoration Ode. It is so good that it ought to be great, but the light fades from it when it is put beside Whitman's elegies. The ode was written in a rush of inspiration, which left Lowell exhausted, a true case of the poet's pouring his heart's blood, that is, his nervous energy, into his work. But it leaves at least one reader who is eager to like it almost cold. The metaphors shine, but do not glow. Lowell's strong, capricious intellect seems not to have guided firmly the flow of his emotion, but to have intercepted it and diluted it with rhetoric and conceits. Some of his other high-pitched and sober verse, intended to be in the grand style and strong with the very effort to be poetry, is confused and perplexing. The metaphors are manufactured and inserted. They are not of one substance with the thought. Turner's Old Temeraire, which should have been a fine poem, ends, "This shall the pleased eyes of our children see. For this the stars of God long even as we. Earth listens for his wings. the fates expectant lean, faith cross-propped waits, and the tired waves of thought's insurgent sea. That verse, with its teeth-gritting faith cross-propped waits, is like the unpoetic parts of Browning, the work of a capable intellect, pushing the words into place with great power, far above the capacity of the mere mediocre versifier, but not making poetry. The inevitable poem is so good that it cannot be made essentially better. It is great with its defects, like Francis Thompson's unrevised In No Strange Land. It is so good that it does not remind one of another poem which in its kind surpasses it. It becomes indispensable to the lover of poetry who once reads it, and nothing else will take its place. The themes of Lowell's poems in pure English are all sung better by some other poet. In Appledore one cannot hear the sea as one hears it in Swinburne and Whitman. The Washers of the Shroud does not thrill with the ominous voice of war. It is intellectually interesting, and has, like much of Lowell's verse, every virtue but the virtue. Hunger and Cold is startling and virile, especially the beginning. It diminishes into mere stanza making, and you can hear the pen scratch. Bibliolatries has a good thought in it, a protest of the modern spirit against letter-bound creeds. Slowly the Bible of the race is writ, and not on paper leaves, nor leaves of stone. Each age, each kindred adds a verse to it, texts of despair or hope, of joy or moan. While swings the sea, while mists the mountain shroud, while thunder's surges burst on cliffs of cloud, still at the prophet's feet the nations sit. Such pregnant verses have value. They rise eminent in the solid prose of life, but do not detach from it and become poetry. Talent, says Lowell, is that which is in a man's power. Genius is that in whose power he is. This epigram belongs to a time when philosophic critics were wrestling with definitions, trying to mark the exact boundaries of talent and genius, wit and humor, imagination and fancy. It is a kind of philosophizing that we seem to have abandoned, partly because the men of the early 19th century handed down to us, as a result of their labors, a precise critical vocabulary, and partly because they left the disputes inconclusive, and so taught us that they cannot be settled. That epigram is too sharp to be true, but it has truth in it, and it is applicable to Lowell's verse. He had poetic talent. The genius of poetry did not possess him. Lowell says that a wise skepticism is the first attribute of a good critic. The skepticism which, with an honest willingness to be persuaded that Lowell is a poet, comes off still shaking its head, may not be wise, and the critic may not be a good critic, but it is better than ungenuine praise, and high praise it is impossible to give to the verse that Lowell wrote in traditional literary English. There is, however, one portion of his poetry which completely overcomes skepticism, and for which nothing but praise can be spoken. The Bigelow Papers. They have no rivals. Custom has not staled them. Occasional poems, they have wings that lift them above occasion to immortality. In them Lowell is possessed by his genius, by a genius that never visited anyone else in the same shape. The dialect, artificial from the point of view of a philological naturalist, becomes Lowell's native speech. In it he can say anything, grotesque, scornful, flippant, deeply comic, pathetic, gay, blithely lyrical, melancholy. He is much more at ease in it than in the language of his library. The Courtin' is his best poem, and far from being homely, it is as graceful as a handsome girl in a gingham apron. In the Bigelow Papers all of Lowell's metrical gymnastics, his jovial crackling wit, his passionate manly convictions are brought into full play. He is dead in earnest, and yet having a good time. So thoroughly is Lowell's whole self embodied in this form, that having made the Mexican War series, he can, after 15 years, under the impulse of the Civil War, resume the vernacular lyre, and, a rare thing, make the sequel better than its predecessor. A New Englander can read the Bigelow papers aloud with hardly more consciousness that he is reading a dialect than an educated Scotsman probably feels in reading Burns. To say that it is a dialect that no people ever spoke is merely to say that New Englanders do not talk in verse. Neither would a Scotch farmer before Burns have said, "A woe-worn ghaist I hameward glide," for that is the idiom not of speech, but of literature reshaping a dialect. Bigelow's turn of phrase falls familiar on the ear of one who knows New England farmers, farmers that did leave the axe and saw, the anvil and the plow, who believe that the best way to settle is to settle and not jaw, and then argue an hour to prove it. Lowell's enthusiasm for the dialect, and his delight in the Yankee mixture of common sense and mystic nearness to God, find expression in the essay which prefaces the collected works of Mr. Bigelow and Parson Wilbur. Can the literature of philology show such a truly literary and genuinely philological essay as Lowell's? He knows the subject as a scholar, and feels it as a poet. The dialect is his most effective literary idiom. In it he can let himself go, and he is freed from the weight of his bookishness. Contrast his expression in classic English and in Bigelow's dialect, of ideas nearly akin. The loss of his children moved him to write several poems, "She Came and Went," "The Changeling," and "The First Snowfall." He also wrote some verses on the death of a friend's child, and on the death of Agassiz. Lowell was too honest to write of his private emotions merely for the sake of making verses. Yet none of these poems is affecting in the way they intend to be. Indeed, one dislikes to quote them, even to prove a point, because they produce a feeling of discomfort, of regret that a strong man, tragically meaning what he tries to say, should speak like a feeble sentimentalist. "I had a little daughter, and she was given to me to lead me gently backward to the Heavenly Father's knee." After the war, in which Lowell lost 3 nephews, Hoses Bigelow sings his joy at the coming of peace and his sorrow for dead soldiers. "Rat tat tattle through the street, I hear the drummers makin' riot, and I set thinkin' of the feet that follered once and now are quiet. White feet as snowdrops innercent, that never knowed the paths of Satan, whose comin' step there's ears that won't, no, not lifelong, leave off a waitin'. Why hain't I held 'em on my knee? Didn't I love to see 'em growin'? 3 likely lads as well could be, handsome and brave, and not too knowin'. I set and look into the blaze, whose nature just like theirn keeps climbin', as long's it lives in shinin' ways, and half despise myself for rhymin'. What's words to them whose faith and truth on war's red techstone rang true metal, who ventured life and love and youth for the great prize of death in battle? To him who deadly hurt again flashed on afore the charge's thunder, tippin' with fire the bolt of men that rived the rebel line asunder. 'Tain't right to hev the young go fust, all throbbin' full of gifts and graces, leavin' life's paupers dry as dust, to try and make believe to fill their places. Nothin' but tells us what we miss. There's gaps our lives can't never fay in, and that world seems so fur from this, left for us loafers to grow gray in. In the lighter, sharper moods of satire, the Bigelow papers are so good that they are all quotable. The Peace Society might open offices next to our recruiting stations, with their mendacious posters of splendidly tailored officers, and distribute to inquiring youth the first effusion of Mr. Bigelow. "Thrash away, you'll hev to rattle on them kittle drums of yourn. 'Tain't a knowin' kind of cattle that is ketched with moldy corn. Put in stiff, you fifer fellow, let folks see how spry you be. Guess you'll toot till you are yeller 'fore you get a hold of me. That 'ere flag's a little rotten, hope it ain't your Sunday best. Fact, it takes a sight o' cotton to stuff out a soldier's chest. Sense we farmers hev to pay fer't, if you must wear humps like these, supposin' you should try salt hay fer't, it would do as slick as grease. To our cowardly newspapers, which do not dare fight or even mention injustices at their own doors, because the owners of the papers or their financial allies make money out of the injustices, the pious editor's creed is recommended. I do believe in freedom's cause, as fur away as Paris is. I love to see her stick her claws in them infernal Pharisees. It's well enough agin a king to dror resolves and triggers, but liberty's a kind of thing that don't agree with niggers. I do believe in special ways o' prayin' and convartin'. The bread comes back in many days, and buttered too, for certain. I mean in prayin' till one busts, on what the party chooses, and in convertin' public trusts to very private uses. I do believe in bein' this or that as it may happen, one way or t'other hendiest is to ketch the people nappin'. It ain't by principles nor men my prudent course is steadied. I scent which pays the best, and then go into it bald-headed. Somethin' in the pastoral line is a fine nature poem. The coming of spring is as fresh as Chaucer's April. Gladness on wings, the bobolink is here. Half hid in tip-top apple blooms he swings, or climbs against the breeze with quiverin' wings, or givin' way to't in mock despair, runs down a brook o' laughter through the air. If Lowell, with his full hearty sense of life and many gifts, did not write any book except the Bigelow Papers, which takes its place surely among the classics, did he phrase the reason himself in these lines? Jest so with poets, what they've airly read gets kind o' worked into their heart and head, so's they can't seem to write but just on sheers with furrin countries or played out ideers, nor hev a feelin' if it doesn't smack o' what some critter chose to feel way back. Did not Lowell read too much? Did not his vigorous mind become smothered in more traditional ideas than it could assimilate and master? As he grows older he becomes distrustful of life. He does not lead, but follows, and skeptically, timidly opposes the newer movements, just as the older ideas which his youth welcomed were opposed by men whom he then, as a hot radical, despised. His mind seems to fill up too quickly and have no room left for anything that happened after the Civil War. He is afraid of evolution, clinging with a perverse sentimentality to pretty beliefs that he has really outgrown. In waxing rigid with age he is not unlike other men. Many of his contemporaries seem to have been stunned, tired out by the issues of the Civil War, unable to take up thoughts not already in their blood. By the time he is 50, all of Lowell's interest is in ideas that have already ripened and partly decayed, and the reason with him, over and above the conservatism natural to graying maturity, is that he fed himself too richly on things in old books. His biography portrays him hurrying home from lectures, half ironically congratulating himself for having overcome his indolence and done a day's work, then incontinently sinking into his armchair and reading till midnight. He had a capacious and hospitable mind. He boasted that in 1860 he was one of the few cultivated Bostonians who appreciated Lincoln and foresaw his emerging greatness. 20 years later he is looking at life with the shrug of the mere literary man. He has degenerated into a polite conservative statesman, intelligent, honest, but no longer alive to the best and bravest ideas of the life about him. He himself is in the past. His mind was crammed with literature, that is, with the expressions of outworn states of society, and even his large nature had no room for anything fresh from life. Literature is a food and a stimulant up to a certain point. Beyond that it becomes a drug. By 35 or 40, A creative literary intellect should have taken its necessary nutriment from the classics. After that, much reading maketh not a full man, but a library man. Lowell's essay on Lincoln, written in 1864, when people needed to be told what we know now, but few knew then, is a greater contribution to literature, to the life of humanity, than essays on Dante and Chaucer. One is jealous in behalf of real literature at the surrender of such a splendid mind as Lowell's to the inferior work, the secondary work, of studying books. That work, which is necessary and requires talent, can be well enough done by men who could not write the Bigelow Papers or the essay on Lincoln. Moreover, less reading, the study of fewer men, would not have hurt his bookish essays, but might have improved them. He quotes too much, directly and indirectly, transfers to his pages in too great abundance, and to the disturbance of order, the marked passages in his beloved library. Lowell's submersion in books was, to be sure, not motivated entirely by the sin of indolence and willingness to let other men determine the course of his thought. He was devoted to great thinkers, and his devotion is more than justified by the work he did as a teacher and critic. In company with Longfellow, Emerson, and others of the New England illuminati, he introduced modern literature into a cultivated society that had hitherto depended wholly on the ancient classics, the classics parsed and parsonified, to put it in a Lowellian manner. His address delivered before the Modern Language Association is a sort of intellectual autobiography, a confession of faith, an apologia pro vita sua. The man who objected to the stuffed nightingales in English Aprils in American poetry was the man who swamped himself and others in floods of European literature. It was a true service, which we might easily underestimate to-day, when the literature of every country is exported to every other as fast as it comes from the press. When Lowell opened the old French romances, he found virgin pages. The gilt and marbling on the tops of the books stuck the leaves together. With his characteristic skill in finding just the right quotation to express it, he says, "I was the first who ever burst into that silent sea." He was a discoverer, and his critical essays tingle with the fervor of discovery. To-day our poor professors are driven to despair trying to keep up with the literature of their subjects, which is not literature at all, and they look at you wistfully, enviously, if you happen to talk about some great modern things which they, teachers of literature, have not time for. Lowell made his reading fruitful for other men, therefore he is a true critic. He did his work at a time when it was greatly needed. Yet one cannot help thinking that he was reading other men's work when he ought to have been rewriting his own, that another poem as good as the Courtin', and better versions of many of his other poems, got lost in the library, where there was so much French romance and Dante and Chaucer. One poem is worth 50 criticisms. Arnold's lovely poem, "The Buried Life," is more precious than all his talks about the function of criticism and Hellenism. Lowell's position was unique. He was the sole authentic literary advocate and discoverer in New England, and had no competitors near his throne. Longfellow, also a discoverer and advocate, did not write criticisms. Lowell's autocratic privileges fostered the merits of his prose, its humanity, audacity, colloquial ease, and it also aggravated his defects, his amateurish, capricious irresponsibility, which his finer tempered friend Norton and his more learned friend Child could not chasten if they ever tried to. He could give his judgments without any feeling that there was a law library at his back, or any other competent lawyer in the courtroom. On the whole, this condition was rather for than against the kind of excellence of which he was capable. He needed elbow room and a willful laxity of method. Circumstances encouraged him to be an amateur in the best sense of the word, reading for fun, like Lamb, not worried about the duty of getting up his subject, and so never losing in the judgment seat the reader's attitude toward books. His address to the Modern Language Association, once an encouragement, is now a rebuke to the college professor of comparative literature, a subject which has become all comparison and no literature, if I may judge by such living professors as I have listened to or read. "If I did not rejoice," says Lowell, "in the wonderful advance made in the comparative philology of the modern languages, I should not have the face to be standing here. But neither should I if I shrank from saying what I believed to be the truth, whether here or elsewhere. I think that the purely linguistic side in the teaching of them seems in the way to get more than its fitting share. I insist only that in our college courses this should be a separate study, and that, good as it is in itself, it should, in the scheme of general instruction, be restrained to its own function as the guide to something better, and that something better is literature. Let us rescue ourselves from what Milton calls these grammatic flats and shallows. The blossoms of language have certainly as much value as its roots, for if the roots secrete food and thereby transmit life to the plant, yet the joyous consummation of that life is in the blossoms, which alone bear the seeds that distribute and renew it in other growths. Exercise is good for the muscles of mind, and to keep it well in hand for work, but the true end of culture is to give it play, a thing quite as needful." As an amateur enjoying himself in a wide range of literature, Lowell sometimes misjudges. Many commonplace instructors in English could point out where he was wrong, but they are wrong too, and are not interesting. As Mr. Ambrose Bierce said of one of them, "Professor Matthews is nothing if not accurate, and he is not accurate." What difference does it make if Lowell is wrong in his contention about Chaucer's 9-syllable line? The significant thing is that no other American professor, not even Child with all his knowledge, has written an essay on Chaucer, which, like Lowell's, is itself literature. Lowell illuminates even where he misjudges, and therein he differs from critics who write with such modified judgments and well-tempered compensations that they elaborately kill their discourses. Lowell's essay on Thoreau is unjust, but even one who regards Thoreau as very great will find himself unable to improve upon Lowell's praises on the last atoning page. There are sentences of his as perfect as anything in the language, and thoughts as clearly crystallized. His metaphors and images are always fresh from the soil. He had watched nature like a detective who is to go upon the stand. As we read him, it seems as if all out of doors had kept a diary and become its own Montaigne. We look at the landscape as in a Claude Lorraine glass. Compared with his, all other books of similar aim, even White's Selborne, seem dry as a country clergyman's meteorological journal in an old almanac. He belongs with Donne and Browne and Novalis, if not with the originally creative men, with the scarcely smaller class who are peculiar and whose leaves shed their invisible thought seeds like ferns. The opening pages of the same essay are an acid caricature of a whole era of thought, and are good reading if not taken too seriously. They are written by a man who is more than a literary critic, who is a satirist of human nature, the same satirist who wrote the double-edged commentaries of Hosea's friend, the Reverend Homer Wilbur. Lowell's essay on Carlyle measures exactly the place in 19th century thought that now, looking back, we can see Carlyle had come to at that time. If some readers of modern poetry have fallen out with Pope, Lowell's essay will incite them to read Pope again and learn his unique excellence. The paper "On a Certain Condescension in Foreigners" is ultimate criticism of all books by all people, especially Englishmen, on countries where the writers do not live. Lowell has the true essayist's inability to stick to his subject. Apropos of a book or a writer, he talks of anything that happens to be suggested to him. This quality makes him an excellent letter writer, and, as his friends report him, a delightful talker, natural king in the easy chair throne. Some formalistic critics, who seem to think that the whole universe of literature depends on their saying just the right thing, object too strongly to Lowell's habit of kicking up his heels in the midst of a fine passage. Lamb, the greatest of critics, does the same thing. It comes from irrepressible high spirits, delight in life, which is a good thing in literature, and is correspondingly good in the criticism of literature. No other writer about books, after Lamb and Hazlitt, is more continuously readable than Lowell. His very prejudices are entertaining. They lead him to some bold hard hitting, which we are told passed out of good society with the days of Macaulay and Poe. Perhaps that is the reason some of us read Macaulay and Poe, in preference to critics of finer amenity. Lowell always talks like an honest man, never like a literary poseur. His affectations are not really affectations, for he expects you to know what he is doing, to play act with him in a momentary interruption before he goes on again with the lesson in hand. He tells what books mean to him, not what they ought to mean to him because some other critic has said so. He is capable of fine eloquence, and he has a habit of bringing his eloquence quickly down by a whimsical change of mood. He has variety of style because he has variety of feelings. The irregularities of his prose are due not wholly to carelessness, but partly to exuberance and to the impulsive pursuit of his idea. All Lowell's prose is good to read. One volume of it is indispensable to an American, the political essays. We can read somebody else's essays on Gray and Keats, but no one of the time has left us a better volume of its kind than Lowell's papers on political affairs. In 1888, when he collected them, he wrote, "In looking at them again after so long an interval, for the latest of them is more than 20 years old, it gratifies me to find so little to regret in their tone, and that I was able to keep my head fairly clear of passion when my heart was at boiling point." Like Mazzini and Phillips, Lowell preaches God and the people. Later he clung to God, but drew away from the people. The foolish charge of Anglomania once brought against him was a poor return for his adequate services in Spain and England, which he gave as a matter of conscience when he would rather have been back in his library. But that charge is merely a wrong way of putting what is true, that he had outlived his democracy. He saw, as he believed, that the country was falling away from the ideals of Lincoln, and when he caricatured Wendell Phillips he did not see that he was taking a place analogous to that of cultivated gentlemen of an earlier time who wanted slavery let alone. The hot heart and cool head that had enabled him to see Lincoln in 1864, and served him in his fine dignified polemic on the Seward-Johnson reaction, ceased to work together. It was a different man who in 1886 wrote The Progress of the World, which is a demonstration that one man in the world had ceased to progress. He was no longer interested in the march toward any New Jerusalem. Never again in the last quarter century was he so strong, so truly the Lowell of the Bigelow papers, as when he wrote in 1868, "We have only to be unswervingly faithful to what is the true America of our hope and belief, and whatever is American will rise from one end of the country to the other instinctively to our side, with more than ample means of present succor and of final triumph. It is only by being loyal and helpful to truth that men learn at last how loyal and helpful she can be to them." Biographical note. James Russell Lowell was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, February 22nd, 1819. He died there August 12th, 1891. He graduated from Harvard in 1838. For a while he studied law. In 1844 he married Maria White. She died in 1853. He spent the years 1851 to 1855 and 1856 in Europe. In 1857 he succeeded Longfellow as Smith Professor of Literature in Harvard College, and held the chair for 15 years. He married his second wife, Frances Dunlap, in 1857. He was the first editor of the Atlantic Monthly, and in 1862 he became co-editor with Charles Eliot Norton of the North American Review. He was appointed minister to Spain in 1887 and was transferred to England in 1880. He was relieved of political duty in 1885 when Cleveland became president. His principal works are Poems, 1844, 1848; Conversations on Some of the Old Poets, 1845; The Bigelow Papers, First Series, 1848; A Fable for Critics, 1848; Fireside Travels, 1864; Commemoration Ode, 1865; The Bigelow Papers, Second Series, 1866; Under the Willows, 1869; The Cathedral, 1869; Among My Books, 1870, 1876; My Study Windows, 1871; Three Memorial Poems, 1876; Democracy and Other Addresses, 1886; Heart's Ease and Rue, 1888; Political Essays, 1888; Latest Literary Essays and Addresses, 1891; The Old English Dramatists, 1892; Letters, edited by C. E. Norton, 1893; The Life of Lowell, by Mr. Ferris Greenslet, is authentic; Recollections and Appreciations, by Francis H. Underwood, and James Russell Lowell and His Friends, by Dr. E. E. Hale, are delightful and personal. A good essay is that by Mr. Henry James, in Essays in London. End of Section 13. Lowell.
Section 14 of The Spirit of American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Spirit of American Literature by John Albert Macy. Section 14. Whitman, Part 1. The singers are welcomed, understood, appear often enough. But rare has the day been, likewise the spot, of the birth of the maker of poems, the answerer. Rhymes and rhymers pass away, poems distilled from poems pass away. The swarms of reflectors and the polite pass and leave ashes. Admirers, importers, obedient persons make but the soil of literature. America justifies itself, given it time. No disguise can deceive it or conceal from it. It is impassive enough. Only the likes of itself will advance to meet it. If its poets appear, it will in due time advance to meet them. There is no fear of mistake. The proof of a poet shall be sternly deferred till his country absorbs him as affectionately as he has absorbed it. Only one day in the century of American literature is marked by the birth of a maker of poems, an answerer, the day when Whitman was born. The history of Whitman, of his poetry, and of the effect it has had on many kinds of men, is a history of the slow advance of democracy to meet its poets, or one of its poets, for there shall be many. When Leaves of Grass appeared in 1855, it was welcomed by a few great liberal spirits, notably by Emerson. Later, Whitman was hailed by some Englishmen of letters, including several of the young Raphaelite group who were at once so daringly modern and so yearningly curious of the Middle Ages. Conventional teachers of literature, professional book reviewers, whom Whitman openly challenged with his magnificent kindly scorn, quite naturally returned fire, and inevitably betrayed their impotence. A group of young Americans, then at the beginning of careers which have since made their names known, such as Mr. John Burroughs and Mr. Horace Traubel, formed a Whitman cult, whose devotion and nobility of thought more than atoned for such partisan over-emphasis as is characteristic of all militant discipleships. A generation of British poets and radical thinkers who were young when Leaves of Grass was new, for instance, W. E. Henley, and Edward Carpenter have felt Whitman's influence and been strengthened by it in true self-expression. The present generation of young readers of poetry contains men who no more doubt that Whitman is the greatest poetic voice of nature and liberty since Wordsworth and Shelley than they doubt that Lincoln was the greatest statesman. Meanwhile, the great public, common humanity, the average man whom Whitman loved and knew better than did Wordsworth or Shelley or any other poet, seems to deny its own prophet. That is, the multitude do not read him, thereby negatively attesting that they hold him the equal of Dante and Milton, whom also they do not read. I bestow upon any man or woman, says Whitman, the entrance to all gifts of the universe, but many men and women do not accept this generosity. The indifference of democracy to its greatest poet seems a paradox, but the indifference does not exist. America is not a democracy. It is a vast bourgeoisie. The democracy which Whitman celebrates has not arrived on the earth. The men and women he saw and loved were the material of which he believed a democracy is some day to be born. So that when professors, deaf and blind to the life about them, and especially to democracy, which is as yet felt only by a minority, say that the ideals of the people are contrary to Whitman's ideals of the people, they are superficially right. The ideals of the people are bourgeois ideals inculcated by most of the savants in obedience to the economic powers that endow and dominate the universities. The democratic ideal, the ideal of Shelley, of Mazzini, of young Wagner, of Lincoln, corroborative passages are abundant in the writings of these apparently dissimilar men, has not yet reached the majority of the people. The middle-class thinkers and teachers who manage our schools and our press are undemocratic and ignorant. It is true, as Professor George Santayana says, that Whitman failed radically in his dearest ambition, if his dearest ambition was to be read by the millions. But Whitman was no fool, did not expect in his lifetime to be read by 1,000,000 people. Moreover, to say, as Professor Santayana says, that he can never be the poet of the people is a prophecy which, since one man has as much right as another to guess at the future, can be met with the contrary prophecy that Whitman will be one of the poets of the people when, and not until, democracy dominates this world. Then the people will advance to meet him. There is no fear of mistake. To say that democracy did not accept him is like saying that nature did not buy copies of Wordsworth poems, or that the inhabitants of the infernal areas did not sit about reading Dante. Shelley and Morris, the greatest of all English poets of liberty, are not in the coat pockets of the workmen whose emancipation they chanted. The reviews of the year 1820 show that the gross-minded, respectable persons of Shelley's time gave him the same reception which literacy and academic authority accorded to Whitman, and the dear public still ignores Shelley after 100 years. In the course of time, it became the conventional thing to read and admire Shelley, or to admire him whether one read him or not. That is, his Skylark and other nature poems were found to be admirable, just as Whitman's Captain, My Captain, and the Song of the Bird in Sea Drift find favor with lovers of pure lyrics and are included in chaste unrevolutionary anthologies of poetry. But Shelley's poetic rage against tyranny is so far in advance of British life today that if his ideas were put into prose, so that English people could understand them, and if they were propagated by the universities and reviews that know all about art, the government would order the troops out as promptly as it does when workmen strike for the right to live. Similarly, Whitman's essential ideas must be ignored or comfortably misunderstood by the licensed thought-mongers, and the people must be taught that when any idea like Whitman's appeals to them as right and just and truly democratic, they are being cheated by demagogues, as Professor Santayana puts it. So much argument is necessary to account for the stupidity of learned doctors and acknowledged teachers of aesthetics in their treatment of Whitman. They are the voice of entrenched respectability against every voice of democracy. Whether Whitman becomes the poet of the people depends solely on whether the people rise from their economic and spiritual slavery and organize a true democracy. Then only will disappear the possibility that a professor of reputed authority in matters of art and philosophy can find an analogy between a mass of images without structure and the notion of an absolute democracy. Whitman's poetry is no more without structure than Shakespeare's, and an absolute democracy would be the most highly organized and well-constructed government possible. The disorder which Whitman pictures is the world as it is. His democracy is an ideal, a society of the future which is to grow out of the visible disorder of the present. Whoever then does not understand what the word democracy means, whoever does not understand that we are not living in a democracy at all, but in a timocracy, that is, under a capitalistic oligarchy, cannot understand Whitman, or any other radical thinker of the 19th century, Ruskin, Thoreau, Wagner, Tolstoy. Whitman, who understood men and affairs shrewdly, is not under any delusion that the life about him is democratic. He chants it as a confusion, and celebrates it for what it may become. The true America is for him still asleep. Why reclining, interrogating? Why myself, and all drowning? What deepening twilight scum floating atop of the waters? Who are they as bats and night dogs askant at the Capitol? What a filthy presidentiad! O South, your torrid suns, O North, your arctic freezings! Are those really congressmen? Are those the great judges? Is that the president? Then I will sleep a while yet, for I see that these states sleep, for reasons. With gathering murk, with muttering thunder and lambent shoots, we shall all duly awake. South, north, east, west, inland and seaboard, we will surely awake. The country is not yet awake, but all the countries of the world are turning in their sleep. I pick up this morning's copy of a Labour paper, and read signs not yet understood by politicians or by professors of philosophy and economics. In that paper, amid the news of the day, I find quotations from Whitman and Ruskin, small signs indicating, perhaps, only an editor who reads good books. When we wish to know what the people read, it is difficult to get a census, but if we are wise, we do not try to find out by consulting the New York Nation. In his Song of the Broad Axe, Whitman chants the construction of democracy, not the America of Mr. Bryce's Commonwealth, nor the America of the Western Continent, but the coming world of free men. Where the city stands with the brawniest breed of orators and bards, where the city stands that is beloved by these, and loves them in return, and understands them, where no monuments exist to heroes, but in the common words and deeds, where thrifts is in its place, and prudence is in its place, where the men and women think lightly of the laws, where the slave ceases and the master of slaves ceases, where the populace rise at once against the never-ending audacity of elected persons, where fierce men and women pour forth as the sea to the whistle of death pours its sweeping and unripped waves, where outside authority enters always after the precedence of inside authority, where the citizen is always the head and ideal, and president, mayor, governor, and what not, are agents for pay, where children are taught to be laws to themselves and to depend on themselves, where equanimity is illustrated in affairs, where speculations on the soul are encouraged, where women walk in public processions in the streets the same as the men, where they enter the public assembly and take the place the same as the men, where the city of the faithfulest friends stands, where the city of the cleanliness of the sexes stands, where the city of the healthiest fathers stands, where the city of the best-bodied mothers stands, there the great city stands. This is not the city of any present land, but the city of tomorrow. Thou, mother, with thy equal brood, thou varied chains of different states, yet one identity only, a special song before I go I'd sing over all the rest, for thee, the future. The whole of this splendid poem to a Union as yet unfulfilled should take its place in collections of patriotic pieces. The whole of this splendid poem to a Union as yet unfulfilled should take its place in collections of patriotic pieces, amid the national boasts and doggerel, and the hymns that sing the warlike glories of the past. The songs of a nation probably have less influence on it than poets like to believe. Yet it would seem that a stronger nutriment than "My country, 'tis of thee" and the Star-Spangled Banner must be provided for American children, if they are ever to breed a better race than we are, the race that Whitman proclaims. The soul, its destinies, the real, purport of all these apparitions of the real. In thee, America, the soul, its destinies, thou globe of globes, thou wonder nebulous, by many a throe of heat and cold convulsed, by these thyself solidifying, thou mental orb, thou new, indeed new spiritual world. The present holds thee not, for such vast growth as thine, for such unparalleled flight as thine, such brood as thine, The future only holds thee, and can hold thee. Whatever the future holds must be made of all the elements of the present. Therefore Whitman sings the universal, world-ground actuality. Leaves of Grass is a progression, a development, natural, seemingly spontaneous, following and recording Whitman's personal growth, yet deliberately, consciously wrought to symbolize the growth of the world. The Song of Myself is a vast analogy representing the universe. To the superficial reader, a purposeless string of details, it is really a song of the materials of which the poem of life is to be made. Out of it springs the songs of love, of national unity, that is, the common brotherhood of man, of cities, of nature, of war and its heroes, Lincoln the wise civilian, of religion, of death. Those who have not read Whitman, or have been misled by those who have not read him, should open Leaves of Grass in the middle and come under the spell of the self-explanatory beautiful things, Seadrift, the song of joys, when lilacs last in the dooryard bloomed, and then, having got a liking for him, should read him through to understand him entire. The Song of Myself and Children of Adam are to be understood only as part of his whole development, and it may be that, since they stand first in Leaves of Grass, they have forbidden some readers to go deeper into the book. At the beginning of his work he is belligerently advancing a new theory of poetry. The prose explanation of this theory is his Backward Glance over Travelled Roads, which is as great a moment in the progress of criticism as The Art of English Poesy and Wordsworth's prefaces to the lyrical ballads. He holds that nothing, if deeply understood, is too ignoble for poetic expression, and that the true poet will not omit the facts of life. I dare not shirk any part of myself, nor any part of America, good or bad. To enforce his doctrine that a leaf of grass is no less than the journey work of the stars, he at first deliberately, even aggressively, selects commonplace things, repulsive things, the corpse with its dabbled hair, the slough of boot soles, what is commonest, cheapest, nearest, easiest. Under stress of his conviction, he seems to go out of his way to mingle together the grotesque and the magnificent, the petty and the supernal. Later, when he takes himself more for granted, and has less need to drive home his theory of poetic diction and poetic content, he is not so much inclined to what may seem a pell-mell catalogue. Like other great poets, he comes to full mastery of himself and his ideas. Therefore his later poems are more likely than his earlier ones to capture the new reader. At least let it be understood that he is not, even when he sings of me, Walt Whitman, Manhattanese, blowing his own horn, but is personating man and the universe. I am the man, I suffered and was there. I am the hounded slave. I am the mashed fireman with breastbone broken. I am the old artillerist. Not a youngster is taken for larceny, but I go up to and am tried and sentenced. I tramp a perpetual journey. Rightly comprehended, Whitman's central theme is a cosmic declaration of sympathy, a reverberant announcement of the love and imagination which enable the great artist to identify himself with all the joys and sorrows of man. The idea has never been more mightily, more embracingly expressed, and its seemingly haphazard details are intended, calculated by a poet in confident command of his thought and his symbols, to suggest inclusion, a human godlike numbering of the falling sparrow and measurement of the wide circuit of the star. Whitman breaks through all artificial boundaries erected by the blind hostilities of men, all castes, philosophies, and schools that keep neighbors upon a common globe sundered from each other and from their common work. He strikes the mind from 100 sides to reach it somehow, if not with one detail, then with another, to shock us out of our false conceits, deliver us from the prison of unsympathetic isolation. It is not he who is fragmentary and disparate, but our thoughts and interests. Great-hearted people love him and understand him. He is unintelligible or offensive to persons who have been deflected from him by some single verses, and so have never entered him, and to persons whose education has cramped their humanity, or who had little humanity to begin with. The new reader will find that he must read Leaves of Grass several times to get the full import of it. The central idea is expressed in its most compact form, in By Blue Ontario's Shores, and A Song for Occupations. But Leaves of Grass is one poem, as truly as is Goethe's Faust or Dante's Divina Commedia. It must be read entire, or it will not be understood even by those who eagerly accept and appreciate some of the parts. Like an earlier lover of men, Whitman holds his arms about the poor and the diseased. Like Wordsworth and Burns, he finds beauty in the trench digger and the breaker of stones. But no one before him ever gathered the world to his bosom with such immense tenderness. At 35 he phrased impulsively, as no one else had ever phrased it, that portrait of man-loving man with a few years later as hospital nurse he illustrated his own conduct. In no other volume of poetry, in neither Dante nor Shakespeare, are so many motives of life so powerfully suggested, blent, interfused, as in Leaves of Grass. Each motive, each person, each leaf is on a stipe which stands rooted in the universal ground. The songs of sexual love are paeans to nature. A woman's breast heaves like the sea, and fatherhood emblemizes the continuous procreation of the world which wills ever to be, never to cease. In the elegy on Lincoln, the lilac and star and bird are twined in a song to death. The friendships of men coil about the world, and bind the races in a mystic, still unrealized, yet living human brotherhood. Comradeship flowers from the shambles of war. Beautiful death becomes a mode of life. The primal sanities of nature are not shaken by bloody conflict. The sacred moon bathes the battlefield with impartial lights, as we all see it in physical nature, and as Whitman makes us feel it in the meaning of nature. Love, the reconciler, enfolds all. World over all, beautiful as the sky. Beautiful that war and all its deeds of carnage must in time be utterly lost. That the hands of the sisters Death and Night incessantly, softly, wash again and ever again this soiled world. For my enemy is dead, a man divine as myself is dead. I look where he lies white-faced and still in the coffin. I draw near, bend down and touch lightly with my lips the white face in the coffin. Whitman, who viewed the world whole, who fitted each least word knowingly in its place, who celebrated the integrity of things, must be read whole. Leaves of Grass, let it be repeated with Whitmanian insistence, is a unit, an ensemble, to use a favorite word of his. It is not a fortuitous collection of passing moods and detached visions, but a total confession of a man's poetic faith. The end seen from the beginning, all perfectly articulate and wrought patiently by a man who knew as absolutely as Alexander Pope or any other rhetorically cunning poet just what his effect should be and how to arrive at it. Single passages selected from Whitman may be misunderstood, and have been misunderstood even by readers inclined to be appreciative. To take a comic example, the words "barbaric yawp" had been quoted by themselves as if they were Whitman's estimate of his poetry. He had no such poor opinion of himself. He thought his verse beautiful. He intended to make it beautiful. He was a passionate lover of exquisite sounds and sights. The passage which contains the words "barbaric yawp" is intelligible as a whole. It begins with a hawk swooping and crying over the roofs of the town. Whitman instantly identifies himself with the hawk and flies and cries with it, as in another place he sonorously, murmurously identifies himself with the surges of the sea, his father, his fierce old mother. A more serious illustration of the ruinous effect of selecting single poems and phrases out of Whitman, with no sense of his vocabulary, as the rest of his poetry establishes and clarifies it, is the abusive quotation of parts of The Children of Adam. Whitman, who sets out to praise the entire world, praises along with the rest what every honest man acknowledges, values, delights in, suffers from: the procreative impulse, the force which in our traditional literature few books except the Bible treat plainly, the force that romantic literature has perverted and comic literature has poisoned with its cynicism. Whitman makes us ashamed of our shame. Sweet, sane, still nakedness in nature, he says in Specimen Days. Ah, if poor, sick, prurient humanity in cities might really know you once more! Is not nakedness then indecent? No, not inherently. It is your thought, your fear, your respectability that is indecent. The world has soiled us so indelibly that we shall need a century of regeneration and many powerful voices, besides Whitman's, to cure us of our hypocrisy and pusillanimity. The civilized man today knows that his words on this subject will be futile and suspect, and so he quotes gratefully from one of his superiors, Anne Gilchrist, a noble Englishwoman whose delicate purity responded to the superb purity of Whitman. In a letter to William M. Rossetti, the first English editor of Whitman, she writes: "You argued rightly that my confidence would not be betrayed by any of the poems in this book. None of them troubled me even for a moment, because I saw at a glance that it was not, as men had supposed, the heights brought down to the depths, but the depths lifted up level with the sunlit heights, that they might become clear and sunlit too. Always for a woman a veil woven out of her own soul, never touched upon even with a rough hand by this poet. But for a man, a daring, fearless pride in himself, not a mock modesty woven out of delusions, a very poor imitation of a woman's. Do they not see that this fearless pride, this complete acceptance of themselves is needful for her pride, her justification? What? Is it also ignoble, so base, that it will not bear the honest light of speech from lips so gifted with the divine power to use words? Then what hateful, bitter humiliation for her to have to give herself up to the reality! Do you think there is ever a bride who does not taste more or less this bitterness in her cup? But who put it there? It must surely be man's fault, not God's, that she has to say to herself, "Soul, look another way. You have no part in this. Motherhood is beautiful, fatherhood is beautiful, but the dawn of fatherhood and motherhood is not beautiful." Do they really think that God is ashamed of what he has made and appointed? And if not, surely it is somewhat superfluous that they should undertake to be so for him. The full spread pride of man is calming and excellent to the soul. Of a woman above all, it is true that instinct of silence I spoke of is a beautiful, imperishable part of nature too. But it is not beautiful when it means an ignominious shame brooding darkly. Shame is like a very flexible veil that follows faithfully the shape of what it covers, beautiful when it hides a beautiful thing, ugly when it hides an ugly one. It has not covered what was beautiful here. It has covered a mean distrust of a man's self and of his Creator. It was needed that this silence, this evil spell, should for once be broken, and the daylight let in, that the dark cloud lying under might be scattered to the winds. It was needed that one who could here indicate for us the path between reality and the soul should speak. That is what these beautiful, despised poems, the children of Adam, do, read by the light that glows out of the rest of the volume, light of a clear, strong faith in God, of an unfathomably deep and tender love for humanity, light shed out of a soul that is possessed of itself. The Platonic idea of love, as well expressed in some of Shakespeare's sonnets, or anywhere in English literature, merges the love of individual in the love of immortal beauty. It is a noble idea and seems at first sight not unlike Whitman's sinking of the personal in the universal. But the Platonic idea is a thin abstraction which denatures love, robs it of its human countenance in the process of eternalizing it. More vitally noble is Whitman's ideal, which finds the body and soul of love in the bosom of living nature and glorifies the will to live, the irresistible urge of creation, one of the many voices by which the universe affirms that it shall not die. The individual love, its meeting and parting, is a token of the world which is not chaos or death, but form, union, plan. It is eternal life. It is happiness. Out of the rolling ocean the crowd came a drop gently to me, whispering, "I love you. Before long I die. I have travelled a long way merely to look on you, to touch you. For I could not die till I once looked on you. For I feared I might afterward lose you. Now we have met. Now we have looked. We are safe. Return in peace to the ocean, my love. I too am part of that ocean. My love, we are not so much separated. Behold the great rondure, the cohesion of all. How perfect! But as for me, for you, the irresistible sea is to separate us. As for an hour, carrying us diverse, yet cannot carry us diverse forever. Be not patient, a little space. Know you, I salute the air, the ocean, and the land. Every day at sundown, for your dear sake, my love." Whitman is a poet of joy, of grave, deep, well-meditated joy, which breaks forth into moments of delirious ecstasy. There is a kind of joy often expressed by romantic poets, which is followed by a sickly reaction, In the poetry of the 19th century it is seen sitting amid the ruins of a spurious medievalism, woefully rubbing the morning head of delusion. As if Browning, it marches victorious to the last, it pays for its continuance by falsifying life. Pippa's jubilant and morally efficacious song is so factitiously timed that disbelief refuses to remain suspended in a mind that sees life courageously from all sides. The curative, obviously cheering fact does not on most days of the world arrive on schedule like the doctor to a patient. Whitman is not so blind that he must justify life by denying the odious parts of it. He is no timid, dishonest optimist, but bravely, even brutally, commands you to see all aspects of the conflict. Strange and hard the paradox true I give. Objects gross and the soul unseen are one. He warbles unmitigated adoration only after he has accepted life whole, sized it up, and decided that the universe is not a suck and a cell. Representing himself as a loafer, sipping delights here and there, he is no butterfly of the hour. But of all poets he is the one who faces death with eyes widest open, serenely comprehending it, and protesting plainly against the optimism that is founded on blind denial of facts. The rounded catalogue divine complete. Sunday. Went this afternoon to church. A college professor, Reverend Dr., gave us a fine sermon, during which I caught the above words, but the minister included in his rounded catalogue, letter and spirit, only the aesthetic things, and entirely ignored what I have named in the following: the devilish and the dark, the dying and diseased, the countless 1920ths, low and evil, crude and savage, the crazed, prisoners in jail, the horrible, rank, malignant, venom and filth, serpents, the ravenous sharks, liars, the dissolute. What is the part the wicked and the loathsome bear within earth's orbic scheme? Newts, crawling things in slime and mud, poisons, the barren soil, the evil of men, the slag and hideous rot. In another poem, I observe the slights and degradations cast by arrogant persons upon labourers, the poor, and upon negroes, and the like. All these, all the meanness and agony without end, I sitting look out upon, see, hear, and am silent. So facing life, he yet names its joy, because joy is the force of life, and the lack of it is real death, spiritual death. Not to exclude or demarcate, or pick out evils from their formidable masses, even to expose them, but add, fuse, complete, extend, and celebrate the immortal and the good. Joy, shipmate joy, please to my soul at death I cry. Our life is closed, our life begins, the long, long anchorage we leave. The ship is clear at last, she leaps, she swiftly courses from the shore. Joy, shipmate joy. This for him at 70 is the calming thought of all, that coursing on, whatever men's speculations, amid the changing schools, theologies, philosophies, amid the bawling presentations new and old, the round earth's silent vital laws, facts, modes continue. In the year that trembled and reeled beneath him, must I change my triumphant songs, said I to myself, must I indeed learn to chant the cold dirges of the baffled, and the sullen hymns of defeat? And yet not you alone, twilight and hurrying ebb, nor you, ye lost designs alone, nor failures, aspirations. I know divine deceitful ones, your glamours seeming. Duly by you, from you, the tide and light again, duly the hinges turning. Duly the needed discord parts offsetting, blending, weaving from you, from sleep, night, death itself, the rhythmus of birth eternal. This is his reflection on Hegel. Roaming in thought over the universe, I saw the little that is good steadily hastening towards immortality. And the vast, all that is called evil, I saw hastening to merge itself and become lost and dead. Many a riotously delighted lover of life, many a thoughtless hedonist in the flush of youth runs headlong against the fact of death and is daunted, and from him we get the weary song of sorrow and parting and loneliness and the end. But Whitman, in the heyday of his prime, sees death and embraces him. Death is beautiful. What indeed is finally beautiful except death and love? Oh, I think it is not for life I am chanting here my chant of lovers. I think it must be for death. For how calm, how solemn it grows to ascend to the atmosphere of lovers. Death or life, I am then indifferent, my soul declines to prefer. I am not sure, but the high soul of lovers welcomes death most. Give me your tone, therefore, O death, that I may accord with it. Give me yourself, for I see that you belong to me now above all, and are folded inseparably together. You love and death are. Nor will I allow you to balk me any more with what I was calling life, for now it is conveyed to me that you are the purports essential, that you hide in these shifting forms of life for reasons and that they are mainly for you. End of section 14, read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.